Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, but I got one to mo. Yeah, dear, we get mad. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, Kurumo, boy, a baby mo. So sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna togabu.
And there it is right there, a yendeba. So there it is. I don't know why, I don't feel complete if I'm not wearing a. We're 10:20 here p.m. But I don't feel prepared unless I'm wearing a wristwatch. I don't know. It's one of my quirks, I guess. So let me feel prepared by wearing a wristwatch. And now it's too tight, so I have to adjust it. So there it is, a yendeba. So there it is, a yendeba. So I beg your pardon. I don't know why I do all this. It's nice, when you see me fidgeting at the start. I've lost count how many of these sessions I have done, but anytime that the music stops and I suddenly appear on your screens, the nerves take over. I don't know why. You think I should be used to it by now, but the nerves, they take over. But nevertheless, we'll soldier on. We will soldier on. I was fortified with Agbo, so don't worry. Agbo. You know what Agbo is. I was brought up on Agbo, so there it is. So a yendeba. So that is what they were telling us. I'm only really doing all this talking so I can line up something. I want to represent all of the links that you would need so that, I often like to post the link immediately so that it's to hand. Of course, they buy the coffee, which I continue to promote, but people continue to ignore, except with the exception of Ayo, of course. But more importantly, the hyperlink to the room. More importantly, the hyperlink to the room. Sorry, hold on 1 second. More importantly, the hyperlink to the room. So that's the hyperlink to the room. So hopefully all that you would need are present and correct. So good day. I forgot to say that. Good day, dear friends. Good to have you here again. So the usual protocol is going to be a rich mix of everything as it often is. So we'll be spending a lot of time. Going through some piece that Rhodes Vivo has put out in the public space. It's quite alarming somewhat. We accused the Lagos space of diabolism, so that is fetishism somewhat. That was my interpretation, but you listen to him, it's about 20 minutes there about long, but it's well worth the listen. He's accusing the Lagos space of diabolism and being fetishistic. So fetishism and diabolism seems to be what he's accusing the Lagos space of. So we have a listen to that. And of course, now that we're in court, we have to, of course, meet the people that will be adjudicating this matter now, that Peter Obi and his daddy O from Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar, have presented before the court. So we'll be meeting the justices of the Supreme Court just to familiarize ourselves with these people, because of course a lot of conversations will be wrapping around them. So we'll be meeting them and then firstly to familiarize ourselves with them, and then of course to see what we're making of them in the course of what is to come. So these are the justices of the Supreme Court, where the case will ultimately land. It is still at the appellate stage at the moment. G5 never agreed to. So yes. So the headline. Let me give you the headlines. Let me give you the headlines. So this one first. I thought the campaign phase was over, but it looks as though that language of harmony, some people are still finding some difficulties shedding it. So the news all over the social media space, there's let me see if that magazine is still there. There's one magazine that we used to go to, Igbo Times magazine, Igbo Times magazine. Hopefully it's still there and it's not been pulled down. Oh yeah, it is still there. So there is this headline that Tinubu had fallen sick and had been rushed abroad. So it's reminiscent of the sort of headlines that you get from Igbo Times magazine. But then, of course, so viral has that story gone that the Tinubu space have felt the need to come out and address that. Tinubu on vacation, not sick. So, well, we'll get into the details of it, but just as far removed as what is being circulated as possible. I've seen so many spaces within the social media space trailing that headline that, the guy was rushed off of an emergency treatment. But of course, that's been debunked. Tinubu on vacation, not sick. So that's Bayo Ononuga. So hopefully it sheds more light on that. And then we get a clearer picture as to what is going on. So this now news that has just come through within the last 10 minutes, half an hour. So this is fresh off the press. But what does this mean? APC suspends Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, indefinitely gives reason. So there it is. If you recall Babachir Lawan, he used to be the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. You remember Babachir Lawan or Lawal. So he was the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. But then he got engrossed in that grass cutting scandal when he looted $500 million naira. And of course, the publicity around that forced him to step down. So rather than step down to be punished, he installed his nephew, who is Boss Mustafa. Boss Mustafa is Babachir Lawan's nephew. So he installed his nephew as a stand-in place into that position. But it looks as though Boss Mustafa, who is a relative of Babachir Lawan, the grass cutter who was suspended for looting $500 million naira, he has now been suspended. But why? You have to hang around to find out. APC suspends SGF Boss Mustafa indefinitely, give reason. So very good that they gave reason. So that holds you in space then. At least I'm hopeful that you hang around long enough but to hear why and then to get into conversations around it. So the big news yesterday was Peter Obi's petition, much anticipated, which some people said fell flat and which some people sang to high praises. But the response from Kiyamo, Peter Obi's election petition will be bust, B-U-S-T bust. So that is Kiyamo, of course, without equivocation, as he likes to use language. Peter Obi's election petition will be bust. A headline attributed to the Sapele water drinking SAN from the creeks, Festus Kiyamo, declare me winner or order rerun between me and Tinubu, article urges tribunal. So we spent a lot of time with Peter Obi's case yesterday. So today then we'll just cast a glance at Atiku Abubakar's case. We'll not dwell on it too much. We just cast a glance in that direction. G5 never agreed to support Obi. Wike. So what was spoken in secret now coming out in public after events have come and gone. So a lot of anticipation, and everybody did tell the obedient space that there is absolutely categorically no way that Yemson Wike, you have to see that, you have to consider that in politics, there are hierarchy and there are classes of politicians. At the senior-most, topmost level, you have names like Babangida, Atiku Abubakar, Buhari, etc., Tinubu. So those belong to the old guard sort of politicians. And then just underneath them, you have a class of people like Fashola, Yemi Oshibanjo, Aregbesola Amechi. So that class is where Yemson Wike and Peter Obi belong to. They belong to just a slightly lower rung of the hierarchy of political classes. So belonging to the same set of politics, Yemson Wike, and having the same ambition as well, Yemson Wike would never have subordinated himself to Peter Obi and lending his support to Peter Obi. However you choose to slice or dice it is subordination, and it's coming out now to tell you that that was never even a consideration. G5 never agreed to support Obi, so that's Wike then putting some clarification into space. And as I said, we'll be spending quite a bit of time with Rhodes Vivor. Insert first name as you wish. We'll call him Rhodes Vivor, and you can insert whichever first name you think best describes him. So we'll be spending some time with him as we listen to him now push back against an election that he lost woefully. So as ever, a rich menu. When is it? Oh, Mexican Daddy. So this is somebody on the screen, by the way. Mexican Daddy, switch on your mic, your microphone, because your device is not connecting properly. So make sure your microphone is switched on, because your device is not connecting properly, or go out and come back in. So there it is. So so that's the menu, as I said. Lean back, kick back, then take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Make that a matter of habit, and maybe one of these days we'll have the like buttons looking anything similar to the people watching the streams. We live in hope, if not in expectation. We live in hope, if not in expectation. I don't know why they do it. You ask every day, just click on like. What's the stress? What does it take of you to just do that? So we live in hope that one of these days, whether you are labored by what we say here or not, if you are labored by what we say here, I'm constantly canvassing for new voices. So just come and have your say. When have I ever stopped anybody from coming here? The only rule is you can't come here and be swearing the place up. If you're not swearing, however ludicrous whatever it is you have to say is, this is the place to say it. So don't sit down on your sofa, working yourself up into a frenzy. Just come here and let rip. Just don't use foul language. That's the only rule. Anybody and everybody is welcome, and we invite any and everybody. So don't let that prevent you from clicking on the like button. That is not for B, or it's not for Tinubu, it's not for Atiku. I'm not for anybody. I'm just for the conversation and betterment. And whether you like to believe that or not, I am just for the conversation and the betterment of all of us. So that's where the argument is. The governor for Enugu State has been declared, but that's keenly fought, of course. But who won it? I know that there was a heavy push by the Labour Party, but did they manage to secure it? So we'll spend time there as well to find out what happened. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu always is a rich and diverse menu on the One Man Went to More platform. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Just relax into it. Do this, put your hands up, and surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. We will make you laugh. We will make you angry. We will make you think. We will make you will wonder how people can be this stupid from some of the things you hear from us. And then you will think, oh, I never thought about it's a mix of everything. So just surrender yourself to it. But before you surrender yourself to it, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I know you'd like me to die of thirst because only one person ever buys the coffee, but that invitation always there, ever ready. So do all that. As we set about that, you know where we're going, that pit stop that we usually go to before we dive into the readout. The Kegite, of course, Egbelemu, holy water.
Holy water, holy water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. mi o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Sorry, my lightning is playing up. So, Akoko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens, don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gbese, may death have nothing to do with us. Aduranla, big, powerful prayers. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, Iku koniriwa gbese, as guys, I bring you this. Tinubu on vacation, not sick. So this is bio. I thought we had ended. How many times have we been around this? I can tell, in the course of this electionary, we must have been on this story at least 50 times. His hand is shaking, his leg is shaking. He threw up, he peed himself. He collapsed the last time. They had to rush him. The elections are over now. So why are we still here? Is the question. But we are still here. You know, Tinubu on vacation, not sick. Ononuga. The All Progressive, I wonder why they still have a presidential campaign council, by the way, when the elections are over. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council said the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, jetted out of the country for vacation as against speculations that he has been rushed abroad for medical treatment. The media has been inundated by rumors of Tinubu's alleged illness, with claims that he was flown to London, United Kingdom, late on Tuesday night. Reacting to the news of Tinubu's illness on Wednesday, the APC PCC Director of Media and Publicity, Bayo Ononuga, denied the allegation, saying his principal only went to rest abroad. Ononuga also noted that he would also use the opportunity of vacation to go for Umrah, lesser Hajj, after observing the annual Muslim fast. So he's gone to London and then from there to Saudi. This is what he seems to be saying to us. He said, which Tinubu is ill? Was he not seen when he went to cast his vote? Does he look like a sick man? The man just traveled on vacation. He went to take a rest. I think he wants to use the opportunity to observe Ramadan outside the country and move to Umrah from there before returning to Nigeria. This man has been on the move since last year and sincerely deserves all the rest he can get. His office will soon issue a statement. Similarly, the chief spokesman of the APC-PCC, Festus Keyamo, also buttressed Ononuga's position on the development. Keyamo, you know Keyamo, he doesn't say it in pleasant words, so let's see how he says it. Keyamo noted that people spreading the rumors were those who are still nursing their wounds after losing out in the election. Please help us to tell those flying the news around that the election has ended. Yes, I'm going to look for this story and I'll bring it to you. I'm going to look for this story and I'll bring it to you. Excuse me, I don't know why. I'm just filled with flu, cough, and everything. So you just have to bear with me. I think a bit of coffee will limber me off. Limber me up. I'm not dropping any hints. And pardon my broken cup as well. It's my favorite cup, but the handle went. Well, it's the one that I still use. But yes, I'm going to dig up this story and bring it to you. There's this narrative from the Second World War that there were a good 10 to 20 years after the Second World War had finished. A lot of these kamikazes, so kamikaze are suicide fighters. So a lot of these kamikaze soldiers that the Japanese had fleshed out into their interiors, they were still in the forest fighting the Second World War in their heads for a good 20 years after the Second World War had ended. So this is what is going on. The elections ended on the 25th of February, the presidential one The 18th of March, everything rounded off, but people are still campaigning. They're still doing heads they shake, hands they shake. Please help us tell those flying the news around that the election has ended. What they are doing is now campaigning after the election. They should leave Asiwaju alone. He deserves some rest after the election, he said. Asked which country Tinubu visited for his vacation, Keyamo claimed that he cannot immediately confirm as of the time of reporting. I cannot confirm, but all I can tell you is Asiwaju is ill and hearty. So ill and hearty. Well, we remember those words, of course, famously from Lai Mohammed when he told us that Buhari was ill and hearty. And when Buhari came back from London, he told us that he has never been that sick in his life. So there it is. We're back to that language of ill and hearty. So ill and hearty. Breaking, APC suspends SGF boss Mustafa indefinitely, gives reasons. The Adamawa State chapter of the ruling of Progressive Congress APC has suspended the secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, for losing his polling unit to the People's Democratic Party PDP at the presidential and governorship polls. According to the party, the SGF did not contribute to the victory of his presidential and governorship candidates. Hence, he should not be a card-carrying member of the party. That's quite something. Announcing the suspension at a press conference in Yola, chairman of Gwadabawa Ward said Mustafa was not committed to APC's victory at the presidential election. He stated that the indefinite suspension followed complaints from his ward, adding that no individual could be above the party that gave them the platform. Reacting to the development, the State Working Committee of the party, under the leadership of the acting chairman, Chief Samiala Tadawus. I didn't know they had chiefs as a title in the north. Chief Samiala Tadawus declared the announcement as unconstitutional, null and void, and of no effect. So it looks as though it's that sounds like a call for money, somewhat a call for money. All right, a call for money there. That landed quite flat, didn't it? That landed quite flat. So let's go quickly on to the next. Peter Obi's election petition will be bossed. This is Festus Keyamo. So what's he talking about? The drunken man from the Greeks. The minister for state, the minister for labor. Let's do that again. The Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, has reacted to the petition filed by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, calling for the annulment of the February 25th presidential election won by the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu. According to Keyamo, the petition filed by Obi is filled with deceit, lies, disinformation, and misinformation, and they are about to be burst. He said that Nigerians will soon see the huge difference between this dispassionate adjudication of issues and the hoopla caused by garrulous spokespersons shaking and falling on stage. Mr. Keyamo tweeted, "I am excited about the issues raised in those election petitions. All the deceit and lies and disinformation and misinformation about otherwise very simple and clear issues are about to be busted by our law lords. Whoever continues to argue after that should relocate to another planet." So there's very much an element of Agbero. In fact, more than an element of Agbero in this festival. He cannot make a statement without putting some spike, in it. It just has to needle at somebody a little bit. Nigerians, and by the way, if they're looking for reconciliation and pulling the country back together, then they need to be putting voices like Keyamo to the background, because he's a warlord, nothing to do with peace. Nigerians will finally see the huge difference between calm, dispassionate adjudication of issues and all the hoopla caused by garrulous spokespersons shaking and falling on stage, ignorant TV hosts turned debaters, misinformed documentaries, illiterate tweets, and some dancing hijabi mamas. My God, some dancing hijabi mamas. So there it is. Obi had previously challenged the outcome of the election and had also sought the court requesting to have access to all the sensitive materials INEC deployed for the election. On Tuesday, the Labour Party candidate filed another suit at the election tribunal challenging the declaration of Tinubu by INEC, who he said was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast at the time of the election. The former Anambra State governor claimed that there was rigging in 11 states, including Rivers, Taraba, Lagos, Benue, Adamawa, Imo, in Imo as well, so he's admitting that one. Bauchi, Borno, Kaduna, and Plateau. I thought he won Plateau State, adding that he would demonstrate this in the declaration of results based on the uploaded results. So there it is right there. The ridiculousness of it. The ridiculousness of it. A sore loser, some people would say. But we go on. We're still within that space, by the way. People trying to disenfranchise Tinubu's mandate. Declare me winner or other rerun between me and Tinubu article Orji's tribunal. You know, just the fixation on grammar between Tinubu and I is what you should read, but there it is. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has asked the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, to declare him winner or order a rerun between him and the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. In the alternative, he wants the entire election nullified and a fresh one conducted. These are the key reliefs being sought in the petition filed by him and the PDP at the PEPC Secretariat on Tuesday night by their team of lawyers led by Joe Gatzama, SAN. Pardon me. Listed as respondents in the petition marked XYZ are the Independent National Electoral Commission, Tinubu and his party, the APC. Atiku and the PDP are challenging the elections on 4 grounds. They are: the election of the second respondent, Tinubu, is invalid by reasons of non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022. The election of the second respondent is invalid by reasons of corrupt practices. The second respondent was not duly elected by majority of lawful votes cast at the election. The second respondent was, at the time of the election, not qualified to contest the election. Atiku and the PDP are praying the court for the following. So we know what they are praying for. So let's just, okay, it's not a long read, so let me skim through it. That it may be determined that the second respondent was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast in the election, and therefore the declaration and return of the second respondent by the first respondent as the winner of the presidential election conducted on the 25th day of February 2023 is unlawful, wrongful, unconstitutional, undue, null, and void, and of no effect whatsoever. That it may be determined that the return of the second respondent by the first respondent was wrongful, unlawful, undue, null, and void, having not satisfied the requirements of the Electoral Act and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, which mandatorily requires the second respondent to score not less than 25% of the lawful votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It may be determined that the second respondent was, at the time of the election, not qualified to contest the said election. That it may be determined that the first petitioner having scored the majority of lawful votes cast at the presidential election of Saturday, February the 25th, be returned as the winner of the said election and be sworn in as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the alternative, an order directing the first respondent to conduct a second election runoff between the first petitioner and the second respondent. In further alternative, that the election to the office of the president of Nigeria on the 25th of February, that the election to the office of the president of Nigeria held on the 25th of February be nullified and a fresh election be run ordered. So there it is. Not far off from what we heard from Peter Obi and his posse. Okay, so on to this one now. G5 never agreed to support Obi. This is Wike now speaking after the fact. The River State Governor Yemson Wike has clarified that there was no time the G5 governors agreed to support the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in the just concluded election. Wike, in live media chat on Wednesday, said the G5 only reached an agreement to ensure the emergence of a southern president. He said, there was never a time the integrity group met and said it must be this person. We only agreed on southern president. We formulated strategies and the southern president emerged. Our interest is that a southern president should emerge. When we went to our meeting, we decided on southern president. We didn't say it must be this. We said whatever you are doing, it must be southern president. The aim of the G5 was equity, fairness, and justice. Wike said some of the G5 governors, such as Ifeanyi Agwaye of Enugu and Samuel Otom of Benue and Victor Akpazu of Abia, made huge sacrifices to ensure the emergence of a southern president. He said the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, won his re-election. He had earlier said he would not mind sacrificing his second term at the altar of equity, justice, and fairness. Wike said, Otom said even if he loses his senatorial election, let equity, justice, and fairness prevail. He may not gain it now, but history will be kind to him. Same applies to the southeastern governors. Even Makinde said even if he lost his governorship ambition, he was interested in the unity of the country. When asked whether justice and equity prevailed since the Southeast did not produce the president, Wike said the winning capacity of an individual and his party must also be taken into consideration. We have different interests when you come to the South. People must choose who is likely to win election. To win election in Nigeria, you must have spread. What we are saying is that power should shift to the South. So to win election in Nigeria, you must have spread. Essentially, he's telling you that they chose, because Tinubu has the spread. So he's essentially telling you that they chose Tinubu. So let me now share the screen for this next readout, just so you can see the justices that will be sitting in judgment on the case that to be presented by P. Toby. The case to be presented by P. Toby. And Ade, by the way, your device is not connecting, so make sure your mic is switched on. Otherwise, I won't be able to let you onto the screen when I get back. So that's to you, Ade. All right, so Supreme Court judges who may decide Nigeria's next president. Right, as parties displeased with the outcome of the 25th of February 2023 presidential election head to court, our correspondents report that the cases will most likely get to the Supreme Court, given similar cases in the past, following what many see as a controversial pronouncement by the Apex Court in recent times. Correspondents Correspondents profiled the current 13 justices of the Supreme Court, including some of the recent cases they have handled, accompanying public opinions that greeted their outcome. So let's just get straight into it. We just want the justices. Okay, I'm just skimming through to the justices. Okay. Okay, so here they are. The Supreme Court justices and some of the cases they have handled. So Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olakayode Ariwola. So Olakayode Ariwola, the Chief Justice of the country. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is not Olakayode Olukayode. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, was appointed a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria in 2011. He was at the Court of Appeal between 2005 and 2011. He represented the then acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Mohammed, on the 5 justices that ruled on the notification of all votes that the APC got in all elections conducted in Zamfara State in 2019 because the party did not conduct a valid primaries. He was amongst the 8 Supreme Court justices who removed the PDP's Emeka Ehidioha and declared Hope Uzodinma, and INEC declared Hope Uzodinma. INEC declared to have come first in the 2019 governorship election winner. He was also amongst the 5-man justices that unanimously nullified the election of APC candidate David Leon and his deputy in Bayelsa State in 2020. The court sacked the APC candidate because his deputy presented a forged document to INEC. The court declared the PDP candidate, Duyo Dari, the election winner. So there he is. Kudirat Motom Mori Kekeriakun. Kudirat Kekeriakun. Kudirat Kekeriakun was born on the 7th of May 1958. She obtained her LLB in 1980 from the University of Lagos. She proceeded to the London School of Economics and Political Science in November 1983 for her LLM. She was appointed a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria on June the 8th, 2013. She read the judgment that sacked Emeka Ehidioha as the governor of Imo State in 2020. So that's her. Justice Iyang Okoro. Justice Iyang Okoro. I think actually this Kudirat Kekeriakun, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she's a Lagosian born and raised. Justice Iyang Okoro. Justice John Iyang Okoro was born XYZ after serving in different capacities, including Akwa Ibom State High Court Judge. He was elevated to the Supreme Court in November 2013. So I'm not quite sure if that's not quite a leap from a High Court judge to the Supreme Court. I thought you had to serve a period of time at the appellate level before you get to the Supreme Court. After serving in different capacities, including Akwa Ibom State High Court Judge, he was elevated to the Supreme Court in 2013. He was part of the 5 justices that ruled on the nullification of all votes that the APC got in Zamfara State in the 2019 election because the party did not conduct a valid primary. So on to the next. Justice Chima Nweze. Chima Nweze is a native of Enugu State. He became a justice of the Supreme Court in 2014 after serving at the Court of Appeal between 2008 and 2014. He was amongst the 5-man judges who declared the Senate President Ahmed Lawan winner of the Yobe North senatorial ticket for the APC and consequently dashed the hope of Bashir Mashina, who claimed Lawan did not participate in the primaries. He read the lead split judgment of 3-2 justices, affirming Lawan as the party's candidate. So he took the riba. Amina Adamu Agui. Amina Adamu Agui. Amina Adamu Agui was born Annie Eve Graham. Is she white? Is she white? She looks white to me. Can somebody research that? Amina Adamu Agui. You can see the name there. She looks white to me. Yes, Amina Adamu, then the last name Augie. If somebody can look that up, if you can find a picture of her, she looks white to me. Amina Adamu Agui was born Anne Eve Graham on September the 3rd, 1953. She is from Kebbi State. She served as the Chief Magistrate in Sokoto State Judiciary, a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Uthman Danfodio, and an associate lecturer at the same university, etc. She was elevated to the Court of Appeal bench in 2002 and consequently rose to become a Supreme Court justice on November the 7th, 2019. She was amongst the 8-man Supreme Court justices that removed the PDP's Emeka Ehidioha and declared Hope Uzodinma, a serving senator, who INEC had declared to have come forth, and everything. So Uwani Musa Abba Adi, I'm not quite sure if this is male or female, but we'll find out soon enough. I wonder how we got so many Northerners on the Supreme Court bench. How did they manage to do that? And they keep telling us that they're not literate there. Uwani Musa Abba Aji was born on November the 7th, 1956 in Gashua, Yobe State. So she is female. The first lady judge at the Yobe State Judiciary. She has held several positions amongst Nigerian women judges and is widely traveled. She rose through the ranks to become a Supreme Court justice on January the 8th, 2019, before her rise to the Supreme Court. Justice Abba Aji was the presiding justice of the Court of Appeal Kaduna Division for 4 years. She was part of the 5 justices that ruled on the nullification of all votes that the APC got in Zamfara State in 2019 because the party did not conduct a valid primary. So they seem to sit on pretty much the same cases. Mohammed Lawal Gaba was born on the 16th of November 1958. He hailed from Gusau local government area of Zamfara, etc., etc. He caught his magisterial teeth at the Sokoto State Judiciary, etc., etc. He was elevated to the Supreme Court on November the 6th, 2020, so it's a newbie. He was amongst the 5-man judges who declared the Senate President Ahmed Lawan winner of the Yobe North senatorial ticket. So we are just really speculating who is corruptible amongst all of these people. That's really where the speculation is. Helen Morenikeji Ogunwumiju. Helen Morenikeji Ogunwumiju. So Ogunwumiju. Helen Morenikeji Ogunwumiju was born in Ondo State on the 23rd of March 1957. She had a stint as a legal aid counsel, helping to create council offices in Oyo, Osun, Lagos, Sokoto, and other states. Ogunwumiju was appointed a judge of the High Court of Ondo in November 1998 with jurisdiction in civil and criminal matters. She got elevated to the Court of Appeal in November 2005 and to the Supreme Court on November the 6th, 2020. She was amongst the 3 judges out of 5 who ruled that Senate President Lawan won the Yobe State senatorial ticket for the APC. Ibrahim Mohammed Musa Saulawa, so another Northerner. He's from Katsina State. What has he done? He was elevated to the bench. He was elevated to the bench of the Court of Appeal of Nigeria on June the 10th, 2006. He served in most court divisions, including Calabar, Ilorin, and Port Harcourt. He rose to become a Justice of the Supreme Court on November the 10th, 2020. So that was, who was that? That was Ibrahim, something like that. So this one, Adamu Duro, his profile was unavailable on the Supreme Court website. Oh, I think they just went to this website to pull this. Correspondents could not find information about him on other public platforms, but he was amongst 8 justices elevated to the Supreme Court. He is also from Gombe State. He was amongst the 2 justices who disagreed with 3 others that declared the Senate president. So you probably want him on the bench then for balance. You want him on the case for balance. So he's able to think independently. Tijani Abubakar, he was amongst the 8 justices of Nigeria Judicial Council promoted to the Supreme Court. Information about him not on the Supreme Court website. Emmanuel Agim, so this looks like very much an Igbo man. No, it's a South man. Right, so yeah, so it's 2 more. It's a lot more long-winded than I anticipated, but it's good fun. At least we get to know and document these people. So yes, Emmanuel Agim, born on April the 26th, 1960, in Cross River, Justice Agim read law at the University of Calabar. He was a former Chief Justice of Gambia. Yes, a lot of people, and we've mentioned this on this platform before, that the jurisprudence in Gambia is oversighted by the Nigerian judicial space. And whenever they want to swear in a president in Gambia, it is Nigerian justices that go and swear them in. And whenever they have a big case in the Gambia, it is the Nigerian judicial space, Nigerian justices, that go there to oversight their justice system. So yes, also this affirms what we said previously on this platform. Born on April the 26th, 1960, in Cross River, Agim read law at the University of Calabar. He was a former Chief Justice of the Gambia and Justice of the Supreme Court of Swaziland. He was amongst the 8 justices the Nigerian Judicial Council promoted to the Supreme Court in 2020. He was amongst the 2 judges, the 2 justices who disagreed with 3 others that declared the Senate President Ahmed Lawan winner of the Yobe State senatorial ticket for the APC. So on to this one, Musa Datijo. Musa Datijo Mohammed was born on October the 27th, 1953 in the Chaga local government area of Minna. He studied law at Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, his BL at the Nigerian Law School, before proceeding to Warwick University, Coventry for his LLM. Before he was appointed a Supreme Court judge in July 2012, he had worked as a judge of the High Court, Niger State, as Justice of the Court of Appeal, and as Presiding Justice, Sokoto Division, Court of Appeal. Should the petition get to the Supreme Court, lawyers react. An Abuja-based legal practitioner, Sogo Clinton, who specializes in election litigation, said that nobody could predict the outcome of a court matter, especially when a person is not privy to the facts and evidence before the court. This is so as the outcome of a matter likely depends on the evidence supplied by the alleging party. It is not the court's duty to descend into the arena in a bid to please the overwhelming public in the absence of credible evidence. According to Clinton, the rule of the game concerning election petitions is for the petitioner to prove substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act and the guidelines for conducting elections in Nigeria. So Go, however, said that although no presidential election has been nullified in Nigeria's history, it is possible if the prosecuting parties can prove their case. Once that is done to the court's satisfaction, then the prayer for the nullification of an election may be granted. Although no presidential election has been nullified in Nigeria's history, I dare say that it is not impossible if the petitioners should prove their case. He added that justice is usually decided by many factors, including but not limited to evidence, the law, and technicalities, which must all be satisfied to get justice. Therefore, a person might have overwhelming evidence and the law on their side, but may still not get justice due to technicality. When this happens, it appears like an injustice had been meted out to in the perception of the ordinary man. Similarly, a Lagos-based lawyer, Paul Ojukwu, said Nigerians needed to be cautious of casting aspersions on the judiciary based on the judgment that its judges deliver, because most times the court delivers judgment based on facts and not emotion. Most times the court delivers judgment based on facts and issues presented to him, and it is not that the Supreme Court does not deliver questionable judgments, like the case of Lawan and Machina, Akeredolu and Jegede, but the one that brought Oyetola in and removed Oyeleke are sound judgment. So it goes on and on. So the lawyers then explaining legalities to us. So I think I've kept people waiting long enough. So let's go into the room then see who, if anybody, is available. Yes, we have the Progressive joining us. Good to see you. We have Adale Koko joining us. Good to have you here. We have Gideon joining us. Hello, madam. Thomas joins us. Hello, Thomas. DOG in the house, and Ola joins us as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. So there's still space for anyone who wants to join. So do that now if you do want to join, and not at the last minute when the place fills up. But before I go to it, let me play you this clip of Gbadebo Rose Vivor still smarting from his loss. Watch this.
Let's cross live to the event.
Good afternoon, Lagos. I start by once again thanking Lagosians for their courage, for making decisions based on hope and resisting fear that the ruling party tried to put in them. They came out in spite of all of that, and they showed remarkable courage. And I want to thank Lagos for that. Our message from when we first started, still till today, both His Excellency Peter Obi and myself, has always been about empathy, love, good governance that is both open and accountable. Yesterday, I spent my day visiting victims of Saturday's state-backed terrorism and violence. From Abule Ado to Surulere to Apapa to Ikeja, I met with young men and women that had bullets lodged in their chin, in their face. Just as about to come and take a seat here, I was told that one of our polling agents from Ward K1 in Trade Fair just passed away. I saw people with lacerations, cut all over their body, young men with fractured legs that we had to pay over 800,000 for their surgery. And I want to take this moment to reach out to all of these people that, in spite of all the attempts to put fear in them, they stood against it and came out in hope and courage. That I am with you. We are with you. Myself, my deputy governor, the party, we are together, we are with you, we are by your side. And it is not just lip service. Today, we launched the platform called grvcares2023.com. Please, anyone that has been a victim of electoral violence, log onto this website, upload evidence of this violence, upload your hospital bills, upload a police report if you have it, and we will offset your hospital bills. because empathy and love is not just lip service, it's in the action. Love is action. And for people that came out in hope and courage, we are going to show that we stand by you, we value you, and we appreciate you. Yesterday, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu called for healing. But healing cannot happen without justice. The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians.
And note how he referred to him as Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu rather than president-elect. But then, of course, that's quite deliberate. I'm sure you know that.
Spiritually, with their fetish, diabolic rites that were done during the day.
And there it is right there. So there is the Lagosian calling the Oro Festival fetish and diabolic.
The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians. Spiritually, with their fetish, diabolic rites that were done during the day. And
just for emphasis, I'll play it again. This is the Lagos State aspiring governor describing the Oro Festival as fetish and diabolical.
The hospital bills, upload a police report if you have it, and we will offset your hospital bills. Because empathy and love is not just lip service, it's in the action. Love is action. And for people that came out in hope and courage, we are going to show that we stand by you, we value you, and we appreciate you. Yesterday, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu called for healing. But healing cannot happen without justice. The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians. Spiritually, with their fetish, diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically, with violence that was unleashed on all Lagosians. There's an attempt to make this seem as though it was a Yoruba versus Igbo situation. And it was limited to certain areas, but it was widespread across the whole of Lagos. From Koshofe to Shomolu to Ikeja, everybody was affected. Everybody was disenfranchised. Yeah, they want peace, but it's not really peace that they want. They want the peace of a graveyard. They want healing without addressing the issues of bringing justice, so they want the healing of the dead. The thrust of my message is not to the evil cult organization of the APC, but it is to the indigenous Lagosians and Lagosians at large. We cannot afford to have an bureaucracy, a militant type of government in.
All right, there's more of that to come, and I'm sure we'll listen to even more in the course of the session. But it was just that space that he referred to the Oro Festival as fetish and diabolical that I wanted to highlight. So we have the panel. So to the conversation then. So let's kick the conversation and let's kick it off with I am Don Dada. So I am Don Dada. Are you ready to go? All right, it's not ready to go. So let's excuse him. So Ajande Koko, are you ready to go? Thomas, are you ready? Can anyone hear me? Whoever is ready to go indicate.
I can hear you, one man.
All right, let's kick off with you then. So this guy now telling us that the Oro Festival is a fetish and diabolical. I don't know what to make of that. What are you making of that?
Oh, thank you, one man. Good morning from here, from Australia, Melbourne. It is unfortunate that a Yoruba man can call Oro Festival diabolic. The guy is a Yoruba man. We've established that.
Allegedly. He alleges to be a Yoruba man, but I don't know. Okay, carry on.
He's a one man. Let's just leave that. He's a Yoruba man. Yeah, he's a Yoruba man. His dad is a born Yoruba and Lagosian, so he's a Yoruba man. But it's unfortunate that somebody of his own pedigree, and that is why people are talking. This guy doesn't regard Yoruba. He regards more of his mother's side, not more of his paternity side, which is his father. I watched the video yesterday. I just hold my head like this. What is this guy saying? Do they not have anything like a custom or festival in the southeast? Why will he come and tell us that Oro festival is a fetish and diabolical festival? What is he trying to say? I'm even happy at the long run the guy finally doesn't win the election. This one could have climbed down every cultural thing in Lagos State, even be Euro. He can even go as well as climbing down the Eyo. Because if he's saying Oro is a fetish and diabolical, he can as well say Eyo is a fetish and diabolical. So I'm happy. I hope he will remove Gbadibo from his name now, because for him to make this comment, it's not the Yoruba man. I don't think a Yoruba man will say that. Even though I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Christian. I don't. Can you mute yourself, please, Audi? Even though I'm a Yoruba
man, who was that? Carry on.
That is Audi. I've muted him. Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
So even though I'm a Yoruba man, I don't worship Oro. I don't worship anything. But that is our culture. It cannot be taken away from us in any way. No. If they are doing their Oro, I will stay in my house. That is what the indigenous wants to do. That is their culture. I can't take it away from them. We have culture here, one man. We have culture here in Australia. The Aboriginals, they do their rituals, do their culture. Nobody disrespect them. This is their land. So sometimes that's why we are talking about this guy. This guy it doesn't fit for any purpose. For him to be saying Oro is a diabolical and fetish. No man. It's unfortunate, one man. As a Yoruba man,
why would they say that? Because you have to understand that his constituency are young Christians. That's his constituency. So do you suspect that he's speaking to his constituency? Because he's a very articulate guy and he knows language. So he's not misspeaking. He's educated and very vast and very comfortable, very fluent with the English language. So it's not a misspeak. It's a deliberate placement of words. But which constituency do you think he's speaking to with those words?
No, he's speaking against the Lagosian. That is it. Which constituency do you expect him to be? He's speaking against the Lagosian. Because Oro festival is the Lagosian festival. There's Oro everywhere in the southwest. There's Oro in Ibadan. There is Oro in Abeokuta. They do it in Iremo, Shagam, everywhere. There's Oro. If they call for Oro, stay home. And Oro doesn't come out in the middle of the day, one man. It normally comes out at night.
Sure. Thomas.
So this guy, yeah.
Thomas.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me, Thomas? Yeah,
I can hear you.
Sorry to just. Yeah. I'm sure even in the East, I'm sure they have something similar to that. Even in the East, I'm sure there is something similar to that. I just thought even if that's part of the attribute of a leader as well. I think there is a way, even if you don't agree, you don't believe in that, there is a way you need to bring everybody together, regardless of their religion, their tradition, as being the governor or being the leader in that kind of place, in a community, in a state. You don't come out to state things like that. So does it know how many traditionalists that will even say, thank God we didn't do this. We didn't allow this guy to be governor, Carry on.
Yeah, but his constituency, his voter base, they are predominantly young and Christian, and they also consider native practice fetishistic and diabolical. So it's feeding meat. It's feeding meat to the
but
raw
one
meat.
Man, one man. Sorry, Thomas.
Yes, yeah.
Babajide Sanwo-Olu is a Christian. Oshibanjo is a Christian. I'm sure.
No. His followers. You know that he has nothing to lose. But Babajide Sanwo-Olu would not use that language because he has everything to lose. But he has nothing to lose. He's trying to push through. and he's pushing through with that militant Christian language, which is his core base. His base are in the churches, in the ethnicities, and in the young and funky, and all of those spaces they consider a native practice diabolism. Do you not think?
Well, I
One
just feel
man,
as a leader, even if
yeah, DOG continue.
carry on, Thomas. Don't let me obstruct
No,
you.
no, no,
Carry on.
speak now, DOG. Say what you want to say.
Well, one of you speak.
Yeah, yeah.
After
Yes, let
you.
me continue.
Yeah,
One man.
I just
Yeah.
I'm
don't
a
want to stop
Christian.
your flow. Yeah, because my thing is, as a leader,
All right. I think his system is giving him problems. So, but carry on, Thomas.
One man has a Christian. I'm in that bracket you are talking about. I don't count our cultural and what they are doing. I don't count it as fetish. I don't count it as fetish or diabolical. Even though I don't believe in them, I don't worship it, I don't participate in them, but I will never talk down on what they are doing. Never. Never talk down what they are doing because I'm a Yoruba man. My heritage is Yoruba man. My blood, everything of me is a Yoruba. My father is a Yoruba. My father is from Oyo State. My mother is from Ekiti. I am not mixed race. I am pure Yoruba person. I will never talk
What
down
are
on my
you doing,
culture.
Thomas? Excuse me. What are you doing?
What are
If
you?
you
What am I doing?
This is a religious matter. You have to be in one. That is the truth about it. We are talking about religion. This is a traditional religion, and if you're against, if you're a Christian, like like you said, if you're a Christian and you're trying to make excuses for a traditional religion, which the Bible totally is against. I'm not sure what you're practicing because you're trying to say you're Yoruba. That is not right. That is not right,
That
Thomas.
is your own take. Can you speak for me?
Dex, I think you should be asking yourself what you are
Yeah,
saying,
my
because
Grammy.
obviously if you're a Christian, you know your practice and you follow your practice. Is when you go outside your practice to practice other things. There is other practice. Even when Jesus was busy ministering up and down, he saw a lot of people worshiping idols. He stops the one he can
No,
stop.
I'm
Not
not. I'm
everybody
not
listened to
denying
him.
that
Jesus Christ.
fact. I'm not denying that
I
fact.
just don't
But
get
if
your
you're,
point. I don't get your
All
if
right.
point.
no, listen.
All right. Hold
Let
on.
me
Don't
finish.
don't 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 let us get too scriptural. It's just more the tradition, really. But there, say carry on.
Yeah, one man. Nobody in Nigeria before Christianity came, we are all traditional worshippers. That is just the truth. It's not because you're Yoruba or you're Hausa or you're whoever. It depends on who you found, what belief you found.
No, no. In terms of cultural sensitivity, should somebody aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State describe one of the main planks of custom and tradition in Lagos and Yoruba land, the Oro Festival, fetishistic and diabolical? Should he?
Um, I don't think so.
He wants to
No,
be a governor in
no,
Yoruba land and
no,
considers their custom fetishistic and diabolical.
no. He's wrong. I'm just making this statement in based on Thomas trying to kind of say he's Christian, and for a leader, you have to find a kind of a harmonious way to solve, issues and try to say something. But for a normal Christian like us, that that traditional worship is a no for you, and you have to say it how it is. You say it how it is. No, nothing like I'm a Yoruba or I'm Igbo because our ancestors worshipped Amadioha and all that stuff. I will say okay because I'm Igbo. I don't have to know. That's not how it is.
All right, back to you, Thomas.
Yes. Yes, yes. I'm very sorry to say this. I don't think you know what we are saying. You are not a Yoruba man. So what you are talking, you in this conversation, I'm very sorry. You can You can't know what I'm talking about because you are not a Yoruba man. So I'm very sorry. What you are saying, I don't understand what you are saying. So back to what I'm saying. I'm a Yoruba man, pride-born Yoruba man. I'm not a mixed race. My father doesn't come from Anambra or from Jigawa. My father is a Yoruba. My mom is a Yoruba. And I will say it again. I don't believe in fascistic. I don't believe in, but I will never despise them, what they are doing. That is our culture. You rather take it or leave it. Is it not same guy that went to Oni of Ile-Ife wearing cap in the palace?
No, the Oba of Lagos.
Oba of Lagos, or anywhere he went, a palace. Somebody that have brain, a Yoruba man that have brain.
Setting aside the Yoruba, like, because Yoruba is all about custom, but setting about the Yoruba or not, is it the case that this guy, because he tells you that he grew up abroad, is it the case that he has spent that much time abroad that he has no real connect with the customs and ways of the people?
Yes, that is it. And he doesn't regard it. He despises it. Immediately you enter the Oba Palace, you should remove your cap. Why you put a cap on the palace? Yes, DOG.
Thomas, shouldn't he have somebody like a guardian that guides him through these traditional and cultural things, especially during those campaign periods, because of even the backlash of him people saying is mainly Igbo. He doesn't even speak Yoruba. I think he should have had somebody that he carries along that put him through all these traditional rites, all this culture, all this, like you're going to the palace. When we get to the palace, you need to remove your cap. So if you can't even get somebody like that while you are doing all that, what is the guarantee you will put a good team together? Because I believe if I'm in his shoes and I don't even speak Yoruba like he doesn't speak Yoruba, I think I would have somebody that I carry along, especially when I'm going to this traditionalist, all these kings, all these ballets and things that will put you through and tell you, oh, this is how you do when you get there. These are the things you should say. This is how you greet this Oba. This is the language you speak to this Oba. This is how you understand what I'm trying to say. But anyway,
the father is still alive.
All right.
The father is alive.
Maybe we are even flogging this matter too much. But looking at the father himself, I don't think the man too is
Ajebota now. His father is
that kind of thing. Yeah, thank you, one man. I don't even know what to use. In that line, it looks like an Ajebota that doesn't even really know how to sit down and say all these things. But carry on. Maybe we should.
All right.
If you are not in the shoes of Yoruba, you will not know what I'm talking about. Maybe your culture is different from Yoruba, but our culture we don't despise our culture. We hold it firmly, we respect it, we carry it with care.
Thomas, yes. Let me say this. You're not more Yoruba than my friend Inka. And don't say that I don't know Yoruba people. Because what
you don't know.
No, leave this alone. No, I don't want to. Hold on.
Let me say this.
I want them to. I want
like this.
Yes, exactly.
Like this,
all right.
I have, like I said, I have a lot of Yoruba friends, and we talk a lot, and they share so many views. And I'm telling you that if you're saying that one person is not Yoruba because he's not sharing your view, then you should just say it's human nature to change how they see things over time. Doesn't mean they are not Yoruba enough. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
I think you are listening with prejudice. One man I've said earlier on that he's a Yoruba man. Didn't I say that? I did say that. I didn't say it's not a Yoruba. You are just listening with prejudice.
But you said he's not Yoruba enough.
He's not Yoruba enough to me. That is my opinion.
Thomas, hi.
Yes, please, Audi.
Yeah.
I wanted to move it on from there, but
okay. All right.
Okay.
So I'd just like to drop in 2 lines before you move on.
Right,
First off, Lagos is a syncretic state. Meaning
is it what? Is it what? Is it what?
Syncretic state. Syncretic.
Oh yeah, give us the look at that. And look at educated people coming here to intimidate us. What does that mean?
So pretty much a place where you have different forms of belief and practices.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. And as a governor or as an internal governor, one of the very basic things you should understand about Lagos is that it gives everyone the liberty to practice their beliefs. And you should understand that piece. So denigrating one over another already, faults you as a leader. I think that's probably so. Even I won't even speak to his Yoruba-ness. I will just speak to his capability as being a leader, understanding that everyone in my state that I intend to lead have their beliefs, and for that piece, I should actually, respect them and not denigrate one over the other. So would he say the same thing about Muslims as well too, because it's Christian? And say, the Islamic faith, maybe during their crusade or something, the Islamic faith is, is also barbaric, or Taliban, have Taliban traits or something, And then there's just to you, right? Having Yoruba friends or having Yoruba people, that's one thing, but understanding the culture. So I think where Thomas is coming from is that Yorubas as a people, as a nation, as an ethnic group, we understand liberalism. So we would never, as a true core Yoruba person, we would never denigrate one over the other. So that's why you see that you find.
Also, we are in the Yoruba space are very indigenous. There's one thing that you can cause offense in Yoruba is to disrespect the culture. They don't like it. They just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give a very popular example that everyone knows, and I'll just end it there. Tinubu, I mean, we all know Bola Tinubu, right? He's Muslim, right? His wife is Christian. Okay, he has a daughter who is probably even agnostic, because she's probably even, she's probably she's probably pro gay. So just imagine that's the Yoruba end case. We don't care. And then he has a daughter who's an Iyaloja, who is probably very, very traditional.
And before you can become a Iyaloja, you have to be a very
yeah. So that's a typical Yoruba family.
You have to be very carried.
Yeah. So having a Yoruba friend doesn't help in this case. I guess that's where Thomas is coming from.
But what I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is, like you said, for him to come out and say that I said is wrong. I said it when I started. But the fault I'm seeing is Thomas trying to say any Yoruba that shows that kind of view and don't respect the fetish traditional ways, that person is not Yoruba enough.
Why are you calling me fetish? Why are you calling me fetish?
No. Yeah, let's move on. I don't want to go down that
probably.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, if it's going to be very brief, because I'm keen to move away from there.
I think the only difference between Thomas' point and Des' point is Thomas is trying to say, okay, one can be religious syncretic, but Des is more like the Christian faith is not syncretic with other religion. So it's either you are a Christian or you are not a Christian, or you are. While Thomas is more like maybe you can still be religiously syncretic, but irrespective, I think when it comes to politics, either you're a Muslim or you're a Christian or you're a traditional worshipper, you need to find a balance between the three religions. And let's be sincere with ourselves. I don't think there's a politician in the Yoruba space itself that can even be who is not religiously syncretic, in terms of we have some little bit of traditional
attendee
yes,
on the attendee
exactly,
level.
that's the truth. You have some little traditional, you go to your church, you do your traditional thing, and even if you're a Muslim, we know how these people do. So don't let us come here and try to be holier than the Pope. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Let me make you guys laugh. I want to make you guys laugh.
No. I want to move on, but can you hold on, please? Let Ola round up that space, and then I'll move Thomas on to Enugu. Ola, round up that space.
Okay. My contribution to this is so simple. Uh, the way Rose Vival behaved, you know, all of us say we have sentiment about religion, even though we say something openly, but we do something else in our closet. What Rose Vival did just testified to his styles of leadership. You know, in leadership, there are some things you don't say, even though if you disagree, you just keep quiet and just play around because yours is just to make all your all those people that you want to lead to have says. You just want to have them buying it. So you don't discriminate, even though in your own belief you disagree, but you don't necessarily say it. So it's leadership. So I think you may need a lot to learn about leadership going forward. That's just my point. So I won't criticize him so much based on his own faith that made him react that way. But he should learn more on how to relate with people because we have we have millions of negotiators that have different beliefs, and you have to know how to manage them. That's my point.
Oh, all right, Brian, thank you. Sorry, D, I was just keen to, I didn't want us to spend as much time on that space, but we spent longer than we should have. So let me move it on and take you in this direction, Thomas. So I'm taking you to Enugu, where there was a lot of delay in that election, but it looks as though, and for a very long time, a lot of people felt that that state will be going to the Labour Party. In fact, in the course of conversations, the attribution had been made to Labour Party. But alas, pipped at the post, INEC finally declares winner of Enugu governorship election. The candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP in Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, has won the March the 18th governorship election in the state. He scored 160,895 votes to defeat his closest rival, Chijoke Edeoga, of the Labour Party, who polled 157,552 votes. Frank Ngweke Jr. of the APGA scored 17,000 votes. The returning officer of the Independent National Electoral Commission in the state, Professor Ofo, declared Mba the winner on Wednesday evening at the resumption of the final collation of governorship elections in the Enugu state capital. Before the announcement, Professor Ewe had said he was requested to come to Enugu because the commission had concluded the review of the result of Nkanu East and Unsuka local government areas, which were under contention. He said, we have come back to conclude the collation of results. We received some petitions, particularly from Unzuka and Nkanu East local government areas, and these things were taken to Abuja for resolution. The petition against Unzuka was overruled. That means whatever anyone had against Unzuka was not substantiated. However, the petition against Nkanu East was sustained by the commission. Before the review, we had 30,350 votes for the PDP, but after the review, PDP now reduced to 16,000. For the LP, the votes they had was 1,855 after the review, 1,864. So they got what, about 6 more something. Based on the fact that the petition against Nkanu was sustained, Iwe invited the coalition officer for Nkanu local government area to call out the results after the review. Sorry, whoever that is, please mute yourself. However, Labour Party coalition agent objected to the continuation, saying that it was against the provisions of the Electoral Act to still release results from a particular unit after it had been discovered to have been that they have been overvoting. His objection was overruled by the professor, who claimed he was under authority to do what I am doing here this evening. So there it is. So a marginal victory for the PDP in Enugu. Dr. Peter Mba, the now new governor of Enugu State. So your reaction to that? It was keenly fought by the Labour Party, who were quite hopeful that they would take it, but alas, picked at the post. What do you make of that, Thomas?
Yeah, I think we can say structure play a big role there, and a little bit of rigging as well. You can't take rigging from PDP. You know, they are the mass. They are very good in that. Like I said, I think that is what play out in that place because I think the Labour Party should be taking that Enugu because you know now all these their movements going on everywhere. I think they should take it. But yeah, rigging is part of our election. Even though we don't like it, sometimes we just deceive ourselves. Rigging is the part of the process of our election in Nigeria. So PDP will use the money, they will use the might, they will use rigging, they will use the structure, they have everything to that is the PDP state, one man. It's a PDP, there's nothing in there. What they breed is PDP. Everything of them is PDP.
But it was closely fought though. The margins quite tight in that election. I'm sure they will petition it still.
Yeah, that would be good. I like the Frank Wike Jr. I don't just know. I just like that guy. I could have loved him to win that election. But PDP is still all the way. That's what before the election I talk about PDP having the structure. PDP has not changed their name since 1999. APC, every other party have changed their name. APC has changed their name from ACN, blah blah blah. But they have the structure. They are there. People know them. Some people sometimes they don't even need to campaign too much because that is their state. They always vote for them since 2019, since 99. So I'm not surprised, one man. But I could have want the Frank Ukweke Jr.
Yeah, people are saying
bias. Yeah.
People are saying there are echoes coming from you, Thomas. But stay with the southeast still. With the exception of Abia State, status quo is still maintained in the southeast. So all of the state elections, they've got even in Anambra State where they had assembly elections. Abga took virtually everything. So status quo maintains in the southeast, with the Obi voting showing as an anomaly. But how anomalous was that vote? If you look at the voting patterns in the southeast and you weigh that against the presidential space, do you think there should be more scrutiny placed on just what we saw in the southeast with all these average 90% votes for Peter Obi? At the state PDP, APC, ABGA, outside of the presidential space, how can that be?
Yeah, we know now. We know they rigged the presidential. That is no doubt about that. Because the presidential should be reflected in this governorship and the House of Assembly. It should be reflected. The same people that voted in the presidential, all of them have not died. They are still alive and they are still claiming they are Labour Party member and they love Labour parties. Even some of them, they are not Labour Party members, but they want Labour Party. And I think they should be taking more of the chunk of vote from the Southeast. Because for me now, I can take Labour Party is a Southeastern party. To me, they've exercised that in the presidential. So I think they should be exercising the same thing in the governorship and the House of Assembly. But it's not being replicated. We can't see that. Because this Enugu, I thought Labour Party, I even thought all the other, I think there's 3 governorship in the Southeast, if I'm not mistaken. I think Labour Party should be taking all of them all the way. But if it's not reflecting now in their governorship, so what happened in the presidential election? So we saw the
tell you, Thomas, there's no rigging there. I mean, this has been the talk every time, but it feels like people are maybe if you talk it, they will take it from one ear and remove it from the other ear. Obi is a very different person. Obi is, I don't know how to explain Obi to you because you're not Igbo.
I'm happy. I'm not Igbo. Yeah. Yes, I'm happy.
I don't know how to. Yeah. I don't know how to explain how the Igbos take Obi. And you might feel
I don't
it's
want
a
to know. I
tribal
don't even want
thing.
to know.
No, settle down, Thomas. Let go on. Yeah.
You might feel is the president's was just a tribal thing, but it was mainly because of how they see Obi.
Sorry, Des. You see, the presidency, even if it was a tribal thing or not, the figures, they're too questionable. 95%, 93%, all of those sort of figures, they are questionable figures. Do you know why they are questionable? Because they are not consistent with the voting patterns of the Southeast. So the voting patterns are thank you. Thank you, UK, for the super sticker. I thought people had given up on that space, but it looks as though you are maintaining it. So you've done that twice now. So I acknowledge that. So it's not consistent with the voting pattern of the Southeast. And if you look at even if you factor in the tribal element, then that should be round about 40 to at the most generous 50-55%. Because of course their voting patterns has always been PDP, APGA, that sort of thing. So for them to pivot to this guy to the 90% level, the mid 90% level, it's questionable. It is, isn't it?
No, not really. The question you asked, the voting pattern, even if it's APOGA, what percentage is APOGA winning? If it's PDP, what percentage is PDP winning? That's what you call voting pattern. Not saying because APOGA is voted here, that means if it's a different person. If they want to go for one person, they go for one person. That's their voting pattern. Not saying anything else. And that's how the presidential election worked out. They always go for one person. That's just how it is.
One man, to answer that question, I just think it's just tribal vote. Forget about all this story. Once upon a time, Titan, that was a cat. Peter Obi's vote in this, that yes, Peter Obi's vote in the Southeast is just tribal. We want our man. We vote for our man, and there's no crime about it. There is no crime about it. So some people tell us once upon a time there was a cat. I don't agree that it's properly is a tribal vote. We want our man, we vote for our man. There is no crime in it. You have the fundamental right to vote for who you want to vote for. The Southeasterner have the right to vote who they want to vote for. The Northerner have the right to vote who they want to vote for. The Southwesterner have the right to vote who they want to vote for. So I don't buy that one. It's not in my dictionary. So back to what we are saying. So I'm a proud Yoruba man. So I can't even know what is going on in the Southeast, but I know what is going on in the Southwest. So that vote there, it doesn't make any sense to me for the presidential to vote all the way for Labour Party, and to the governorship and House of Assembly, they go back to their old ways. So maybe we can say Peter Obi is unique in that election. Yes, I can say that. I agree to that. It's unique because they want their man, and there's no crime about it. That is my submission, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So stay with us. So Thomas, for time, let me move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Aldi, who hopefully is ready to go. So Aldi, are you ready?
Yes, I am one, man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Aldi. So Aldi, I want to spend a bit more time in that space that Thomas was just speaking to there, because yes, I concede that there was a strong tribal element to the vote at the presidential level, and I concede also that the abundance of the Southeast saw the opportunity to have their son be governor. I concede that, but what I struggle with are the voting percentages. So when you are getting mid 90% voting as a result from any space, the electoral space always finds that it makes the electoral space uncomfortable. And then when you look at the voting habits of those spaces, who traditionally have their usual watering holes when it comes to election, and it's a sharp deviation from those watering holes, and then at the next election they revert back to type, does it not bring the totality of that a high 90% voting pattern in the Southeast to question?
Yes, and then no. The yes part meaning based of the voting part and the amount of numbers, how exceedingly high, it turned out. So yes, it's questionable, especially when we found some subtle breadcrumbs of voter intimidation, voter buying, and the voter buying from the diasporans. To remember we're having certain people who would say we will not send money to our parents if they don't vote Peter Obi. So those itself are actually part of rigging because you're actually intimidating and voter buying, and of course voter suppression. So it's questionable. I also know that in some polling units they did open voting, meaning that they did not have those secret boxes. So they had the open table, people gathered around, and everyone were all excited, and they were thumbprinting. So you notice in some of those areas, their voters' papers were not forwarded because it was already open, so there was no need to forward them. And then to speak to what Des had said, so in Des's attempt to try to make Obi not look tribal, he emphasized the tribalism of Obi. He said, "Oh, you will not understand what Obi means to us within the Igbos because you're not Igbo." To me, that's also some way emphasizing that. But I can tell very vehemently that was, it was the excitement of it. And then I'd sent you a screenshot to your Instagram yesterday, and then you notice that, like you rightly said, people went back into their usual voting patterns, and in the totality of Labour Party for the entire gubernatorial election, they had 10% of what they got during the presidential, just about 600,000. And to me, that's like almost like a very somewhat shambolic number that
You
speaks
you mean
about.
you mean at the gubernatorial space they got
Yes,
10%?
yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
the plot thickens.
Yes, yes. So everyone just reverted to status quo, and that's to speak to Des that it's not. They don't choose. They don't. I think the Southeasterners. Again, I'm not one of them, but I think they've somewhat chosen a party to identify with than a candidate. So during the presidential, yes, they indeed identify with a candidate. That's in this case was Peter Obi, but when it came to the senatorial, gubernatorial, the top to bottom LP did not work anymore. People went back to status quo. They went back to their parties. They went back to APGA. They went back to PDP, and then we saw such things. Or maybe yes, that's pretty much. Of course, then the traditional stuff of rigging and chaos and stuff also did happen, but then they happen in tremendous numbers. So I don't think that they will have done so much suppression to suppress the Labour Party votes. Every Labour Party person, by tradition, more often than not, used to be PDP members, PDP card carrying members, and then and I can say this because you see that same pattern outside of their region. So you find that even within Lagos, you're right, they traditionally vote PDP. In the areas where that Labour won, tremendously high in the Ojos and the Amuwo, the Fins, and the Alaba areas. Those are traditional PDP areas within the Lagos state, and they automatically became a Labour Party place. So even when they're outside their region, in the places where they have huge blocks, they still intend to vote for PDP. So I pretty much agree. So yes, I do have a yes no, but I think it's more partisan than it is tribal. But for presidential, it was tribal.
Do you think the votes that came out of the Southeast at the presidential space, do you think it can stand up to scrutiny?
Oh yes, sure, definitely. I do. I'm aware. I will suspect that one of the things that the president-elect camp would do is to run forensics, and that's like where they will see a different kind of battle. There'll be tons of forensic cases to prove that enigmatic will always come in and hear and share some of those reasons, and then we will see many of those cases where lots of voter suppression did happen, like the one I gave example of. The ballots went as secret as the case was. We will find lots of repeated signatures. So you find one person signing for multiple people, so such things definitely did happen. You find places where, because APC and PDP had polling agents for every polling unit. So meaning, and they were present. So in the places where they were present, they didn't have the liberty to sign that in itself is also part of the things that will also come out as well too. So yes, there'll be some, there'll be some mitigations coming from that angle as well too.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for the other for the super sticker UK. It looks as though it's only UK that has brought his wallet to the party today. So thank you, UK. But still staying with that space. There was a lot of anomalies in that space, but you feel they will stand up to scrutiny. A lot of people feel that that a good 60% of the vote in the Southeast were dubious.
I think the only other bit that, again, I guess because of this, they had this excitement. So I will use Anambra, as a case study, right? So Anambra is typically,
but Anambra is an outlier now. That's homeboy something.
Exactly, now. Yeah. So that is very strong Apga base. And then we also know that their current governor, a bit of Apga stuff and all, and as the case was. And then, but you would have expected that, just a pinch of 10% at the minimum, or 15% at the minimum would have voted the Apga candidate. But everything just literally went to Peter or B. And I think because obviously yes, it was going to win, but I guess it was more of the margin. But then if I went by what Des said, I think the day before the election, he had said they were going to get over 1 million plus votes from within Anambra alone, even though it turned out to be 500. So I guess yes, they also from within space, they already knew that they're all going to vote en masse for that particular candidate. So it could generally be excitement, and that could also be a reflection of what you find, a counter reflection of what we will find within the southwestern region, where even though they will prefer their candidates, a pinch of them will still choose to go for something else. So you find like in Osun State, for example, and as a case study, even though yes, Ashewaju did get some very high votes, but of course PDP still won. So every other region, but then you find similar within the Kwakwaso space where everyone just wanted to vote Kwakwaso. So I think it's also very possible that yes, as a statement of cultural statements, this is one of us, and we are going to use everything that we have to vote him. But I also heard, I haven't fact checked this, but I also heard that in one of the previous elections, I think 2019 election, Atiku and Obi also got very high margins, probably between the 80 to 92, to 80% to 90%. I haven't fact checked that. So if that did happen then it makes sense that it will happen even more now. So it calls for question. But then again, if you look at it based on the sentiment that happened before, sentiment that happened during, sentiment that's happening now, it's very possible that a very high fraction of them indeed went that way.
All right, brilliant. Are you a Yoruba speaker out there?
Yes, I have. Though I stutter when I speak it, but yes.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to play you.
Better than Gbadebo.
Yeah, far better than. Okay, say echo.
Echo.
All right, brilliant. So you've already. That's the low bar now that we are setting to test if somebody can speak Yoruba or not. So if they can say the word echo, that makes them Yoruba.
Look,
it's unbelievable. Thank you, Gbadebo.
And I'll say echo.
All right, you said you're going to play something.
All right. So I want to play you 2 clips. One about Gbadebo, which is to the space that I was discussing with Thomas just then, but one a bit more lighthearted and humored. But before I do any of that, let me acknowledge Augustine Kigbe's super sticker. So thank you, Augustine. So it looks as though UK rather has now inspired that space. So more of that to come. Any and everybody should join both UK and Augustine. So thank you to the 2 gentlemen, and we wait to see others join that space. But watch this.
Fúnkẹ́ ò lọ́kọ o, jàǹdà ò láyà. Ẹ sọ fún wọn pé sọ́wọ́ ó ṣe wẹ́dìn, kọ́ yé máa tèkó jẹ mọ́. Èkó gàn, kọ́ yé máa tèkó jẹ mọ́.
So what are you making of that? The Yoruba Oriote sort of thing?
I mean, that's one thing that's always happened within the Yoruba space, especially with women. When they have been rivalry, you're having maybe wives of one husband, neighbors. It's one of the ways Yorubas would sting each other. With songs and subtle jabs. So, so yes, it's quite expected.
The only thing that disappointed me is they didn't do that pull up your hero and then do that side.
Right.
That's how they do it now to hammer it. No, if there's one thing about Yoruba, they know about people send it in. It's all everything I play here, people send in.
Oh my God!
You see, all right. So to more serious matters now. So back to this guy. What this?
The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians, spiritually with their fetish diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically.
So we are back with Guega again, RD. This guy mystifies me, because I'm not quite sure what he's pursuing, because he doesn't seem to be doing to ingratiate himself with the Yoruba people who are the abundance of Lagos State. And not only is he not doing that, is actually doing some to repel the Yoruba space. He can't speak the language, which people have difficulties with. And then he goes to the Oba's palace, is talking to the Oba with his cap on, and then he's describing the Oro festival as diabolic and fetishistic. I mean, what was he trying to achieve? What's going on here with this guy, Vivo?
Right. I mean, one man, I think it's quite preposterous, that he's constantly alienating himself from that culture. I'm not sure what experiences he's had in the past. I'm not what stories he's consumed. I'm not sure if it's about the Western education, but there's this there's this vim, there's this resentment that he has. Even whilst he was within the Oba's palace, you could see his demo. It was a bit, absent. He had his hat on, he had his legs crossed, he looked absent. He just felt like if he had to be there to fulfill righteousness. And I guess those are probably the body language that even the Oba had read that called his professor, look, dude, you're a great guy, you're promising, but would rather go with Sanwo-Olu. There's that, I think and it's not his fault. There are quite a number of people who are like that, especially many diaspora raised kids. And I think maybe I can just speak to us parents. Maybe one thing and I mean, this is just my opinion, anyways. But one thing I feel parents can do is to not use Nigeria as a threat factor, or also don't use Yoruba as a cultural resentment. So don't threaten your kids with, oh, if you keep misbehaving, I'll take you to Nigeria. Or why are you behaving like a Yoruba person? I guess those things somehow have a way of growing into the mental.
Albi or Aldi rather. It's things turning full cycle, isn't it? It's a full cycle thing. Because back in those days, you used to be mocked for not being able to speak English properly. Right. Now you are being mocked for not being able to speak Yoruba. So everything has turned full circle.
I mean, the irony of it is the people who started the mocking of speaking Yoruba were actually the Saros. Because when they came back with their very strong Cockney, hoity-toity British accent, like one man, and then they looked down on the likes of myself and Thomas. And
look at this guy that speaking Oxford English. Carry on.
And then I mean, so that was when Yoruba became a vernacular, even in schools, and those things had a way of transitioning. But then I guess as the generation moved back and moved by, people started appreciating the culture more. I think Gbadebo is probably one of those persons who have delineated himself from that cultural space, the cultural belief. I mean, Lagos is almost where there's almost no very minimalistic people who will grow up in Lagos of any tribe that would not pick up very strong Yoruba accents. I mean, even you might not have the H factor, but at least you will speak the accent properly. But Gbadebo himself doesn't want to. He doesn't like it.
No,
Yeah.
I want to believe those things comes from upbringing, parents. I'm having an issue with one of my more or less like a cousin now. The wife is a Yoruba, he's also a Yoruba, but I'm telling you, the wife is fighting him that the children should be speaking English at home. The children, if you speak to them in Yoruba, they will not be able to respond to you. So it's something that needs to be looked at properly. Then about the culture itself, the way the Yoruba film directors to portray the culture, I think some things needs to be separated. Let us remove maybe the religious part from the good part of the culture. For example, whenever they are doing some home videos, you see that if anybody wants to harm somebody, they need to go to a Yoruba, maybe Ifa or Babalawo to go and invoke some spells. So when children or older people or some other culture see these things, they will be like, is this what the traditional institution is meant for? You know? Most times people associate the traditional institution to evil acts, forgetting that even the
But
traditional institution has
Ife,
its own. Yeah, DOG, thank you
yeah,
for the
sorry,
last time.
yeah, yeah,
I
sorry. Oh
really
no, no, no
appreciate
sweat,
you. I
no sweat
really
at all.
appreciate you.
Yeah, sorry about cutting you short. I just felt that the movies you are talking about, it goes both ways. There are Igbo films where they do all this abali stuff as well. So,
Yeah.
I just feel, you see, this cultural thing. I just think you have to develop interest. I know Igbos that were born in Ibadan, born in Lagos, and their both parents are Igbos. They sell in Igbo market and they speak Yoruba like no other man's. Even some Yoruba can't speak Yoruba than them.
Yes, now.
That's
There
why I
was
don't
one.
understand.
There was one guy on Thomas's session yesterday. He called himself a Romila, purebred Southeasterner, full blood, I should say. But his Yoruba is better than both of us.
Yeah, because I have a lot of people like that I know that are Igbos. I have a lot of Igbo friends that we all grew up together, school together. If these guys that, and their both parents are Igbos, if these guys are speaking Yoruba, it is only when you hear their name that you know that this guy is Igbo. You
During
understand?
my
So
set
that's why
in
I
WAEC,
asked a question
during my
before the
set in
election,
WAEC,
like,
we had
did
Igbos that had A1 in Yoruba now.
Mhm.
And me, I
I
even
asked
had C6. I had C6 in my Yoruba.
I asked a question before the election, like, did Bolan live all his life abroad? Because I post
Hold on. His accent does not suggest that he grew up abroad.
One man.
exactly,
His accent does not
DOG.
suggest that he grew up abroad.
yeah,
DOG, one man. So we have a problem in that you see that Lagos Island, Ajebota, Ikoyi, VGC, Lagos of that Lagos. We have uncles whose children don't speak Yoruba. We have uncles whose children don't or even cannot even answer you in normal where is your mom? Ibo ni ìyá ẹ wà? So I think it's a problem in that their VGC, Lekki stuff, such that when you speak to them in the local dialect, they see you as how would I put it? Old school. Is it old school? No.
No, there's a snobbing. There's
local.
Yes.
hold on, hold
Ajepako
on,
versus Ajebota's syndrome.
hold on. It's not just a VGC Victoria Island thing. I think it's a middle class thing because I know people from middle class families in Nigeria in their 20s and teens. They don't you speak to them in Yoruba, they answer you back in English, and you probably hear a Yoruba word from them once a week, one time a week, and they're just middle class children, late teens, early mid 20s, 30s, thereabouts. They just, I don't know, man. They recoil from the language. We thought there was a reclamation of culture going on with all of this Nollywood and Davido thing stream. If you go to the O2, if Davido is there or Wizkid, the place is packed to the point that they have to call the police. But these people, they won't speak the language. It's a real puzzle.
Yeah. I mean, I think if there's one thing that I can say has been bringing the language back subtly. It's been the the Afrobeat, which is bringing it back into songs, and they're dancing and vibing to it. But I think one thing that people are also missing from the Yoruba itself is it's beyond the traditional to tradition. It's beyond the let me use better buzzwords, the voodoo and fetish piece. It's actually so the Yoruba itself is beyond that. Yoruba, the language itself is one thing. The culture is another thing as well. The traditions is another thing as well too. The Omoluabi factor, the piece that makes you prostrate when you see your elders, that makes you kneel down when you see your elder ones, the ones that makes you use air for people who are older. Those pieces don't even require you to be very traditional. You just understand those pieces. The piece that will tell you to remember of the child of whom you're from. Ronto Mointi one shape. Those beautiful pits. Those are the things that many of us grew up from. So we didn't even need to grow up with the Father Yoloro mentality or Abijai mentality. We just knew that as Yorubas you could. But I think for Gbadebo's case, it could be two things, and this is just my own personal opinions. It could be from his circle of friends that he grew up with, or I strongly think it's probably his mom's influence on him. So that he ran as Chinedu. He speaks Igbo, as I heard, fluently. So he probably grew up within his mom's circle, maybe a little bit away from his dad, because he speaks very strong Nigerian accents. And for you to
yes, that accent, because he keeps telling us that he grew up abroad. But even if you grow up, you see what usually happens is if you go abroad in, let's say if you're a child and you go abroad, you lose the Nigerian accent completely. If you're late teens, early 20s, you get a layered accent that you get away with. If you're in your mid 20s to early 30s, you get an abridged sort of accent that has an undercurrent of your nativism, but layered with some Englishness, maybe somewhat like I speak. But certainly, so anybody that has spent any time abroad throughout, and he's only 40, so throughout his formative years, so he's still even in that formative stage, you will hear a lilt of that, because you know when you go abroad now, when you get fed up with repeating yourself, you say, but I'm speaking English now, then you start to slowly, of course, then you start to slowly adapt to the way that you will be understood, and then it becomes your natural flow of language. So, but we don't hear that from him. We don't hear that from him. We hear an educated, very articulate, rich grasp of the English language, but with a very obvious Nigerian accent. There's no abroad in his voice. No abroad in his voice.
Yeah. I mean, his wife even has that much more foreign influence in our vocals than he does. But I guess he just didn't have that Yoruba experience. He probably didn't connect with his father's side, maybe up until now. So you find it more with him using his Patrick for convenience whilst he's abroad. His Chinedu for convenience more whilst within his maybe everyday circle. And then Gbadebo became political expediency. So I guess those are probably the piece that I feel, and it's of no fault of his. Sometimes people just choose one identity over the other. So in this case, he chose the Igbo identity over the Yoruba one, but then the Yoruba one is only the one that can put him into the political space, because if you had gone within the Igbo radius, you probably wouldn't get the much attention, but not to speak to, but I think the piece that I feel is quite exasperating for me is the fact that he had to use such words like fetish, primordial, even to the entire language. Like, what would you say Yoruba language? That's to his interview with Channels TV. He called it primordial. He says, I don't think in Yoruba. And saying, so I can understand that piece when you say I don't think in Yoruba. But then, because of his nuances, I can tell that he has a condescending approach to that, people of the Yoruba enclave. It could be his mom's thing.
Do you sense a resentment towards the Yoruba from that guy?
Oh yes.
And do you think it's the mother's? Because there's a lot of speculation that the home space is somewhat acrimonious. A lot of speculation that he was born out of wedlock, but they said they released wedding photos to debunk that. I've not seen that. But certainly he grew up under the mother's influence. And in acrimonious relationships, when your mother takes you away, his head will be filled with all manner.
Right. I mean, and that's like the typical story of, yes, acrimonious relationships where the child has resentments even beyond the father, to the father's culture. And that could be maybe the mom experienced some sort of, backlash from the father's family. You go marry Igbo, Wale, those kind of piece. So the mom is like, look, that's how all Yorubas are. That's how all Lagos men are. That's how, avoid them. So he probably grew up with that, appropriation that didn't, include, that wasn't inclusive. So I mean, I get it.
What
But
are we doing? I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Hold on.
We are trying to unravel the mystery, the myth.
That's your profiling, but just hold on. I mean, hold your thoughts.
I almost feel like we're gossiping right now. That's almost
we're not gossiping now.
That's almost how I feel.
We're talking about a leading politician in Nigeria.
Exactly.
But not when it comes to personal life. We're just basically going deep inside someone's. I don't even know how to explain this right now.
So
It doesn't feel right.
So
Des,
what are you talking
hold
about?
on. Okay, so yes, I mean, let me just quickly speak to Des.
Calling his mom and all that stuff. No.
Hold
Dex,
on,
let us leave. Stop interjecting.
No, you can interject now. Let the conversation take place.
You can.
Carry on.
But Des, he's not just someone. This is someone who could have led the fifth largest economy in the entire. So even if we were Nigerians, maybe let's imagine we were Ghanaians, we should still take interest in this chap. But then here's the thing he said: his rhetorics are strong. So he didn't say. He said he called it fetish. So when someone says something for fetish, it's now left to us as a crowd to understand why he will think in that direction. So we're not just gathering here as men, and then we are like by campfire and we just gossiping. No, we're actually trying to wonder why someone of that, of such intent to have a portfolio would use such words as fetish for a people you intend to manage. So are you saying that imagine he had become governor, he would alienate everything traditional. He will then alienate an entire tribe. So you now realize that there are far many people in Isaleko, in Ikorodu, in Ekpe, even in the Lagos Island, even in Oniru, the Etiosa area, that are very traditional. Then what happens to those people? What happens to the entire monarchical system? The people buying lands that we are buying today, most of those vast lands, we buy them from moneyless, from from monarchs. I mean, you're Igbo, so you understand this monarchical culture. So imagine someone called that entire monarchical culture of Igbos fetish. I mean, you guys have New Year festivals, even though it's for you have your masquerades, and then someone refer to them as fetish. I mean, this is something that you guys revere. This is something you guys are proud of. We have this lady. There's this Igbo man who has this. I think maybe a German lady or Dutch. She's a Caucasian. And she's kid, and she has a kid. She speaks Igbo very strongly from deep within the gut. They go to those cultural festivals, and then imagine someone calls it fetish. You would not like it. So if you're just a random guy, you probably would play the video.
I actually get what you're saying.
Yes,
though.
so that's it.
I get what you're saying.
We're just trying to
how I don't feel right. I'm just saying that what doesn't feel right about it when you start saying, although you didn't say it, it's more like saying his mom didn't train him right. I mean, trying to get that deep. If we are trying to face him, I prefer we face the particular guy.
No, we're trying. What we're speculating to is why a Yoruba man would describe a Yoruba culture as diabolical.
It might, like I said, people change. It might just be his unbelief. He's a grown-ass man. That's just what it is. He can't. He's not a child. He's a grown-ass man. That's the point I'm making.
All right. Let me take you from that space. Let me take you from that space, RD, and take you to the Supreme Court justices that we just went through, who will be almost certainly adjudicating to decide who our president will be going forward. So it's a mixed blend of every space in Nigeria, arrow-headed by Justice Olukayode Ariwola, a full-blood Yoruba man from Oyo, of course, where you have that expectation. But the focus will be on these people. So what is your thinking of that space? And of course, they will only, out of all of the justice, it's not the entire bank of Supreme Court justices that will adjudicate. It will be a selection of them. But what sort of a mix are you looking to see to ensure that free and fair is done, equity and all that?
I mean, I've not been paying as much attention to the, to those space, but it's good that I like the expose that you did. And to your question initially, the other lady, the Aisha lady, her mom is American, of Caucasian background, and I think she's somewhat in some way related to Ben Bruce in some quasi way. I'm not sure what that connection is. I sent you a screenshot to
was that you? Yeah, I was just going to say somebody sent me. Yeah,
yeah. So so there's some sort of connection, amongst them. But I would know that I would expect a fair, a very fair judgment. I wouldn't want a very cultural naming, judges, because it'd be easy for the obese council to push back and say, this looks like it's very tribal, even though they understand. I did see Dati's interview on Channels today, and it was pretty strong. I don't know if you took a sneak peek of Dati's interview, and the reason why
so somebody sent it to me. I'll bring it up in a moment. But carry on,
yeah, it was very strong. His dismissal of the court system itself, it was also strong. He looked into the camera. He was very daring, and then he almost questioned them. So he said, "Look, yes, we will use them, but I don't trust them." And then Shimon had asked him, "Oh, is it that you don't trust them when you lose?" And they said, "Look, I don't trust them when they lose, but nonetheless, we are only holding on to the 2%." I think, to me, that sounds defeatist, but I think it's also already making an excuse of how that Supreme Court will not come out in favorable of the judgment. So he gave examples.
Are they not trying to intimidate the judicial space with that? Yes. Should they be sanctioned for those sort of comments?
Yes, but I guess that everyone seems to be they are careful treading around the Peter Obi space. So that I think one thing that Obi camp has done effectively is to throw so many expletives out there. And it's going to be very difficult for anyone to come against them, because you rile the crowd, and then you cannot go in favor. But then the uniqueness of the Supreme Court is that they don't, unlike other courts, they work with sentiment. So they will pay attention to the pulse of the people and find out what's going on. And a very good example is the cash issue that happened. They deliberately waited for the presidential election to make their ruling, because if they made it before, it could favor one candidate over the other. So that's how sensitive the Supreme Court is. So they will probably check the pulse of people, see how the mindset of people are going to. If everyone remains calm and listen to them.
So you're expecting a political decision from them.
I suspect that their decision would be more of something that can be rechallenged in the near future. So it will not be definitive. The few pieces will be dismissed, like the Tinubu's drug case will be dismissed because there's already been an existing ruling on that case. So those ones can be argued in courts. And the Shetima one is the one I don't know how that would fare properly. I feel Atiku has a better stuff to argue than what Obi has put together. But I think it's going to be more of a little bit of open-ended. And INEC's ruling will be what they refer to more. So there'll be lots of referrals towards the constitution, much more than the case. So for each party, they say, "Oh, based off of what is said in this constitution, this cancels this. This is our interpretation of this." So for the case of 36 states and FCT, which we all know.
Yes, I was going to ask you, Audi. Do you think a lot of Peter Obi's case hinges on that FCT space? Because if you are looking for the silver bullet in that petition, it seems to me it only really wraps around the FCT space. So the Constitution quite explicit that you must score 24 out of 36, including FCT. But does that mean score 24 out of 36, score 25 out of 36, and also score 25 out of from the FCT, or does that mean score 25 out of 36 at the FCT? So that there's an ambiguity in that space that it's been explored, but it's never been decided on. So is it really that space that a lot of this thing hinges on, so that the Supreme Court now gives us an interpretation of what Abuja's definition is electorally, Audi?
Yeah, I mean, the English seems easy, but then again, it's also very, quite ambiguous. The simplicity means that we all know very, very well that the way Nigeria is referenced is that we reference our states and then we reference our, the federal capital. And that's anyway, and within the federal constitution, it's in this state, it's clearly stated that we should see the federal capital as though it were a state. And in that constitution, from the way, I would read it, it's that interstate, because if you said 37, that means that is declaring the federal capital as though it were a state. But in this case, it's not a state. So you have to always reference the state and the capital and the territory that follows with it. It doesn't mean that you must win 25 within that capital. But because of that,
so if you scored 25 from 23 of the federating units, and you also scored 25 from Abuja, you've met your quota. Exactly.
Yes, you've met your quota. So you don't need, and then if you met that quota in 25 states and not the FCT, you also still met your quota, because again, we are talking about the states and the FCT. If it focused only on the states and it did not include the FCT, that means you are saying the votes in the FCT do not matter. But by inclusion, you're also saying yes, the people that reside there also do have the right. And remember, they don't have a governor, they have a minister. So into that regard, they are also included. But their votes are not special. I mean, if that were the case, everybody would have gone to run excessive campaigns within that particular space. But the flip side is the people who can the body that will interpret that the most is INEC. Supreme Court would make an interpretation of it based off of what the judge, based off what the lawyers or the preceding councils will be able to argue. So they're going to leave it based on who can argue this better, and not necessarily. And I think they will leave it open-ended until INEC or maybe the National Assembly now rewrites the constitution to make it a bit more clear. I don't think the Supreme Court will make a full ruling. It will just be based on who I feel is going to be based on who makes the argument better.
All right, still staying with the electoral petition space, we spent a lot of time with Peter Obi's petition yesterday, but hardly no time on articles. So we touched on article space. A lot of it mirrors the Obi thing, and he's also saying that Tinubu not qualified. But there's been the drug thing. There was no criminal conviction, so there's no basis for that. But what article is inviting is either that Tinubu's votes are nullified and he's declared the winner, or the space should have a rerun between him and Tinubu. Was there sufficient enough in the article's petition for his plea to be granted, by your reckoning?
Yeah, I mean, Atiku's petition and pleas seem much more fleshed out. They were able to narrow down to polling units and give examples. But again, like his manifestos, this is almost like a replica of his last plea when he lost. But I think it's almost become a shtick for them to do. Obviously, when you lose, you make a fuss so you don't go down easy and hope that maybe one day the court might favor you. But I think even Atiku himself understands that this is not going to be something that they can easily win and they can easily prove. They will need much more than just numbers. They're going to need more and more forensic data. They're going to need witnesses to prove otherwise. And remember, the witnesses have to prove beyond reasonable doubts. And it must also defy INEC's constitution. Because here's the thing, INEC gives you the liberty to make a change. And if you don't make those claims during at the ward unit or local government, at the local units, and you don't make a very strong case during national election piece, which they did not, then you've already in somewhat admitted to a large extent. So when Dino Melaye was making all those fuss, he knew what they had to do. He knew they should have made those polling unit claims much earlier. So waiting to get to the Supreme Court, the only thing that will happen is those polling units will get cancelled. And if they are very strategic, and then they make sure those places that will get cancelled will affect more of Tinubu's votes, then it might be deliberate. But if there are places where Atiku got very high numbers, so let's imagine a polling unit where Tinubu got 60%, Obi got 40%, Atiku got maybe like 10%. And those are the places where they went to select. Then it will favor Atiku by the time the votes begin to reduce. Because again, if there are anomalies, those polling units will get cancelled. And by such, it's going to be taking off high numbers from Tinubu, high numbers from Obi, higher numbers from Tinubu, and very minimal numbers from Atiku. And maybe they've done their math and say, oh, for this piece, but then again, they will need to prove beyond reasonable doubt. But if they're going to have more people who, I remember, once it's polling units level evidences, then there'll be much more. And then the question would be, when you went to the ward, did you go to question it? Did your agent sign at the ward level? If your agent signed, that means your party have signed. That means you've signed. Then it flies. But if you did not sign, then that's a different entirely. So I guess they probably will look for places where they really have something tangible to. But for Obi's case, I don't think there's something strong. They're talking about IREV, which is IREV is not.
Are you sure they're talking about IREV? Are you sure they're talking about IREV?
Oh yeah. So the Obi space they're talking about IREV, but they're calling it BVAS. And then I think
you know I'm going to do it, so just let me do it.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the BVAS.
Yeah, you and I know it's called IREV and BVAS, but the common man doesn't understand it. So
let's hear from Obi. Let's hear from Obi.
Yeah. They said the same. That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the BVAS. The BVAS accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average.
That guy is so funny. It's unbelievable. But there it is. Your incoming president.
A sham. I mean, to me, that's just a sham. So you know the difference, but then you keep holding on to it because it's expedient. You rather use it in court, but you can't take that to the courts because right there and there, within the first line, the court will dismiss it because Tinubu's counsels would say no, this is ridiculous. You can't call IREV BVAS. BVAS is for accreditation. Are you questioning the amount of people who did accreditation? If the answer is no, then you don't have a case already. If your excuse is on IREV, the results were not clear. And then the argument would be the IREV wasn't even for you. You already have your polling agents there. They have a copy. They signed. They brought it to they took it to your wards. So you already knew the scores already. You don't need IREV. IREV is for myself and one man and Des and people who are in diaspora for transparency. It has nothing to do with the electoral process. It was a manual election. So I think what Obi and Datsi has been saying is, what you promised us on Wednesday, what you promised us during the peace treaty, what you promised us in Chatham House is different from what you're doing. But promises of such, are they documented? Did you sign to those promises? If the answer is no, then they don't have a case. I guess I think, and here's what maybe I'll end here. What I think the Obi camp is trying to do is just to openly delegitimize the Tinubu's presidency and call it fraud and call it sham and call it undemocratic. He wasn't worthy. I think that's what they're trying to do. So that's why they're bringing the drug case first. So he's going to be a drug lord. He's going to be criminal. His case is going to be sham, and that's what they want to do. And that's nothing else. Every other thing is just for the shenanigans.
Do you think the Tinubu space, do you think they will rest easier having now seen just what the petition is that these people are putting forward? Do you think they will rest easier? Because there is nothing that looks like there's no heavyweight thing within any of these petition spaces.
I mean, Tinubu's already on vacation. He's gone to rest.
Speak to us a little bit about that place. They're telling us that he's sick again, even though the guy has just gone to relax and then do Hajj.
Yeah, I think that's one of the very sad parts of what Sahara reporter has done to. Sahara was that credible voice that we were, was like that, that's rebellious press. It was, they were like the young talks, always giving us those facts and stuff. But then Sahara has now become a propaganda stuff, and anti-party stuff. I think they were the first to break the news, but we all know he just went to rest. I mean, he went to relax. He's not broken, and I think to me that's also a proof, because if Tinubu indeed thought that they had a case, he probably would be relaxed. He'd be panicking. He'd be within Nigeria speaking to justices Ogutade and the likes. But he's gone on vacation. His guys will handle the remaining. I don't think there's something to worry about. Nothing's gonna happen, man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, RB. So stay with us. So that's RD. So let's take the conversation on from RD and take it in the direction of let's take it in the direction of let's take it to let's take it to the progressives who seem muted already. So the progressives, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good to go.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So the progressives. So let me start with this clip. Now, people send me a lot of stuff, as I said, and they sent me this, and I don't know what to make of it. It's somebody that you know very much in the space, but this is this person now on Twitter space doing as you recall the person for. But watch this. It disturbed me when somebody sent me this.
Rain your judgment, oh God, upon Tinubu, his wife, and his children, and his entire lineage, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Render your judgment upon the camp of Femi, that stupid, idiotic lawyer. Rain it upon his household, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Rain your judgment of fire upon Kiamu and his entire family, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Rain your judgment upon everyone that is INEC official, that we are used to perpetuate this rigging.
Yes, Lord.
Rain it upon them and their children, and everything that gives them comfort, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Amen.
Father, and I am asking, visit INEC, starting from the head of INEC. Rain your judgment upon him and all the staff of INEC that are involved in this evil. In the name of Jesus.
Amen.
So there it is, the progressives, a familiar voice that you know so well, but speaking in the language that you know that voice for. Any and everywhere. Now on Twitter space, what's going on there, the progressives?
Oh my, you're asking me, how am I supposed to?
It bothered me because every single platform I hear that it's the same thing. All right, let's leave that. But somebody just sent it to me that look, you have to.
You see, the problem we have with this whole situation is when people are cursing, swearing, the reason those things don't work anymore, it's not whether they used to work, I don't know, but the reason they don't work is that a lot of people who are actually cursing people also, and them themselves, they are not they don't have the integrity. You understand? So you have an election, right? So our party scored over 6 million votes, and somebody somewhere wants me to believe that those party did not involve in any form of election malpractice. Election malpractice don't have to be carried out by the front run, the flag bearers. No, it could be done by anybody within the party. So you're going to tell me that for the 6 million vote that the Labour Party got, that there was no any form of shenanigans in any part of the country carried out by a Labour Party person? Come on now. This is why you see that course, it will not work. It will not go anywhere. It will not touch anybody, because all of them participated in the same thing. Any party that will do as good as that will do as well as Labour did, they must participate in it. Look at what happened in that VGC in Lagos, right? In the governorship election, INEC officials refused to go inside the estate. What was their excuse? They said the last presidential election, they were almost killed. They were like, it was more like an hostile situation inside the estate. So what are we talking about? Look, you can swear from year to next year. Why was she not swearing for
you know the language of this particular politics? I don't think we've ever gone to this where we are in the language of this politics. We've never been this toxic in an election cycle ever. Do you recall it's never been.
It's not toxic. It's ignorance. It's ignorance. Let's put it that way.
There's tribalism. There's sexism. There's outright cursing. There is violence. It's just
ignorant. It is ignorant. Okay, if you tell me that, okay, let's put it this. Okay, which state in this election did Peter Obi win that was not given to him? Just ask.
How do you mean? How do you mean? He won the homestead. Now nobody will say he was gifted his homestead.
No, which state
did he
win?
One man.
All right, sorry, go on.
So which state did he win that was not given to him? Right? So you probably say, okay, River State. Let's concede that per se River State. These people, okay, are you going to put your hand in your chest and say, oh, Peter Obi won Zamfara State? Can anybody come out and say that?
Or you obey?
Or you look, or
you know, sorry, the progressives. You know, sometimes I wonder if us Southerners, we think the whole of Nigeria is the South.
It's ignorant. That's what I say.
Who will tell you that Peter Obi won in Sokoto? How do you make that argument?
How do you make that? That's what I say. It's ignorant.
That won in Jigawa. I mean, come on,
it's ignorance. You know, for if there is somebody when they were conducting the election, when they saw what happened in Lagos, they just conclude that was the whole election. No, that was why I said to them that day, why are you guys focusing on Lagos? There are elections going on across the country. You guys act as if Lagos election is the election that will make you the president or not. As soon as you get anything happening in Lagos or anywhere, you know, hey, they rigged the election, Just look at the pattern of that election. One man, Zamfara State, in this governorship election, one man went to PDP. I could not believe it. This was the same Zamfara State that APC in the presidential election cleared every single thing. But it came to the governorship election, he went to PDP. I could not believe it, one man. So look.
Some member of APC worked against their party.
Of course, I know. We know that. I'm just saying that that's to tell you that this election season is not like what it used to be. If it was before, it doesn't matter if all the members of the party work against the governor will change the result. Simple as that. The governor will change the result. But now it's very hard. So look at the look at the petition that they filed at the appeal court here. They are saying, oh, in this state, we score so number, it should be so number. One man, Ogbeni was here yesterday. I tried to call me, but I just sleep did not allow me to settle down. No judge, I've not heard it in the tribunal, electoral petition tribunal, where they will cancel a whole state election. It is polling unit by polling unit. If you want to prove your case, you will be going from one polling unit to another polling unit. BVAS is for accreditation. You don't cast your vote in BVAS. After you have proven that if you can prove that there was no overvoting through the BVAS, one man, there's a reason why we still use ballot paper. You will now have to start counting ballot paper one by one for every vote that you feel that you was cheated on before that vote can be transferred to you. Nobody will just look at ECA form, they write 200 there, then I stroke it, then I put 150. So how do you prove that those were your votes?
And those votes that they say was T-Pexed, you cannot allocate them now. At best, and if you make the deductions, then the polling unit will not be balanced, and they just have to cancel it.
The only way you can reallocate those votes is you go back to the ballot papers that those votes was casted on, where they put their fingerprint. You have to go back to those ballot papers and then recount each and every one of them. They will see who vote for PDP, they will see who vote for Labour, and they will see who vote for APC. That's the only way you can then reallocate any vote. Outside of that, forget it. They are not reallocating any vote. In that election, there were 176,000 polling units in Nigeria. Let's assume you're challenging maybe 20% of them, right? So that is easily around 40,000 polling unit.
Who bears the expense of that? Is it the state, Abi? The state bears the expense of that.
Even in a governorship election, I remember the first time when PDP took APC to tribunal in Edo State. Even in a governorship election, you could not count ballot papers in the court. It's extremely difficult to do. We're talking about one state, let alone you want to count about 5, 6, 7 states in a presidential election tribunal. That's that in a way, one man. That's never going to happen. There's no way any judge will just look at from EC8 and say, okay, they did not write this one well. So how would that judge know who?
Oh, we lost you. Oh, it's lost connection. Oh, there it is. Oh, so there it is. So there it is. Akim, come back. Yeah, he's back. Hold on. Let's switch on your mic. Okay, there you are. So let me bring you back. Sorry, let me bring you back.
Why am I putting on backstage, Abrega King? Anybody? I said, put me on backstage. Is what people put me on backstage.
All right. Thank you for that. Let me bring back. Yes, you lost connection. The progressives.
I think I lost connection. I don't know what happened. So as I was saying, there's no way any judge will take or cancel any vote. They don't do it like that. If you have to prove it either through overvoting from the beavers, then they will cancel that polling unit, or you have to prove it from the ballot paper. Then they will then reallocate the vote according to the way the ballot paper vote was casted. Finish. All this, the name of Jesus. Forget that. If you want to, why did you not pray for Buhari? Buhari's been there for 8 years. Has he not done what? Tinubu has not even got to power. Buhari was there for 8 years. Did you not think Buhari did enough damage? Where was this your prayers or whatever course you want to do to remove Buhari from office? All of these are nonsense. Look, joke. When you say joke, a lot of people, they've taken their joke too far. And my own conclusion is that it is pure ignorance of the highest order. When people say Nigerians are tired, Nigerians want this, Nigerians want, who are you? Who are you to be claiming that you are representing Nigerians? People need to stop this stupid, absurd, nonsense way of generalizing.
Just on that space of the Labour Party and the PDP and even the APC being able to interrogate INEC materials, the BVAS, should somebody challenge that they should not be granted access to that space? Because there's issues of data protection there. There are sensitive information held on Nigerian individual citizens, their age, their location, and almost certainly their voting habits, all of that being placed in the hands of partisan politics. Is that not some sort of violation of the right to privacy? Are we not entrusting to INEC our personal information on the trust that they do not breach it? Is there not a data protection element to all of this, granting sensitive materials to political parties?
No, not to that extent, because what they will just look in that beavers, because beavers is only to accredit voters. That's all.
Does it, because I've not experienced the electoral cycle, so I don't know what information. Does it show the name and gender and age? Does it show personal information?
Yeah, it carries your information, right? Because if something is scanning your eyes to get your details, it means that your information is already stored in that system, right? So, but if they want to check whether there was overvoting, they will just check the numbers that were accredited in that BVAS machine, because every polling unit was configured according to the registered voters in that polling unit. So if you have maybe 1,000 registered voters in that polling unit, so if 500 people got accredited, they will just check it against the vote casted in that polling unit. So if you have 500 accredited voters and then you have 700 voters, then they can easily prove that in court to say, look, the BVAS registered, only accredited 500 people, but in that polling unit there were 700 votes. That's easy cancellation. You understand? So they're not going to be going to one man. This is no. They won't be checking on people's name and information. No, they won't go there. It's just to cross-check the numbers. If it tallies, if it doesn't tallies, that will be a case. That will be a case they will put before the judge to say, look, this number. That's what happened in Osun, and they are still battling it. And I think Ogbeni was talking about the Supreme Court need to make clarification with this presidential election. I think the Osun one would be what the Supreme Court would come up with when it comes to the role of beavers, because I think that one will come quicker, sooner than the presidential one. By that time, everybody would know the role of beavers in our election. I hope they don't do what they did with the Yesowike case again, because that will just set us back another how many years. So hopefully they don't go that far.
All right, Akim, let me bring you this headline because it puzzles me somewhat. But let me bring it to you first, and then I'll say why I'm bringing it. It says, Fani Kayode mocks obedience for not winning single governorship seat.
Yeah, but they won. Yes. They've won.
Yeah. That's where the puzzle is, because somebody sent me a screen grab, but then I saw that and I ignored it. But now I saw this headline: a former aviation minister, Femi Fani Kayode, has mocked the supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party for failing to win a single governorship seat during the March 18 governorship election. Correspondence reports that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has so far declared the All Progressive Congress APC as winner of 15 states. The People's Democratic Party PDP won 8, and the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP won. The result of the election in Anambra and in Abia and Enugu states were suspended following the dispute between the Labour Party and PDP, while Adamawa and Kebbi states have been declared inconclusive. Writing on his Twitter page on Tuesday, Mr. Fani Kayode, who is the Director of Special Projects and Digital Media of the APC Campaign Council, said despite all the social media noise, the Labour Party is still struggling to win a single state. The APC chieftain said their obedience, despite your social media insults and noise, you have not won one state in the federation. You are even struggling to claim Abia, which I hope you win, lest you commit suicide. Che, looks like your crazy delusions and wild dreams have been shattered forever. Yet, instead of focusing on fixing your infantile and obvious shortcomings and inexhaustible stupidity, you are still obsessing about Lagos. Hear this and eat it. Your obedient bubble has burst forever. From now, it is on its downhill for you. You are now in political oblivion, and you will remain there. You're hateful, and so it goes into the usual Fani Kayode tirade. Your hateful and divisive disposition, etc. You know how it speaks, so it goes into that. So yes, I'm only really bringing that because somebody sent me earlier an image that shows the states being won and recording 0 for Labour, 1 for 1 for NMPP, Kwakwanso, 8 for PDP, and 15. And I thought, so is Abia State still up for grabs? Is what I thought that is Abia State still up for grabs?
No, it's gone. It's gone. Labour Party is gone. It's gone. Abia State now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100% sure. INEC called it.
And they've declared it.
Yeah, they've declared it. Oh, they've declared it for Alice Oti.
All right. I monitor that.
One more. You see, on that one, yeah, I think I don't agree with Fani Kayode on that one, because look, regardless of what you think about Peter Obi as a person, for me, I have nothing against him, but I just don't support I'm not his fan. I did not support him. It's not personal for me. It's just that I didn't think he would do a good job. Not that he would do a good. I didn't think he would implement policies that align with my own ideas. So let me put it in that way. But you cannot deny the achievement in a very short space of time. One man, we're talking about 8 Senate seats, over 30 House of Reps seats, and now they have a state to their name as well. Well, look,
is that enough to declare Peter Obi's campaign as a success? What you've just listed.
Look, success, it's relative. It depends on which angle you want to look at it from. So if you look at it from where they started from, yes, you can say yes, that it's a success. In the presidential election, including Abuja, they won 12 states, right? Over 6 million votes. I never thought they would go more than 3 million votes. Personally, I never thought they would go over 3 million votes. They got over 6 million votes. So, and now you're talking about 8 seats in the Senate, over 30 in the House of Rep, and then they have a governorship as well. So you have to acknowledge those. Look, those are progress. Those are sources. It's just that my problem now is that these people are not acknowledging the huge sources that they had in this election. What you are seeing is people giving up, and this is the problem, one man. This is the biggest problem. People who made this huge stride in one election cycle, because they did not achieve the ultimate goal, what do you see? People are tearing passport, people are giving up, people are saying, look, the question you need to ask yourself, what happened if I redouble my effort? What happened if we had 2 years? What happened if we could reach areas that we could not reach in the north? What happened if we could bring people into this fold from different tribes, different religion, different culture? How far can we go? These people who succeed in life, Mama, this is how they think. People who don't succeed in life, they behave like those people who are tearing their passport. Cowards. People who just first attempt didn't go their way, they suck. They put their sucker in their mouth. That is not enough. They take it out, they put their tongue in their mouth. They whine and whine and whine. Then they go and take their passport and start tearing it. Look, the other one is lucky that those passports is an expired one. God help them, they have maybe one of those European passport or an American passport or another country passport. One, because I was looking at them, I was laughing. To get a Nigerian passport when you are abroad, to renew your passport alone is you might as well just leave it. So except maybe they don't have plans of traveling anytime soon. If not, they put themselves in a serious quagmire. So for me, I think they've made this election cycle was a success for the obedient movement, but I just don't think they should be going the way they are going. They should have taken this gain and work with it and improve on it and say, okay, where did we get it wrong? But look, you are not selling yourself a pipe dream, something that you know within your heart. I've asked a question earlier. Which state did Obi win that was not given to him? Let them come and tell us. He said he won in Benue. Okay, where are the results? Where are the ballot papers? He said he won in Rivers. Okay, take the 2. Okay, let's assume say you take the 2 states now. Take. Where else? Did you win in Kaduna? Did you win in Zamfara? Did you win in Sokoto? Did you win in Kano? Did you win in
Is that the one in Oyo as well? Did he say one in Oyo as well?
One man put those things in the bin, man. I saw them putting Oyo Ondo Ekiti. I told you people on this platform before. I say even if I don't know about any state, I say he's not winning Ekiti. He's not going to win Ondo. He's not going to win Ekiti. In fact, he did not even get 25% in any of those states. It did not even get 25% in any of those states. Those are not states where you have. In fact, if you add every other tribe that are not Yoruba together in some of these states, maybe they will not even be up to 5%. That is how it is. So how do you come and say you won in Ondo, you won in Ekiti, you won in Oyo? Let's forget all those ones. Those are not true. You know, those are not. They themselves, they know those are not true. So for me, I don't agree with Femi Fani-Kayode. I think those people they did well, but the problem they're going to have now is that for me, I've seen that a lot of them
have they done better than you anticipated at the Labour Party space?
They did a lot better than what. Look, I said on this platform.
Not just in terms of the votes that Obi got, but those votes as well as the actual real trophies that they have won.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said on this platform that outside of the Southeast, Obi will not get 10% in any other state. That was my own position, and I was wrong. You know, I was wrong. So on my own side, they overachieved. They did way better than I thought they could do, and I give them credit for it. I applaud them for it. But you know, the people who made this huge stride are not even thinking of how they're going to move forward with it. It is now or never for them. That is their position. But it does not work like that, one man. You have to continue to work and build it. That is how it should be. Look, you know, I've always said that if you could get a third party that could come in and shake the grass and shake the root, shake this elite, shake them, make them understand that they cannot be taking the people for granted, which is what this Obi movement did. A Tinubu government will sit tight, knowing fully well that the people can speak and they can speak very loud. And this is what I wanted from this movement. Look, even if I did not support it, but I wanted it to do well. I wanted it to do well for the fact that it will make whoever comes between APC and PDP to understand that the people are not happy. People are hungry, right? We've done that. They've done that. That has been achieved. What are you not doing? Giving up. If they gave up one man, next election, it will just be normal business resumed. You will see APC and PDP, they will say that, okay, there's nobody behind us, and then that will be it. Maybe the only person that will be fighting them there will be Kwankwaso in his Kanu, because that one is Mr. Kanu now. So I don't agree with
this election has been a real wonder. You know, Kwankwaso takes Kano State, Obi, because somebody has now sent me confirmation that INEC have actually declared Abia State. So I don't know what Fani-Kayode was talking about. Obi takes Abia State. Obi takes about 30 parliamentarians. You know, Kwankwaso takes about 6 parliamentarians. You know, it's a real wonder. Our fledgling democracy is maturing quite nicely before our eyes.
Yeah, but people are not acknowledging it. That's the problem. People are not acknowledging it. A lot of people did not want to accept that this thing is moving in the right direction. Was it perfect? No, 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 it's not. It was not perfect. Did we have issues? Yes, we had issues. But look at what happened in this election, one man. Look at what happened. Look, there was no sure. It was not sure for anybody. It was not sure for anybody. To the point whereby, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know, because I just look at most of these Obi supporters that are not agreeing to this election. I don't think they've actually been following the Nigerian election. Even all this trouble here and there that they are shouting, it's not like it used to be worse than this. It used to be worse than this. And I just think Buhari tried his best, to be honest. And if you look at the election result, it's just justifiable in some certain way if you just want to really face the reality of it. But it's just, I don't understand how some people, to the extent that some people will still be saying, oh, Peter Obi is their president too. And I'm thinking, so are you pushing out the northern vote? Are you putting out the southwest vote? Even if
No,
Obi has
to
won
them,
in Lagos.
Nigeria is in the south. That is their own. To them, Nigeria is in the south. Anything out of the south is no longer Nigeria. That is how they reason now. Nigeria. When you say Nigeria, they just Lagos back to Abakaliki. That's all. That is Nigeria.
It just amazes me how people find it hard to digest it and understand how the election went and not really be troubled about the result that much. Because even these guys in court now, to be honest, every time I look them talk now, they just look like clowns, to be honest.
No, it is not. It is ignorance. It is lack of understanding. I've just said, look, if you look at this election, going into that election, you could easily call it. Everybody called it on this platform that, look, it favors Tinubu. The reason being that Obi is killing Atiku. And that was what happened in the election. So if we could have seen it from before the election took place, why is all of a sudden it's a surprise? Why is it a surprise to you people? If Obi was not in that election, PDP would have won the election. Everybody called that before the election. I don't understand. Look, one man, maybe somebody.
All right, let me take you to a different space, Akim. So now the elections are now in court, predictably. So nobody can claim to be a genius to say that, oh, I knew it was going to end up in the courts. It always ends up in the courts. So the elections are now in the courts, which now brings the judiciary to the spotlight. So the judiciary, they are now in the spotlight. And of course, within the judiciary, the focus will now be on who would adjudicate these matters. So the Supreme Court justices are now in play. So now we've read through the CV of most of them. A lot of them have actually sat on very controversial the decisions, like the Hope Uzodinma one, the Ahmed Lawan one, and all of these sort of spaces. But out of those about 16 or however many Supreme Court justices there are, only about 5 to 7 will sit in judgment over this electoral matter. But what sort of balancing are you expecting to see so that it gives the people some sort of confidence that justice was done? So what sort of mix are you looking to see amongst the justices that will adjudicate?
Yeah, it does. One man, look, I'm not one of those people who believe that you have to be of certain tribe or certain religion before you can do your job effectively. If you are an honest person, you will do your job regardless of your tribe or your religion or where you come from. For me, it doesn't matter what the mixture is. If it's gender balance, that's all that matters, right? The idea that because a justice is from so tribe or so tribe, like what Buhari did to former justice, what's it called again? The one they removed before they put that Tanko Mohammed. What's it called? This man from River State.
Onogen.
Like what Buhari did to Onogen. You know, you don't need that, man. Why did you? maybe they thought the man was corrupt or something. I think we have to move past situations like that. It doesn't matter where they come from. If you have a good case, if you have a solid
you say it doesn't matter where they come from, but Justice Kudirat, Moton Mori Kekere, she's from Lagos State. If she sat in judgment on that case, would there be how would the obedience space respond to that? Justice Kekere from Lagos State.
Who cares? Who cares how anybody respond to it? Nobody cares. As long as she did not take bribe and she give judgment according to what she think is right, according to the rule of law, according to what the laws or the constitution or the electoral act says. Who cares where she comes from?
Would you not like to see an ethnic balance on the bench for this? Because it's a Wazobia contention, isn't it? Would you not like to see an ethnic balance on the bench?
No, Mama, we cannot do ethnic balance on the bench. That doesn't. So let's say we have ethnic balance, then it means that the Igbo justices will be supporting Peter Obi, the Northern justices will be supporting it. No, we cannot do that. Put people there and then let them make decisions based on the facts before them. That's all. Regardless of what their tribes or their ethnic is, doesn't make no difference. Let them do their job. Look, if they are corrupt, they are corrupt. It's not because they are Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo that made them corrupt. They are just corrupt personally. That's all. And if they are not corrupt, they will do their job. They will do it honestly, according to the letter of the law. Simple as that. Why would where this gender, this ethnicity, religious, where do we stop? When do we stop? How do we stop it? It's just everywhere. You want to do this, you have to be Christian, you have to consider Christian, you have to consider a Muslim, you have to consider all sorts of things. The only thing we don't consider anymore is capacity, is competence. That's crazy, man. Let's stop it. Leave them, let them do their job. Let them pass judgment. Whoever wins, wins. Whoever lose. If anybody wants to cry, let them cry. Nothing is going to happen. We'll continue, we'll carry on. Look, if we live through 8 years of Buhari, trust me, none of these people will do worse than Buhari. Let's be honest with ourselves. None of them.
Progressive.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask this question again. So what's the chances, even let's say they go to court now and they didn't find Tinubu to be the president-elect, what's the chances they will override Atiku and put Obi over Atiku?
Look, I'm not.
I don't know. Maybe because I don't know much about this law and all these things. Because I don't even see how it makes sense. You are the third. The numbers, the gap is there, but you are the one fighting that you won the election. So even peradventure you go to court and at the end of the day they figure out, okay, maybe Tinubu didn't win. Obviously, to go to the next person that has the highest number if he can prove it, because you didn't petition anything.
But that makes the case more easier for the Tinubu camp as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, because when you have two conflicting opposition, this one is going to the judge, oh, I won the election. The other one is going to the judge, oh, I won the election. And meanwhile, somebody have already been declared the winner. So you're going to bring your own proof. You're going to bring your own proof to say you win. The other one is going to bring their own proof to say they win. The judge is going to look at you and say, both of you cannot be right. One of you have to be a liar. One of you have to be telling lies here. So both of you cannot be right. So at the end of the day, they just they complicate the case for themselves. I think what they would have done is come to kind of a consensus, put their evidence together, and then back one person, say, okay, Atiku can say, okay, you know what, I'm going to back Peter Obi, take all our PDP evidence, add it to the Labour Party evidence, and then you go and fight the case. Maybe
if the court ordered a rerun, not a runoff, but a rerun of the elections, do you think the Labour Party and the PDP will collaborate to just seize power from?
Even if they collaborate, they will be running against the sitting president.
Sorry, one man to that what woman just said. But is that allowed? Would that be allowed by law? Are they not now meant to go back and contest in the same platform they were if they've cancelled that, I think the court will want them to go back. There won't be any merger. I might be wrong.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a formal merger, but a loser. They can campaign. They can still say they are running, but then he campaigns for Atiku.
One man, listen. You know, if you'll be running against,
buy that.
They will buy that now because I think the resentment for Tinubu is deeper than the resentment for Atiku.
The rerun will be done against a city president. You need to put that into perspective. You need to factor.
Yes, but in that situation, because if they can adjudicate before Tinubu is sworn in, then you have to have an interim president in position.
No. Tinubu will just go to the Supreme Court and then they maintain status quo. They carry on everything the way it is. They will sue him in. He will still be president while the Supreme Court case is going on. You know, right now, as president-elect, is the status quo, right? So whatever the judgment that comes from anywhere, once they put in any form of an appeal, they return back to status quo. They will go and sue him in as a president. He can take his own Senate and then change the electoral law and say, listen, get to hell with beavers, man. Get that thing out of my sight. I don't want to see it I don't want to see it anymore. You know, he can use his national assembly.
He can even change the INEC because I think Mahmoud Yakubu will resign after this one. If they either step him down or he steps down, it's done 2 cycles now. I don't know that we have the tradition of people doing 2 cycles.
He will use every instrument of government to rig the election in his favor. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but I guarantee you that is what he will do. That is what he will do. Every instrument of government he will use in his favor. You know, I'm not saying it is the right thing to do, but I'm telling you that is what he will do. Because you know, sometimes on this platform, when you are saying something, when you are giving a submission, people will assume that is your own position. No, I'm not saying it is the right thing.
Are you afraid? Are you afraid that they'll start stoning you?
But one man, nobody pays my bill, you know. So I don't give a hell about what anybody says. So for me, I don't really care. That for me, I don't care. I'm just saying, like, you know, just to make it clear, it's not like I'm supporting illegality. No, I'm just saying, but that is what he would do. And those people who think there will be an interim government, they will know. Okay, one man. Where in the Constitution does it allow for an interim government? What section of our Constitution?
I don't know the Constitution, you know, because the Constitution facilitates for all eventualities now. So I would not be surprised if it facilitates for that.
The Constitution gave us the Constitution factor in the fact that we are practicing a democracy 4-year cycle. Every 4 years there will be an election. That is what the Constitution says.
Yeah, but the Constitution will. Sorry, Akim. The Constitution will also facilitate for in an instance when a sitting government runs its tenure, but an incoming government cannot take power. Then there has to be some sort of facilitation for an interim slot.
There's nothing like that in the Constitution. It's not there. Even
I don't know. Have you read the Constitution?
One man is not there. If Ogbeni was there, Ogbeni would tell you it's not there. There's nothing like anything. The Constitution is every 4 years they will hand over power to another government, or the incumbent government will continue in power. That's all. There's nothing like interim government. Let me even give you an example. If you remember the Kenya election that the Supreme Court ordered for a rerun, right? Was it not Uhuru Kenyatta that was in office when the rerun was conducted? So why did they not say, okay, you leave office, put an interim government? No. Status quo will continue, and then he will be a city president, and then they will run the election. What happened? Raila Odinga left, and he said he was not going to participate in that election.
Akim, to buttress your point, the worst that could happen if the president have to leave office and the vice president, then they will hand over government to the Senate president, who could be in charge for 90 days, for the next 90 days, within which he can conduct a fresh election. That is the way we have it in our Constitution. So the president could leave with his vice president, and the Senate President, we, as a third person in line, we take over the head of government. The head of government, not president. And he will be...
And then the military come and take over power.
And within 30 days, as the head of government, he can conduct a fresh election for a new president to come in. That is what our constitutions, that is what is enshrined in our constitution.
But that has nothing to do with election petition, election tribunal issue. That is in the case maybe if something happened whereby the president and the vice president is not available, or it's not maybe okay, let's say they lost their life. Right?
Yeah, if something like that happened, that's what I'm saying. If there was the president and the vice president cannot be in control, the Senate president will automatically be the head of government.
Exactly. Yeah. In that one, you're right. But on issues of election matter, this has to do with laws. If there's a judgment,
it has to do with law. If the Supreme Court cannot deliver judgment before the handover date, the current president will hand over to the president-elect.
It's simple as that.
Simple as that. And whatever happened after then, if the court later deliver judgment against the president-elect, then the Senate president will assume the head of government to conduct a fresh election.
One man, this case, they have 120 days, 6 months.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that if what do you call it? If at the end of the day, the judgment of
hold on, let Ajan Lekoko land, then you come in. Yeah, carry on Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, the judgment of the Supreme Court nullify the election result, thereby packing out the president-elect or the new president. Then the Senate president will take up the head of the government and will conduct a fresh election within 90 days.
All right, I am done, Dada. You wanted to come in?
Yeah, what I actually want to say is the APC is going to nominate the Senate president. And another problem is that how is it possible that you're going to have a run election and Obi or Atiku will win? I think it's going to be a waste of time and money, And again, I was looking through that video where somebody was cussing and all of that. I know Nigeria is a very religious country, like everybody, we pray to God all the time. But at the same time, I don't know why we think God will do that for her when we can do it for ourselves. I just want to say that maybe we should just move on. Election has been concluded, and whoever that is not satisfied after the court probably to try in 2027.
All right. But people will
One man, I want to quickly say, look, I know I spoke to somebody who is like who worked for the Tinubu campaign in Edo State, right? So he was one of those guys that was inside, and it was after the election we had a conversation, and he was saying to me that, listen, even him himself, who is a hardcore APC person, that he was donating to the Obi campaign. He said that it was a strategy for them, for Obi to do very well in areas where PDP normally used to do very well. He said he donated money to the Obi campaign. He did an online campaign and every form of canvassing for the Obi campaign. He said it was a deliberate strategy within the APC to support Labour Party in area where PDP were stronger before. So these people are not stupid, These guys, they know what they're doing. So when this guy said to me, I was like, what? You were donating your own money? He said, yes, he donated his own money towards the Labour Party. And this guy is like it's among the PCC in Edo State. You know what I'm saying, one man. So look, for me,
you know, there's a lot. I mean, I don't know that to be the fact, but it's such an open thing that Peter Obi was Tinubu's best strategy in this election. It was Peter Obi is the #1 strategy of Tinubu in this election. There's no question about that. He gave him the Southeast, he gave him the South, and he gave him the presidency. Look at that. Peter Obi was Tinubu's #1 strategy. I think even the obedience will concede that.
No, of course, there's no way they will concede it. Even Keyamo said it before. Everybody know that was the situation, that was the case. That areas where this guy was strong was going to damage Atiku. The petition, one man, you know the funny part is this, right? The person that you're going to fight against in that tribunal, if you look at it in a very, if you look at it very well, one man, look at it. In the north now, in the northwest, Atiku won in Kaduna, he won in Katsina, I think he won in Sokoto, he won in Adamawa, he won in Kebbi, Yobe, I think Gombe. So he won, and in all of these states that Atiku won, Tinubu came, in most cases, in a lot of the cases, close second, right? Very close second. So Tinubu did not win all these states. Then in the south, states that Obi won, a lot of them, some cases Tinubu did not even come second, he came third, right? So, and even in his own base in the southwest, he lost Lagos, he lost Osun. So the only area where you say it was outside of Tinubu base, where he actually where he did very well, was in the North Central. You know what I'm saying? Was the North Central. So is Atiku going to challenge Tinubu in the Southwest? Is he going to challenge Tinubu in the North where he won? Is Obi going to challenge Tinubu in the Southwest? Is he going to challenge Tinubu in the Southeast or South where he won? It's just that where the man didn't win, he did well. When he was coming second, with a huge number of votes. And the Labour Party was nowhere to be seen in those areas. If you take a place like Kano, even though Tinubu came second, Kwankwaso was inconsequential. It didn't matter what Kwankwaso did there. Kwankwaso can do whatever he wants to do. But Tinubu got over 500,000 votes in Kano. Where was PDP? Where was Labour Party? Nowhere near. So you already have almost 500,000 vote deficit that you have to go and cover somewhere else. It did the same in Katsina, where he only lost by 10,000 votes against the PDP, and the Labour Party was nowhere near. So if you put the votes that Tinubu got in the Northwest, it covers whatever Obi came out with in the Southeast. Tinubu did not even win the Northwest, you know. He came second there. And yet, he was still able to come out with enough votes that will cover whatever Obi come out with in the South. So how do you look at these elections and then you try to say, oh, it was the worst election ever? It tells me that you have not followed the election.
All right. All right. Thank you, Akim. So thank you, Akim. Akim, four-time, let me take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is there for us now. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yes, woman.
Brilliant. We tried to come to you earlier, but I think you were not available then. But Ajanle Koko, let me start you off with this clip. You're not going to hear any audio because for reasons of copyright, because there's music on it. But the image tells you everything. Everything changes but remains the same, but politics never stops. The one thing, you and I know that, politics never stops. And politics never stops. Watch this. So unmistakably, you can identify the figures on that on your screen. That is Uzo Kalu, and that is Tinubu, of course. But you cannot tell the location because, of course, they're indoors. But I can tell you that this is in London, where Tinubu is vacationing at the moment. So Orji Uzo Kalu has now hunted Tinubu down to London. Politics continues, and he wants to sit atop that table in the Senate space. What do you then make of Orji Uzo Kalu chasing Tinubu around the world, pursuing that senatorial presidential space? What do you think it is? Because this is his one-shot window, and if he doesn't get it now, he never will. If Orji Uzo Kalu does not become the Senate president, then the Senate presidency is not going to the Southeast. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. This is the way political leaders meet to discuss political matters of interest to them. So if both of them are in London, that's to tell me that Tinubu visit to London is an effort to meet some of the leaders within the party, maybe for his health as well, but at the same time, politicians, they never rest, particularly at that top level where we have Tinubu today. I don't know if that man will be having like 3 hours of sleep or 4 hours of sleep a day, because information will come in every hours. I mean, every minute, every hours, and all day long, that he have to sometimes his attention could be urgently needed, and he has to attend to it. So while it's London, I believe a lot of political leaders, not only in PDP, not only in APC, even some other party, will be running after him to to seek for some appointment from him, to dialogue with him, to see how they can work together. Some will be want to meet with him to see how they can cross carpet. What kind of arrangement can they do to cross carpet to APC, since he's now the president-elect and the leader of the party? So a lot of political meetings will be going on there. So I'm not surprised that Orji Uzo Kalu is with him. I believe he visited him. If that is actually true, he visited him to lobby for what do you call it? To lobby for Senate president, because there are a lot of them now that have came out. So
what are you making of? What are you making of my assertion, Ajanle Koko, that if Orji Uzo Kalu does not get the Senate presidency, then it is not going to the Southeast?
Well, I think so. Because he's the highest ranking member of the Senate from the East. The rest of them that will be there, I think the governor of Ebonyi is going to be there for the first time. And I don't think they want to hand over the leadership of the Senate to him. So Orji Uzo Kalu is the most high-ranking a member from the East, and is the one that is entitled to it. But if politicians want to play game against him, they can play it and take it to another place. They can take it to what do you call it? To South. But even some member of the party from the North are also asking for leadership of Senate. I saw one guy from Kano. He has showed his intention to be Senate leader. Fabio has showed his intention. What do you call this guy? The governor of Ebonyi says he too came out today, showed his intention, and in addition to that, that one was even calling not only showed his intention, he was calling for it to come to the southeast. He said it should be zoned to southeast, and whoever got it in southeast, it doesn't matter. It has to be one of them. So that one, I even like his own style. He showed his intention. He said he wanted. He said at the same time, he have to come to southeast. It shouldn't be zoned to any other place. So it should be zoned to southeast so that them in the southeast can sort it out among themselves, and whoever that got it, they will settle with that person. So leaders.
Ajale Koko, a lot of people argue that Tinubu will struggle to work with Orji Uzo Kalu, but I think Orji Uzo Kalu and Tinubu, they have a long-standing relationship, and they are both sort of criminal-minded sort of people. So I cannot see how they. In fact, I think they will work better just because of their criminal-minded ways.
I don't want to look into that criminal-minded. All politicians in Nigerians, Nigeria are all criminal-minded. But one thing I know is that they've been coming a long way. They are the first set of governors in 1999. Orji Uzo Kalu was youngest among them back then. So, and I believe for since then until now, they've developed a good relationship. Though in the primary that got Tinubu the flag bearer of the party, Orji Uzo Kalu did not work for him. He worked for what's the name of that Senate leader? What's the name of the Senate leader? Lawan. Yeah, he worked for Lawan. But after Tinubu got the ticket, he lined up behind him, and he's been campaigning for him before the election. So I don't see Tinubu backing him in this effort. I believe that sometimes last year we watched Tinubu and him went to Orji Uzo Kalu's mother, and Tinubu was frustrating for the mother. So that to show that it's part of the despite whatever political differences they have, they still have that good friendship with each other. So I think he is a very strong politician from his own state as well. If not so, he wouldn't have won the election. He wouldn't have won his re-election rather, because the Obi's momentum was very overwhelming in that state, but he was able to win the election. So, and he knows high and top level politician as well. So, and is very, very close to the power that be too. So I believe that he could influence the political shakers within the party. Influence.
Baba,
Yes.
Let me just come in a little bit. From anything, there's a possibility.
No, hello. You usually say hello to us now. Enigmatic Johnny.
Oh, sorry, my manners.
Yeah,
sorry, everybody.
Go on. I'm only joking. Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see everyone too on the platform. And then finally, first of all, let me just thank God that we've seen the beginning at the end of this 2023 electoral cycle. So may all the goodies, let me use that, may all the goodies of Almighty God abide by Nigeria, and the new leaders who shall usher them into offices, various offices, and then the time of Shiwaju will be a good time for all of us, and the time of the newly elected governors will be a good time for their various states. And then to the obedient, congratulations.
Amen.
Congratulations on Alex Oti's victory in Abia State. Finally, Abia State. Let's see what will be Alex Oti will do in Abia State. Abia State could have been one of the richest states in Nigeria. but because of their bad leaders, they've not been able to go beyond the prefaces of sufferness and then. So basically, I wish everybody well. It shall be well with Nigeria. So now,
Amen.
let me say what on the Senate presidency politics. It's really one man is really heating up. So there's Orji Uzo Kalu may not be the next Senate president. He has there's so much against him. Like it's like as I'm talking right now, his back is against the wall. So series of allegations coming through the southeast APC caucus, right? And then the APC, they are trying to clean the house. If you understand what that means, they are trying to clean the house going forward, trying to clean the organs table, not trying to have. And Akpabio too. Akpabio is having some issues too. Because they say Akpabio, a lot of things are coming, to the fore. Akpabio is considered to be very corrupt, and then he takes bribery at the slightest blink of an eye. You can buy the whole. You can set the whole Senate presidency with any bribery. So it doesn't. So things are coming up, and then they are probably looking forward to somebody. You people may not be surprised if Dave Umai of Ebonyi State becomes a very strong contender. There are so many forces against Orji Uzo Kalu. If Orji Uzo Kalu eventually scale through all the hurdles, he will have to empty. He will have to be ready.
Yeah, but Dave Umahi is not a ranking senator. So if they can bring him into contention, then that opens the space for Shiomole.
No, the reason why I'm basically restricting to Southeast now. I don't want to even go to South, right, man? I'm trying to say if Odev Umai becomes a contender eventually, then they are looking at the possibility of the doctrine of necessity for the Southeast, because Orji Uzo Kalu is tainted, and the person that they were really counting on that probably is going to win the election, if he had won his election as they were expecting, and they probably they will have a forced choice of refusal, would have been Shimaroke Unamane. But we all know what happened against him. They overwhelmingly plotted against him in Enugu State. He was going to win the election, but there are so many skirmishes, political underpinnings, even from the AP.
There's a side fight going on between Unamane and Peter Obi. Are you monitoring that space?
Yes.
Give us a very brief soupçon of it.
Yeah, if Orji Uzo Kalu that you see now that he has won his election is because Orji Uzo Kalu has been sitting on the fence, and that's the problem they are having with him. If he had come out viscerally and openly, confrontationally, the way Orji Unamane has come against Peter Obi, championing the cause of APC and particularly Asiwaju in the Southeast, he would have. I can bet you that Orji Uzo Kalu would have lost. So the reason why Shimaroke Unamane has been a victim now is because of the fact that what is happening to Soludo is because what is the same thing. They are paying back because it came out openly against the Southeast presidential candidate of Peter Obi. So they consider that an anathema to
this guy,
their expectation. So there is an agreement, right? There's an agreement, more or less like a gentleman's agreement, and beyond that in Enugu State. So this guy, he was even coasting to victory, but now it becomes since all of us have lost, then we must lose together. And for the fact that they have an advantage over you, having to speak against Peter Obi's presidency, and then there's more or less like a body language and an agreement to within all of us that at the presidential level, this is who we're going to support. But you went against that wave. You were chanting Asiwaju and stuff like that. They do not like Asiwaju at all. They hate him so much. You need that. So he became a scapegoat, and they make a victim of him. And if you check the numbers, you will see, regardless of that, he pulled very good numbers in that is run. But you will see it's not really phased, because I think he's going to be one of the ministers from the Southeast. But they were actually waiting for his victory. I can tell that for a fact, because already they've been making room for him to move to APC easily. He's been expelled from PDP, right? So he was already working his way to APC, and he had a long-standing relationship, even beyond that relationship that Orji Uzo Kalu has with Asiwaju. Orji Uzo Kalu has a two-phase relationship with Asiwaju, and Asiwaju, he knows the good quality about him is that he knows his friends and he knows his real friends, but he will keep all of them together. When Orji Uzo Kalu was here, there when he was sitting on the fence, this guy was openly up with his quote unquote now with his full chest, right, campaigning for Asiwaju in Enugu State in the heart of the Southeast. Yes, sir.
Orji Uzo Kalu too. He campaigned for Asiwaju. He actually came out and said nothing can stop him. I watched video before the election that he was saying Orji Uzo Kalu.
No, I'm not saying Orji Uzo. You are not getting it, one man. Orji Uzo Kalu. If you look at go back to when, as soon as it was very clear that Asiwaju was coming to contest, right? Almost immediately, go and look at Chimaroke Nnamani. He has queued behind him. He has been chanting. He has been on the project, right? He has been on the team Asiwaju project from day one. But Orji Uzo Kalu was never in that team, right? He had a candidate in Lawan, but immediately when Lawan lost his primaries, of course, he has seen the handwriting. They already have a candidate. By virtue of their political, loyalty, now he has to stay with APC's candidate. But even with that, in Abia State, Abia APC is having issues because during the presidential rally in Abia State, Orji Uzo Kalu stayed away from the rally when Tinubu and all of the APC apparatchik were in town. He wasn't there. He was not supporting, he never supported, and he never contributed anything materially, resource-wise, or anything to the gubernatorial candidate in Abia State. He was supporting his own brother too. Then he's having issue too with the APC caucus from the Southeast. Because when you want to be a Senate president, you have to have a buy-in of all those, stakeholders from the root to the top, from bottom to the top. So you are having problem with almost all of them. And now they've submitted reports. Babaja, I'm telling you, this is what is happening now, because it's high stake now. Even his colleagues in the National Assembly, they are against him. They say they don't trust his loyalty, and they do not want another Saraki 2.0 to come back to haunt them for the second time. So that's why because Dave Umai was going to have a very good committee role, but they've basically encouraged him now to throw his hat into the ring to see if anything shakes, right? That is still, because Asiwaju is favorable to it's different to this Southeast, but they do not want Orji Uzo Kalu. Orji Uzo Kalu has divided, unalloyed loyalty to the cause of APC, and then Asiwaju's cause. It was not the man they actually wanted, that they were waiting for, is Chimaroke Nnamani. They were waiting for that guy to just finish his election and then easily move him to APC, because he's very close to Oshimole too. He's close to Oshimole. He's close to most APC governors from the Southeast, and he's been very, very close to Tinubu himself. So Orji Uzo Kalu, there's every possibility that if they can't find a way out, then they'll probably throw it to South-South. But I can tell you, as of now, go and look at Orji Uzo Kalu's tweet last week. Have you seen it, one man? I think I sent it to you, right? When you see the tone of that thing, he was basically complaining and crying out that because of the fact that he has shown interest in becoming the Senate president from the Southeast, he can't believe that people are already peddling rumors, slandering him, trying to taint his reputation for what he did not do, that he remains a party man. He has been a party man. So when you are making that sort of tantrums, what does it tell you, one man? That he remained a party man. He's been a party man.
His body language is different from what you are describing. Watch this.
To me, no election is perfect. We have some lapses, we have some but we must move on. People that are calling for interim government, this and that, they're wasting their time because we have practiced democracy. Democracy in India is the same, democracy in America is the same. There's no democracy that is perfect. INEC have done the job they can do. It's left for us as lawmakers to tighten the nose. Wherever there's mistake, we go back to amendments. I want you journalists to promote where there were lapses in the election, so we can be able to do it. I mean, we cannot, because there is problem here and there, we say our democracy should be in jeopardy. No, it's not true. So, President Tinubu, I want to assure you, we stand firm in giving good governance. One, he will also stand firm with this 10th Assembly to amend the Constitution. He will have the courage to amend the Constitution. What I would like to see with my colleagues is for us to go for electronic voting, so that where people like in India, it might not be automatic by electricity, it might be manual. You just punch the button, so nobody is doing anything with paperwork or this and that. That will be a thing of history. We would like to insert it in the electoral law that people can vote by just punching any political party you need, but it might be manual, it might not be electronically done. So for me, no election is perfect. Even my late friend and brother, President Umaru Yar'Adua, he confessed that the election that brought him was not perfect. And I'm sure President Tinubu is talking about fairness. I'm sure President Tinubu, in conjunction with us, will be able to address this matter, because we will address it squarely, because this country is our country. And we have no other country to go to than this. We must do everything within human rights to make sure that we address the issue of economy, we address the issue of electoral processes, we address the issue of police, we address the issue of army. We have to address this. Either we fund them well, or we know what to do to move this things forward. The question is, whether will I run? Yes, I'm ready to run for Senate President if the party zone it to my zone, because the party is supreme. Whether they want to zone it, they should zone it to my village, so nobody will contest it against me. I don't even want them to zone it to the south. The party should zone it to Igbere in my ward. So, because I'm the only senator from there, you can manufacture another senator from another local government or from another place in Abia. So, I would like the party to zone it to me with my name. If they can do that, it will be very good, because President Tinubu needs people of high character to turn around this economy, to make sure that we work for the masses and make laws that will enable him to turn around the economy. But to be honest with you, if we practice true democracy, I should not be in contest with anybody in this position. Because apart from the Senate President himself, Deputy Senate President Mogege, the Senate Leader Gobe, I'm the highest ranking member of the Senate. The Nigerian people will pray for me to be Senate President, because it is my turn.
So there it is. It is my turn. Let me just address one thing quickly. That clip that we were showing earlier on of Orji Uzo Kalu meeting Tinubu in London, quite a lot of people have highlighted, and even members of the panel, that's an old clip. So view it in that context. I don't think this is something now, because a lot of people have fact-checked it to tell us that that's an old clip. It was sent in and we presented it on our, so just have that understanding. But Orji Uzo Kalu, whether he's meeting Tinubu in London or not, he's told you a Milokon. So there he is, Ajande Koko and Enigmatic. The guy is out for it.
Let me round off with this, so that Baba can continue. Then I can come back on my own time. But what I'm telling you, one man, I can tell you now, Orji Uzo Kalu, his stars are not bright vis-a-vis the Senate presidency. I can tell you for a fact. And then there's a deal now that is going on. Probably they're probably gonna zone it. Is probably going to go to South or the North Central, North Central. And then they are considering Senate speakership for the Southeast. So that probably that's the game. They do not trust. Read my lips, one man. They do not trust Orji Uzo Kalu. They do not. He has. They don't want people with baggages or baggage coming to this 10th Senate as Senate President. And when you have the whole caucus of your political party from the whole Southeast against you, you have the people from your own state against you, and you have your colleagues, because they are really having their own.
But all of these things that you are listing as disqualifiers for Orji Uzo Kalu, they also disqualify Akpabio, who is very is bribable quite easily. I remember that lady from the NDCD or whatever, the Niger Delta something.
Yeah,
when she was screaming all over the place that the guy was just looting the money in the space, and is notorious for looting Akpabio. So for all of the reasons you listed, that they can't give it to Orji Uzo Kalu, even more of those reasons they can't give it to Akpabio.
Yes, the reason, when you place it side by side, right? At the end of the day, if a very big if it will tilt towards Akpabio, right? One man, they are all thieves, they are all looters, all of them take bribe, but at different proportion, right? And then the allegation against Akpabio, right? Malfeasance, unable to basically have a good grip of NDDC when he was the man there. He couldn't constitute the board. A lot of stuff like that, basic administrative issues.
He also has a reputation for being lazy, which is quite a thing. He has a reputation for being lazy.
I was about going there, 3. And
Yeah,
then he has another reputation for being unserious, on characteristically serious for certain offices. 4. But when they put this side by side, right, you know what they will probably say? Okay, you cannot discount his loyalty, you cannot discount his energy. And then when they are going by numbers, when you look at the numbers that came back from South, because South caucus, they are fighting for him. They say, look at our numbers. In the last, in 2019, APC had maybe 200,000 votes from South, right? Somebody said it's a womanizer.
yeah, that's one of the fights he was having with that NDDC woman. He said he wanted to sleep with her, and all this nonsense.
So they said the numbers that came from South, Mama, listen to this, because at the end of the day, when they are trimming, when they are going down the wire, they say, okay, regardless of all these, human attributes that are not good for Akpabio, and then side by side with human attributes that are not good for Orji Uzo Kalu, but let's look at the loyalty. Who ticks the box? Akpabio, 1. Then look at the numbers too that comes from the region. Akpabio, regardless of the fierce battle with Udom Emmanuel and the PDP apparatchik in Akwa Ibom State, he pulled over 160,000 electoral numbers at the presidential election, securing them 25% of the votes. 1. In the whole of the South, there's no South state. The whole of South produced, ensured they recorded 25% of the votes, 25% of the constitutional vote for APC. 2. Then, when this guy was making a case for Akpabio, the governor of Cross River State, he said he could have done everything in his power to ensure that he returns as the Senate, as a senator. But if he had to do that, it will affect the 25% he was targeting for the presidential candidate, and they needed that 25% badly, right? He said he just has to leave that, so he could sacrifice that. Then eventually he lost his senatorial seat, but he delivered one senator, and he delivered some numbers in the House of Rep, and then he delivered the 25%. So all the South states, one man, they delivered 25%. All the South states, they delivered over 800,000 or 700,000 votes, as against 200,000 or 200,000 plus in 2019. Now, flip it to Southeast. The number of APC in Southeast now, just a little above 100,000. A little above 100,000. There is no state in the Southeast that APC made 5%. 5%, one man. No state in Southeast that APC made 5%. No state in Southeast, right? The highest number they had in Southeast at the presidential level was in Ebonyi State, 42,000 plus, right? Then when you are putting that side by side, South people caucus, they are saying we deserve the Senate presidency more than the people that, even if you give them the Senate presidency, you give them the presidency, you give them the Pope of the House, they will still vote against this party. So it has shown, right, by empirical evidence that if we give them the whole, portfolios in Nigeria, whatever it is, they will still never vote for APC. They never voted for APC in the 2 terms of Buhari, and it has shown clearly now that the numbers had reduced drastically in this election. During Buhari's time, I think Buhari was able to make 25%, I think, in 4 states, but now they had less than 5%. So when you are looking at the number, and then the North Central, they are challenging to, like, look at our numbers. And then in South, they said we gave you River State, and the South governors, they are mobilizing that these things. So it is a fight for it's a regional fight for the Senate presidency now, one man. So when you look at that, and then they are giving you excuses of Orji Uzo Kalu's nonchalant attitude towards the campaign, and then the question about his loyalty. And then when it comes to political part of it, at the end of the day, Tinubu was an ex-senator. He understands the rules and the game of Senate presidency and speakership. You do not put your head frontally to say, let me tell you how they do the politics, one man. You sit back, but you're not going to sit back with your back on the couch, right? You just you show the body language that, okay, I have interest, right? But you are not you are tacitly showing interest. You want them to play their game, but they will defer to you, Mr. President. Do you have a choice of a candidate or whatever? As I'm telling you now, most of the time, unlike Buhari, a radically and sagacious political leader like Tinubu will have at least 3 senatorial candidates that, regardless of how they play their game, because if you show your card too early, right, 3 days before the presidential election, Senate presidential election, because they are voting within themselves, and the speakership, these folks do not sleep in their houses. They have nocturnal meetings for 3 marathon days, right? So if you show your hand too much, that this is my candidate, do not be surprised. Few hours to the election, they will have somebody around them that is basically buying, because they will say, okay, what is in it for me, Akpabio? What is in it for Southwest or for Northeast? There are certain political offices, there are certain committee offices, especially in the House of Rep, that goes to a certain region. Anybody can check it. Water resources. If you tell anybody from the Northern Caucus that you are taking northern water resources to somebody in the South or Southwest, you've lost the speakership of the House. So it is going down. So first they will deal with the party politics, then they will now deal with the committee stuff. So, and then Orji Uzo Kalu has his back against the wall. Like I say, right? If he becomes the Senate president, then it must have been a very big battle for him, and then he must have spent a lot of money. But it goes beyond that when it comes to that in-house politics. But for now, they are considering then by more or less like a default, right? If eventually the party does not allow Orji Uzo Kalu to become the Senate president, automatically they take it to Southwest, they take it to South. It becomes a straight fight between the South and North Central, where you have Musa, who is actually a strong contender. Then they are promising them the speakership. So you may see them, if they lose out in the Senate presidency, they will compensate with the Senate presidency. And then if the Senate presidency eventually goes to South, then SGF will go to North Central. That's the way they will do it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. Let's hear a brief word from Eze, and then we get back to
One man, sorry, before you move on. Guy Enigmatic, are you there? Enigmatic.
Yes, sir, bro.
Yeah. Sorry for that day. You know, that day one man was not there. And you know this other guy, when you guys start the other time, one man had to shut the show and settle you guys. And one man wasn't around, and you know, DOG is a calm guy. And you guys was going on it. Sorry, I pulled out my friendship card to like really stop you. I respect the way you respect me. You just mute your mic. But I wasn't trying to.
Was Enigmatic causing trouble again? He's always causing trouble, Enigmatic.
I don't want to say this. That guy name.
Election don't go now, so campaign don't go. Anybody where they go TV, they cry now.
You remember the guy I was talking about? I don't want to say
Yeah,
his name
I don't want to say the
because he's
name
not
as
here
well.
now.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but thank you
So,
for respecting me, and respect is reciprocal. That's why I came back to explain my action. Because
no,
then
Allah, bro.
DOG was the moderator that day, and DOG is a calm guy. So so that's why I just rushed in to break that sequence before you escalate.
Yeah,
One
no.
man was not there. So sorry and thanks for respecting me that day. Thank you.
You know
All
how
right.
they go. You be my boss now. No, Allah.
All right, we have to be putting a chaperone on our enigmatic. But back to Yajan Lekoko. So yes, if Orji Uzo Kalu does not get,
Sorry, I wanted to interject. Sorry.
yeah, come in.
Yeah, like good morning everybody. What life is good, we're just saying. I agree with most of it. But in terms of see, I don't South and especially like in this cross river, I feel like they still even like South East now, they did not give APC votes, but South did not really give APC that vote too. And with the kind of relationship this guy have with what is his name, with Tinubu, I feel like yes, this thing he said about Orji Uzo Kalu not being straight with the party is true, because they even suspended him. I was even surprised that he won that election. Like he was still allowed to run with that or through with the party, because I thought maybe as they suspended him, he will be he will be disqualified automatically from the election. But he was still there and he even won this thing. But him now not being this vice this senate president is like let me say should I use like let me say like 40-60, like it's 40% that he might not be, but I see like he might likely be. But if he's not, then it's going to be that guy from Kano North. That guy is likely to be the next because of their contribution. Let's forget about what and this guy Kwankwaso party did there, but because this APC really still tried it, even though they are, because they are the ones in charge, but they really tried, and they gave him the numbers that he needs. So that guy from Kano North is somebody I feel like truly he might, if Orji Uzo Kalu doesn't take it.
Who is the
I don't
guy?
see. I've forgotten his name, but he's
In
the
Kano is in
Kano.
Enugu State now.
Yeah.
Are you talking of
No, the
Kano is
Kano guy, Kano
for
from Kano,
Senate president?
Northwest. Yeah, that guy that
No,
was
no, no. The Barrow. I know you are talking about Barrow. Barrow is not the Senate presidency is not going to the north. One, let me tell you why. First of
why?
all, once again to correct you, I need anybody can go check the numbers that came from the south. The numbers that came from the south
So,
are
Solomon, let me mute you because of feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
The total number from south, if not over 800, is almost 800. The number that is a fact that came from south as against over a little over 200 in the last election 2019. So it was a very big improvement as against what came back, because these people are putting the numbers now. Barrow actually threw his heart into the ring, but they're already telling him, look, bro, you are a Muslim, and we do not want a situation where we'll have another baggage of Muslim. So the Senate president is going to be Muslim, the president Muslim, the vice president Muslim, and you are from the north, right? So the speakership was going to the northwest before. It was supposed to be it was supposed to be Ado Doguwa, right? Ado Doguwa from Kano State. It was supposed to be one of the contenders for the speakership. But because of what is going on now in the Southeast, because of the abysmal numbers, right, that came from that Southeast, and because of the guy who was supposed to be the numero uno guy from the Southeast, which is Orji Uzo Kalu, the baggage is heavy baggage, and it's an ex-convict too. So a lot of things are working against Orji Uzo Kalu as we speak, right? Then the South are saying, go and look at the number in Akwa Ibom State. Akwa Ibom State number, I've just told you now, over 160,000. The number that came back from 25% in Cross River State, 25%, Edo State, 25%, River State, they took River State. Bayelsa State, I think they polled second behind PDP. So they have a good stake to the Senate presidency from the South. So the guy they could have been thinking about is probably Osita Isunaso, but his things are not working for them now in the South because people are really mad. The folks from the South and the North Central, they are saying you cannot reward failure. This is not the time of Buhari that people who did not work we get reward. They are trying to streamline everything. And if you look at what is even happening now, there's a possibility that as soon as everything settles and then they start governance, right? The party chairman is probably stepping aside because it basically almost, threw the party into disrepute in Nasarawa State. If not for the political sagacity of Sule himself, the incumbent governor, he barely won the gubernatorial election. This man lost his polling unit, he lost his ward, he lost his local government, he lost almost half of because he was supporting somebody. So it's a lot of things will change. And Orji Uzo Kalu is a person that they've considered an anti-party. He has anti-party issues basically against him. So this in the presidency, like I've told you, I'm telling you from what I know now, things could change tomorrow. But from what I know now, it's not working. It's not working. That's why they've given them that ticket of Senate speakership of the House, and it's probably going to Abia State again. So there's this guy from Abia State that they are considering that if eventually the Senate presidency does not go to them, there's this Benjamin Kalu from Abia State is the one they are tipping. They are probably preparing for the speakership. So for now, forget about the Senate presidency. But tomorrow, things can change. But as it is now, no road for South. South are giving a big fight. No, we cannot take it. We gave you 25% in all the South State, and we gave you River State. Oh. So that's what they are saying.
All right. All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So back to you, Ajanle Koko. So it looks as though still a very contentious space. I cannot see it going to the Southeast. Not for any other, not because the party resents the Southeast, but they don't have the numbers in terms of ranking senators from the Southeast in the APC party. So he can say Emiloko all he likes to try and jolly along with Tinubu, but Onkolokon, as it's looking, Ajanle Koko.
Well, the leadership of the party within the Senate will determine who will be their leader among themselves. The president-elect could influence, could lobby them for a particular person, but if they totally reject that person, they will offer an alternative to this president-elect. And at the end of the day, they will settle with somebody. But if you want to go by the qualification, by the principle, by the rules that they operate with, that Senate, it is Orji Uzo Kalu that is most qualified for that position. If they are zoning it to the east. So if they don't want to zone it to the east, to another place, it's a different ballgame. But if they are zoning it to the east, and they want to go by the rules of the Senate, Uzo Kalu stand the better chance than every other person because the most high-ranking senator from the state as of today. I mean, from the east as of today. So that's the way I was. That's my take on that. So they will settle it. Whoever they give us is among them is the same people, same way they're going to run the administration. It doesn't matter who is there. Whoever they put there will surely work with the president. Everything depends on the president. If you have a president that know how to play the politics right and have some good staff, like the chief of staff, that knows how to, that can build the bridge between him and the assembly, that know how things work well in the assembly, that know how he can play the game well with them to get things done. Surely whoever that they put there will work with the president. So I don't see anybody who's Kalu. I believe he will work with the president because he will have the greatest task in his hand to make sure that he work with the president. And with the majority of them in the Senate, they can easily upturn him if he doesn't want to act right. So it's not going to be the same like what do you call it? Saraki did. Saraki case was totally different in this thing. Saraki we had a situation during the Saraki when the Tinubu and his group and Buhari group doesn't want Saraki at all to be the Senate leader. And they try everything to bring him down. But the PDP joined hand with him, stood by him, and they constitute the majority against the APC. So that was what helped the Saraki. But in this situation, APC are in majority. The only single, the Senate president alone cannot do anything, unilaterally. So he has to work with his senator in his party. So I don't see anything that Uzo Kalu. I don't know. I don't see any way that it will constitute threat to Tinubu government at all. I don't see him constituting any threat whatsoever, or will not work with him. I don't see him. But people are saying this, but that's the way I see it. They have the majority. They can take him out of there anytime if he doesn't want to work with the president. If the majority of them want to work with the president and he doesn't want to work with, they will take him out. That's the way he works, because it's just a position of privilege. If you don't work well with your members, they can take you out. Particularly if they are in majority, they can take him out. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, the focus of the election space has now moved to the judiciary phase, which is just as normal within the Nigerian space. So, the judiciary now in focus are Olukayode Ariwola, the Chief Justice of the Federation. And actually, there's a picture of him and Tinubu circulating. Whoever sent me that picture can resend it so I can present it to the platform. So Olukayode Ariwola, the Chief Justice of the Federation, there's a good complement of all of the geographical regions of the Nigerian state on that bench. But then, of course, not all of the justices of the Supreme Court will sit on the presidential case. Do they have to bring into consideration ethnicity as they pick the people who are going to sit in judgment over this electoral space? Because ethnicity, of course, at the forefront of this particular phase.
Well, I don't know if ethnicity factor will be I don't know how the ethnicity factor will be an issue in their deliverance of justice whatsoever.
The optics now, the optics.
Yeah, people can say whatever they want to say. They will say whatever they can say whatever they want to say. But these it's the Supreme Court is not a court of one justice. We have, is it not 7 of them that constitute that?
It's usually 7 that sits on that panel.
So every one of them will deliver their own judgment, and they will look at wherever the majority swing. We carry the judgment. We carry the judgment on every matter they sit upon. So.
But like Justice Kekere for instance, from Lagos State, Yoruba from Lagos State, does that not exclude her then from sitting on judgment over the elections with Tinubu? Yeah.
One man. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so one man. The chief judge will be the one to assemble everybody that will participate.
Yes, the chief judge, who is a Yoruba man as well. Whoever sent me that photo of Ariwola and Tinubu, please resend it. A long-standing friend of Tinubu and a Yoruba man.
Yeah, he has influence because he'll be the one to arrange the.
Man, are you sure you are not referring to the picture between Tinubu and Dele Momodu, the one they are?
No, it's Ariwola and Tinubu. It was like back in the day, sort of when they were late teens, early 20s, early 30s, thereabout.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That was Dele Momodu.
That Tinubu and Dele Momodu.
No, it wasn't. But who sent it? Were you the one who sent it?
One man. That picture, I can assure you, if it is Dele Momodu and Tinubu. Tinubu was wearing something like Dele Momodu was wearing like.
Yeah, it's Dele Momodu and Tinubu. And that was when, because Dele Momodu has even posted the picture like that one time and said Tinubu gave him £500 then when they were on exile from when they left Nigeria. That he gave him like he wrote some stories about that picture. That person is Dele Momodu.
Oh, okay. So whoever sent it then should resend it and then we'll present it. But
the only reason, the only reason why a certain justice of the Supreme Court will not be a part of any sitting or is if there is a case of conflict of interest, if there's any whimp of conflict of interest whatsoever, they don't look at ethnicity, they don't look at tribe, they go by. First of all, they look at your schedule, they look at your timetable, the way it is done over here, they look at your time, they look at your schedule, and then they assign. So it's not about where you come from or whatever, because they believe they are all equal to the task, and then they have this comradeship between them. So the only reason why you won't see anyone, probably you have to recuse yourself of any of the activities if there's an allegation of conflict of interest. Basically, that's it.
All right. Somebody has sent in the picture, and you are right. It is Dele Momodu. But if you look at it, it says Tinubu and current Chief Justice, Chief Judge of the Fed.
Those are obedience now.
Yes,
but
yes, that's unmistakably Dele Momodu, of course. I says that picture is Tinubu and the current Chief Judge of the Federation. No wonder he said we should meet. This our people are dangerous. So here I was trying to build a narrative around it, but I thank you for
one man.
He was even fat as a teenager. Dele Momodu. That's unmistakably Dele Momodu now.
One man. As at now, as we're speaking now, these people, they have several fake blogs with fake news. And you Nigerians now, they don't recognize what they do. They don't even know that all these blogs are fake. Anything they see on site.
Don't you know the face they are
spreading now? They're spreading serious
they've moved
fake news.
They've moved to the next phase. The current phase they are now is the phase of the legitimization of the of Tinubu's presidency and his victory. That's the stage they are. They were at a stage during the campaign of calumny to basically demarket him. So now they are the face of, okay, he has won. Do not forget, they are very good with tagging United Nations, CIA, FBI, ICC, all those things. They're already writing petitions everywhere, basically to paint him to become somebody they do not want or stuff like that. So they are at that phase. And then when he becomes the president, and then when this Supreme Court, right, lands their judgment, then they will be at the face of Occupy Supreme Court, Occupy Nigeria. Then they will be.
There are protests going on in Abuja. They claim a protest. So Majabota people are wearing designers and marching up and down the street saying "Saka neck."
So they have faces to their, and these people, they have a composition of these IPOB and Biafra folks within them. So people can basically dogmatically bamboozle their people that Buhari was cloned, and they took it, hook, line, and sinker, and they've sold every propaganda as we speak, to the point that as we're speaking now, right? If you go all over the internet. The new narrative is that before the election, before the gubernatorial election, Tinubu was flown. It was taken from Aso Rock Clinic to one clinic in Abuja. He can't work, he can't do this. But on the Monday of the election, the guy just walked out of his vehicle. He went to talk, he went to vote, and then it became a news story. And now he has been flown abroad. He can't work, he can't do so. They have narrative and propaganda for
Now
everything.
Solomon they spread that propaganda.
That's Solomon. All right, Ajale will go back to that space, and then after that space, I'm going to take you to the Rose Vivo space. But on our way to the Rose Vivo space, we'll make a pit stop with our favorite magazine, Igbo Times Online, to see what headlines. There's some entertaining. There's some quite concerning about our carry on first. You'll see what they're saying in Igbo magazine at the moment.
So the Supreme Court, I believe, have their integrity to protect. And this time around, I think they'll be very full of they'll be mindful of the judgment they're going to deliver. I believe they'll be fair because they know the whole country is watching them. They seeing the country, the temperature is very high, and the international community watching them as well. These people, a lot of them have they are men of integrity in their profession, and they won't want the politician to destroy their integrity. They will be very firm with their judgment, and I'm seeing it. What I can guess that will happen is that they be very firm, and they will disgrace the politician. The politicians that file rubbish petition, they will come out frontally against them, let them know in a clear term how and why their petition is a petition that lack nothing. If necessarily they have to define it, they have to describe it like that. They'll be very strong with their judgment, and they will come out very strongly against the politician this time, because if they don't do that, their action, their cool it down action or take it easy action that they've been doing all this year, we continue to encourage these people to always run to the court instead of accepting defeat and congratulating whoever that won the election. So I am kind of feel that they will want to come out very strongly against the politician this time. Whoever that they want to deliver their judgment against, they will deliver it strongly and describe them as unpatriotic people that doesn't really believe in their country, that portray Nigeria as a country that practice democracy. I think they should do that. That's the way I'm recommending them. I think they should be very firm and very strong and come out very strongly against those they will deliver their judgment against, so that others in the past, in the future, can learn a lesson, will serve as deterrent to whoever that loses election in the future. They will want to look at Supreme Court that these people they are no-nonsense people. You have to be very sure of what you are taking to them, because If you fail to really establish your fact well, you'll be. I know that their integrity is at stake, and they won't want to get it rubbish by politicians, and they want to deliver a fair and balanced judgment that possibly will be accepted by Nigerian people. So that's my take there. The factor of ethnicity and this thing, I don't think it will play any role in the deliverance of their judgment. I don't see it playing any role. So that Justice Kekere from Lagos have nothing to do with.
You don't think she should recuse herself?
No, she can't recuse her. She's not related to Tinubu now. But the fact that she's from Lagos State does not mean that if
she's from Lagos, she's Yoruba, and then she's sitting in judgment on if Tinubu keeps his mandate or not. You don't think it doesn't?
So what you are saying is that the Chief Justice should always recuse himself too, and all the Yoruba there should step out to say because this case is against Tinubu and we don't want.
But is the association not too close? Lagos Yoruba, you don't think?
It's nothing wrong to be Lagosian. So he's a Lagosian. Tinubu is a Lagosian, and then what?
One man.
It doesn't bear Tinubu name. If we are to be Tinubu's family now, yes, we can say there's conflict of interest, but his name is not Tinubu, so it should be there.
Did you see the composition of the justices that delivered against Atiku in 2019?
No, I didn't see it, but let Fash come in first. I think he wanted to come in just as Ajanle Koko was speaking.
Yeah, one man. You remember what happened? I think early this year when Wike was having function and the chief judge was invited. I think the chief judge was already
yes, I remember that.
Towards Makinde and Wike, and you know those people who are there for they are for Tinubu obviously. So anyway, let's wait and see.
Remember we treated that here at Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. Yes, but
when he was praising the G5,
and it's got advantage because he will be the one to assemble the judges that will be on the bench.
We don't care of whoever you want to assemble. You should assemble whatever they want to, whoever you want to assemble. They should just.
But he knows the biases of the justices, though. He knows their biases.
He will have his own now.
Let him do whatever. I mean, the Chief Justice is. He is. By his authority as the Chief Justice, he have that exclusive responsibility to do his job, and let him just do it. Look, we can get this thing out of the way, and we can start the governance. And whoever they declare as the winner, whether Tinubu or whoever, they should just Buhari. They should just allow Buhari to go, so that whoever that they declare as the winner. They should start governing that space and redirecting the country in the right direction that will work for everybody. We don't care.
Buhari said he can't wait to get back to the Daura. It's just like a student of a boarding school that can't wait for the school to vacate.
I don't care.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone. He wants to go.
I mean, to us as ordinary people, what are we going to benefit? What direct benefit are we going to get in whether the judgment favor our own candidate or does not? What direct benefit are we going to get? They will run Nigerian state the way it's been designed to be run. Nigerian state have a way it's been designed to be run. Whoever that gets there cannot deviate from the way it's been designed to be run. So people should not just give themselves headache about that country. You see? So that's the way I see it, one man. Let Ariwola, if he likes, if he want to constitute all Yoruba to be there, let him constitute, let them deliver judgment. And let us, whoever that they favor, let him start governance that will put that country on the right track. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, let's make a pit stop with our favorite magazine before I take you to Gbadebo to see what their headline looks like. You know we love them. They are our friends from Igbo Times magazine. So here it is. It's unbelievable. So brace yourself. Let's see. Let me just make sure everybody can see it. So here we are with Igbo Times magazine. But what are they talking about there this time around? So what's the headline? Igbo Times magazine. Breaking news. Airpeace moves to bring Igbos back home from Lagos. Admit Yoruba killing Igbos. So that's one of their leading news. Another breaking news. One Igbo man withdraws all his company's money from Echo Bank, a Yoruba man-owned bank, which has its headquarters in Lagos, collapsing the bank to value of 2.01. And then just one more for the road. This has to be incorporated into the sessions now because it's just so good. So breaking news. Genevieve Nanji just sold her biggest estate located in Lagos to Hausa man in solidarity with the Igbos. But it's comical, but the sad thing is some people will go there, read it, it's news now, it's on the internet, it's from a reputable newspaper, and then they will go with that. Breaking, Tinubu collapses rushed to, I think there's one platform that led with this headline, so I think this is where they may be getting their news from. Tinubu collapses and rushed to France hospital. Shettima to be sworn in as president. And then they'll build a story around this. What did Oh God. Oh my goodness me. It's a real diet, that place. A real diet. But to more serious matters, this wayward boy, it never stops.
The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians.
Sorry, somebody wanted to say.
Yeah, I want to say that Igbo Times is that the Yoruba person that owns it is just framing the Igbos, framing
yes.
Because the Yoruba people that in the media, so the guy is just framing
Let me guess. One man.
Yes.
Probably, I want to guess. Maybe I want to guess. This is probably Rational Minds newspaper. Maybe.
Editor in chief, Rational Minds. Oh God.
When Peter Obi's 5-point tribunal suit came out yesterday, and then the story all over the place was Joe Biden, Vladimir Putin, FBI, CIA, CSS, DOJ, all of them are coming to testify as expert witness. And then if Joe Biden does not support the outcome of the election, he's gonna win. He's gonna lose his election in the US by virtue of the fact that Republican will use it against him. You know, when these people, when they sit, I don't know, when they sit somewhere and they just bring those their ideas and they just pop it up and it becomes a talking point, and then you want to reason why they are really called obedient for real. You know,
this is where it gets dangerous. We can laugh at it now, but this is where it gets dangerous. It says breaking news: at least not less than 20 Igbos were killed in the early house of some. Look, you can read it also. I'm not even making it up. Look at the level. At least not less than. How can B be at least and then not less than? Is it that not less than 20 or at least 20? But the grammar already. At least not less than 20 Eagles were killed in the early house. In the early hours, but in the early house, you can see it on your screen, of Sunday, and their house burned. Not burnt, but burned in Lagos. So let me quickly remove that because some of the images are not. It's unbelievable. But that is the diet of some people. So you can see why that space can be that wild sometimes. But Ajanle Koko, he gets even wilder. He calls himself a Yoruba man and he speaks like this. Watch this.
The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians, spiritually with their fetish diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically with.
So there it is. Your favorite man, Rose Vivo, calling the Oro Festival diabolical and fetishistic.
Well, on those guys with those newspaper, those one just propaganda to.
That's just comedy, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
It's a propaganda machine to rattle the Tinubu camp and fire up their base that are the obedient. So those guys are, I believe, they'll be making good money now with that propaganda story that they are unleashing against the Tinubu camp and Nigerian state. So it just reminds me of one barista song that say irọ́ ńláńlá kan fi rówó ìyẹn ti dé Nàìjíríà
lọ́jọ́ tó pẹ́.
So irọ́ ńláńlá ló fi ń jẹun sí àwọn tó ń fi irọ́ ńláńlá tó fi ń jẹun lórí ọ̀rọ̀ obedient wọn ṣe kékeré. So those guys, it's a matter of time, they will fade out, but let them make their money one man. They are doing good. So on Gbadebo, this is what we were talking about. When we were talking about it, some people thought that they call us, what do they call us? They call us ethnic bigotry or ethnic bigots and stuff like that. But now with that statement that guy made, it clearly supports what we were saying about him, that a person that cannot speak the language of the people that you want to govern is not fit to govern, to be at the number one position of a place where you have indigenous people. You are not qualified. That should be number one disqualification. You know, when you can't speak indigenous language of the people that you want to be their number one governor. So calling Oro, describing Oro as the way he described it, shows that he doesn't know the importance, how important Oro culture to the Yoruba people. He doesn't know it. He's never been told. So, and how will he relate? How will that guy, if he had been voted to be the governor and he assumes office, how will he be able to relate with the traditional institution in the state? Because there are a lot of things that we want to, a lot of traditional issues that will be brought to him, but how will he be able to understand it when he doesn't even know the importance of the culture and how it is practiced? So it just confirms it that what we have said in the past, that a person that doesn't speak language, he cannot understand the culture and the tradition of the people, and he won't be able to relate well with the traditional institution and other things that has to be with Yorubanism in that Lagos state. So it just confirmed it, and it's just.
Do you think he lacks an understanding of the Yoruba culture, or do you think he has a resentment against the Yoruba culture? Is it a lack of understanding or is it resentment? I'm not sure how I'm viewing this guy.
I think he lacked the understanding he doesn't know it at all. That is what it tells me with what the statement he made in his speech there. So I don't know who wrote that speech for him. I don't know if he wrote it by himself, but obviously the way he described our oral tradition, I think he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it at all. And such people, it's not good to lead indigenous people because he will not understand them what they need, or as a government, as the head of government, what he should give them to support them to strengthen that tradition and to support the traditional institution. He won't give them the necessary support, and when you don't support the traditional institution as a government, you will automatically kill the culture, the tradition of the people. So it just it just exonerated us that what we have said about him, we are on the right side. It's just a bad statement, and it should be condemned. It should be condemned. Look, Oro.
One man, can I interject?
Yes, of course. Yeah, carry on.
I think he has resentment for Yoruba culture. You know, I saw one of his tweets one day. Pastor Adeboye, I think he was in an article. He was praising El Rufai, and I've forgotten what happened. And many people on that post were commenting, calling Yoruba hypocrite. And he went there to tweet as well that, oh, typical Yoruba. In that context, it shows that he's calling Yoruba hypocrite by saying typical Yoruba. You understand? So I think maybe from the family side, he has some, he has some issues with Yoruba. That's what I think.
Well, I think we would be right to say you have resentment. When you say you have resentment, that means that he doesn't even like it at all. So we don't have fact to that effect. But I will want to just see it that he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand it well, and that is his problem. He shouldn't have made that statement. It should have been, I don't know who wrote that speech for him. They should have, obviously, maybe the people he have around him too does not even understand the culture of that's why they can put that in a speech, and he himself that doesn't know what Yoruba culture represent, we just make that nonsensical statement in the public. So, but I believe he be learning day in, day out. As the more he stay in politics, he will make mistake. People will correct him, and I believe the more you stay around people, the more we begin, we will get to know people better, Yoruba people better, because now he is a leader. He's in a position of leader. He's in a position of leadership rather. He's the number one citizen of the party in that state now, as of today, and I believe that the more you stay in the party and remain committed to that party on the way forward, he will learn more, he will develop more, he will get more matured, and maybe in the next 4 years, when he come back, he be a better, person, and he will have, acquire more knowledge in yeah.
let me just, what he just did now. He has basically demonstrated is a vagrant, and then derelict and ambulatory nature of
Kilo so Ogbe dictionary mini. Look at
no.
that. They do. Must we always get a dictionary anytime you come here? The education is coming to good use.
So that
Hypersonic missile.
Yes.
yeah, it's basically showing the he has put to test a good test of the uh fears of the, let me say, an average Lagosian, and by extension Yorubas towards this guy. Now, I don't even know that I know somebody that is very close to him until maybe some few days ago. Very, very close, right? What I found out recently about him is that he is so detached. Baba, this guy is so detached from his roots. He's an Isaleko boy, not island. He's a proper. He was supposed to be a proper Isaleko guy. He was supposed to be the kind of Tinubu, like Oloweko, Oba Akiolu. So he's a proper Isaleko guy. His cousins that are close to him, he does not have that closeness with them. Do you know this guy can speak Igbo language 100%? Because this idea of he lived abroad, forget that one man. He was not born and bred abroad. He was born and bred in Lagos State. He never left Nigeria until maybe he was in SS1 or thereabouts. SS1 or GSS3 when he had to go to France. Then it wasn't the situation of he was living abroad completely, right? Perpetually. He was just going to school, and then from there, from high school, he went to London. Then from London, he had his academic, senior schools and then stuff like that. So he has always lived in Nigeria. So he's had no reason for you to say, okay, if there's an excuse, I can excuse you, one man, to say, okay, you don't speak Yoruba language, which is cool. But the same tongue, you are using the same tongue to speak Igbo language, a Nigerian language. So it means something happened. It means the mom was in full control of him. It means there's a dislocation in that in his upbringing, a clear departure, right, from his root. And then you can see it basically from how his political life has been has transpired now. This man right here, one man, I want everybody to know this guy is dead at Dodo. His political career, if he has any going forward, is dead at Dodo in Lagos because they found him out now. Before he could probably come under the guise of what, but now they know him. They know him. If he comes back tomorrow against Jandor, they will prefer Jandor to him because Jandor relates more as a Lagosian than this guy. This guy will be seen as a usurper. He will be seen.
What do you think? Who do you think wrote that speech for him? Do you think he wrote it by himself or somebody else did?
No, I believe he has it, and this is the dereliction of his leadership, quality that we are talking about. You do not run a solo political team. He has a team. Somebody must have written. Somebody must have written that. If you even write that by yourself, don't you have the mental capacity to go through what you've written? It's like you are sitting in the center of Edo State and you are calling Edo culture you are basically denigrating Edo culture. The culture the language that you speak fluently, the Igbo language that you speak fluently, do they not have their own culture? Do they not have their own masquerade? Do they not have their own Ofala festival? Do they not have their own equivalence of Oro that they did in Lagos? So it means you basically put into repute the the traditional culture of the whole Europe, of Lagos as a whole. How do you want the Obas, the Akiolu that you went to his palace just a week ago? How do you want him to look at you next time you want to come to his palace? How do you want all the traditional rulers to look at you? They will call you nothing but a vagabond, a bastard. Forget the fact that probably you have a relationship with your dad or your paternal root. You do not have a relationship with them, but that does not mean a man of 40 that you cannot think, correctly, and you want to be a governor. Good enough now. Very good. We are dashing this guy now. There will be an election in Anambra State in 2 years. Please, Anambra people, since you want good governance and Lagos is too hostile, we've given you this guy. Give him the Labour Party ticket. He can speak the language 100%. Let him go and contest. Let him go and contest there.
I
Take your
raised
son to
concern
Anambra.
a few months ago that Okpasha, I was bringing up the tradition about when somebody becomes a king, Okpasha, and people say, "What do you mean? It doesn't matter." You can see why it does matter now. The kind of language you speak and your belief system in the tradition. We're not saying that you should be an Onifa as a governor, but at least you should understand it. I mean, that should be the barest minimum. You should at least understand what is going on.
One lè ṣépè fún bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn gbẹ̀yìn ayé ẹ̀ bó ṣe ń bá life ẹ̀ lọ. This guy, has the way he's going with his life.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
You know, this guy didn't he's supporting sit at home. He didn't condemn sit at home.
And
so
that,
he treats towards the Igbo culture and everything
bro,
more than
he ticks and he checks all the boxes. Look, you are basically forcing yourself into a society that they do not want you. There's a society that wants you, they love you, you speak their language 100%. Go there and be the governor. It's so easy. You don't need to. You can campaign in the language.
The law says 6 months, right? If you relocate in 6 months, right, you can run for office within 6 months.
The next election is like 3 years from now. So,
the law says you can run for office within 6 months of moving, right, to a different state.
Yes, but I don't want to care now. It's basically, you can see an average Lagosian now. Imagine the vibration of this message. What is his dad doing? Does he have a dad that speaks to him? This is where does he have a family that speaks to him? Forget about politics now. This guy
his dad doesn't have a say. If you see his mom, you will know everything. His mom is in charge. I watched his mom interview. The way his mom was even talking, like
the guy na mommy's boy. Now that's what I'm saying. He does. I told you from what I just found out. He does. When you have a child that even the cousins are telling you, so it's like his mom yanked him off directly from the paternal root. He leans towards his mom's root than his dad's root. But when you say all these things, they say it's a bigot. There is look, there are things we don't want to say because I was seeing something that was going on in a certain channel today, and the way they basically say some certain things, if you've not been to Lagos before, you'll probably think Lagos is a wild west right now. This whole election is about Lagos, but for almost 3 days, Enugu State and Abia State, they couldn't even collate their own result. They couldn't come up with the result.
We know that say Arise now. We know. Just say Arise. We know it's Arise TV.
No. I'm talking about but when they bring up all these things, they want to sell a certain narrative, a certain idea. This is not nice. This guy is not fit for purpose in Lagos politics, and he needs to be very careful. Culturally, they may have to probably. He should be careful not to be caused by the traditional family.
Your traditional rulers cause can't do anything, Jerry. Read that one. Which cause won't do it? Forget that thing. Nothing.
But look, that is Charles, right? Charles and Ned, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I know you are from Anambra State. You have a son who can be a good governor in Anambra State. You guys should start You know how to do the WhatsApp stuff.
Honestly speaking, as someone from Anambra, I really, if the guy can prove his metal and everything, and he's qualified in terms of what he has to offer, I don't really mind having him.
Really?
What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean if
I don't mind now. You think I'll reject him?
What
Do
do
you
you mean
expect
if,
me to reject him?
Charles, what do you mean if he's qualified? You guys already sanctioned him to be qualified, so you don't have. He does not have anything to just take him. Go.
No, you have to go to the rudimentary checks now.
No,
If
we
he's
don't give you
qualified, we
now.
will take him.
We don't dash you now. Carry your
We don't
trouble.
we don't take garbage now. We don't take garbage. It's
Eh,
Yoruba now. It's Yoruba first now.
So now garbage.
This one will be garbage in, garbage out. We'll have to assess his qualities. Maybe we might demote him to local government chairman. We might demote him to local government chairman. Let him build himself up.
Can you see? Can you imagine?
Wait. So now you want to assess his politics now.
Now you want to assess his politics, and now it's a garbage. Now you guys are demoting.
You know, you guys have messed him up so bad now. So we need to redeem his image. We need to touch him up a bit. So we'll start from local government chairman.
Yeah, Charles. Una wise well. I like you.
No, but I'll be honest.
Wise well. He said they don't dabaru head. You know fit for any purpose again.
No. I'll be honest with you. I think we're attacking this guy too much now. And I really don't like. I really don't like the fact. I don't like I don't like the narrative of people pushing that he's more Igbo than Yoruba. I really don't. It doesn't rub well. And if we continue this way, what do we do with Yorubas that are mixed blood or can't even speak Yoruba?
Whatever you guys want to do with them, you are at liberty to do it. But this Badibo, we are giving you guys.
Enigmatic. I think I agree with Charles on this one that we shouldn't push too much that is more of Igbo than Yoruba. This guy is a Yoruba, but the problem, he cannot speak the language. He doesn't understand.
See, let's not like Badibo's
it leans more to his mom's.
That one is not his fault now. That was not his fault now.
I mean,
most likely it comes from a broken home, like one man has already stated. So that's not his fault.
Every child are more closer to their mom than, most of us too. We are more closer to our mom than our dad. That's a fact. So we can't use that one against him. But the problem is that you see, when I was saying it back then, that where is his team? To win election is one thing, but to constitute a team to govern, to represent the people as government and govern that fifth largest economy well, is another game entirely. And what he did in this speech, rubbishing Yoruba culture there, shows that he have no team around him.
He wants to experiment with Lagos, Baba. He wants to experiment with
how did he rubbish Yoruba culture, if I might ask? Because I don't know how he did that.
There, stop. If you don't get it, just say you don't get it. What are you doing?
So he doesn't have any team around him that can advise him that, no, let us expunge this. This is not right. We can't.
Yes, let me tell you something. Yes, even in some part of your bad line, touches in Songo, they shut down for Oro. Touches we shut down for Oro.
What are you saying?
So do you even know how to touches we shut down for Oro festival?
Not only churches, even the mosque.
It's not this, by the way. It's Charles. It's Charles.
Sorry, Charles. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is
even
the mosque. So he was against Oro Festival during elections, if I'm correct, right?
Babati, let me just tell you this. It's because even Lagos is probably a bit metropolitan and then liberal. Look, let me tell you, there's a state, right? There's a city in Ondo State, Ikare. They have certain Oro that they do. If they I'm telling you now, if they born you well, come out as a woman at a certain time, you will not see it again for the rest of your life. That is just a fact. They don't care if you are a Christian or Muslim. You cannot step out to look at that thing. If you see it, you will never see it again for the rest of your life. So, and it's because Lagos is okay. We understand the cosmopolitan nature of Lagos and the liberal nation, but you cannot say you come to the open. Imagine how the traditional rulers, the traditional institution in Lagos will receive this message. Can you imagine what is going on through their heads now that this boy again? You know,
Àpò egúngún lobìnrin lè ṣe.
Àìwò.
Obìnrin kojú kodò, orò àgbè. Dúdúdúdúdún, ẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé.
Is there a certain date? Is there a certain date? Is there a certain date for Oro Festival? Is it a fixed date? Or it was a political date, or it just happens to happen during this election?
Charles, listen to me. No Yoruba person, Christian or Muslim, we even oppose them. We give them their idea or their movement. That's the way it is in the culture. So for you to refer to them as diabolic and fetid, I don't know.
That is what I'm saying. This guy doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the implication. He doesn't know the weight of what he said. What he doesn't know it, and it's because he doesn't have people around him that can advise him well. Is a possibly a one man
band.
So I think I understand. I understand where Gbadi Boy is coming from. I think his mindset.
Where is he coming from?
See, I think no. I'm not saying that he's right. Okay, but I think the mindset he came in is like he came in as somebody who doesn't actually take who doesn't see the importance of culture, especially in this global era. I think he's still thinking.
You value culture.
You can't govern indigenous people with culture.
I think his way of thinking is more of a foreign. He's thinking more of like a foreigner than like a Nigerian. That's how I see things.
He's not ready to govern the local space. Then, if he's thinking like a foreigner,
that's his problem. I think that's his problem, and he thinks that manner of thinking is cherished. You know, the way we Africans or Nigerians, I don't know, we kind of hail the white mentality or the white that kind of vibe. I think that's what he's trying to actually put in his own politics. Like, I'm not part of the group. I do my own things. I'm just here to serve. I'm just here to lead. To hell with your culture and everything. I'm just here. You understand that kind of vibe. So I think.
Wait. To your culture. Your culture.
I'm serious.
Or our culture. I thought it was
our culture. And I think he didn't see the importance of culture in this election. Honestly speaking, I didn't think he thought that out well enough. I don't just think he did. And that's why he didn't think of speaking Yoruba. He doesn't look at the culture of the Oro. He doesn't even regard it. He doesn't remove the cap in front of the Oba. So for some reason, I think he just came there to just play American politics. That's how I just saw it.
You might be right, Charles. I think that.
How can you go in front of Oriade and you don't remove your cap?
That's because he's not culturally in depth.
So what's the meaning of this now? That's common sense.
Unfortunately, the way he saw it, he didn't think that the culture was so much enshrined in Nigerian political system. Maybe I think he's looking at Nigerian.
Charles, let me. Are you trying to? Let me tell you something, right? That you are trying to misunderstand. Now, take Lagos out of the equation now, right?
Yeah.
Put this Chinedu guy now, put him in the heart of Anambra State.
Yes.
And then when they are trying to do their Ofala or one of those their traditional stuff, and then he comes to the TV station and he gives this speech, what do you think will happen?
Of course, we are going to reprimand him. It won't be something that, because we ourselves will also do something like that in the southeast, where women are not allowed to even go to the farm or work at all. Broad daylight, or not even in the night this time around.
So if because what you are seeing now is because Yorubas are not really loud or stuff like that. I can bet you if this guy had gone on TV and he has given this kind of broadcast to dress down to dress down the traditional institution in Anambra State, they would have been calling for his head
So
now.
let me tell you the truth. The problem with Gbadebo, from what I've seen, when he was doing his campaign, I think in his mind he felt that the majority of votes, especially from the NSAS, is going to be coming. The target audience, to be honest, from him was to the so-called woke generation, in terms of the Gen Z people who are not really so culturally involved in politics or culturally involved, you understand? And that was his target audience. And I think he just completely separated the core Yoruba, the people that are into the culture, the people that carry the whole culture in their blood. I think he was just focused more on the Gen Z people group. And that's why he seems not to have that flow in terms of obeying strict cultural practices in the Yoruba space.
So let
And
me
that's
get
why he's
this.
sleeping.
Charles,
Did you hear me? Did you hear when I hold on, Baba? Did you hear me when I
let me
told
get
you
this
that?
straight. So it was hoping to win based on Gen Z's votes.
I'm serious. I think so. You know that whole NSAS, that whole OB momentum, if you looked at it on social media, it was really coming from the Gen Z. I won't lie to you. And I think the thing really got into his head. And for some reason, I think he could do without, I think he felt that he appealed to those particular people and really didn't feel he had to do more from the cultural perspective to the core Yoruba people. So I think that's where he miscalculated, and he just felt that I think he just felt he didn't need them at all. He didn't need the culture. He didn't need the core Yoruba indigenes, and the Gen Z people, the NSAS people, were just sufficient enough for him to win this election. That's what I felt. And that's why even his countenance, even after losing the election, for some reason, he still doesn't feel he made any mistake, or he doesn't even feel that he needs to connect with those people, because in his head, mentally, he feels he doesn't need them. He doesn't need to be all Yoruba. So,
Charles, you guys have a very, very good chance now, right? Yeah.
To do
so,
what?
I mean, for the Anambra election now.
Which Anambra election? Oh,
the gubernatorial election coming up. So you have a Labour Party candidate now that you can
see. Look, let me not lie to you. This is what I feel should happen, especially with the Southeast in Nigerian politics. I think if Labour Party or ABGA or whatever should hold the Southeast, the 5 Southeast states on ground, that's number one. It shouldn't go to either APC or PDP. That's one.
No, I'm talking about you guys taking Chinedu from Lagos, so it can be the
Chinedu is a Yoruba guy. I don't like this your narrative.
No, you guys, you can have your son.
Honestly speaking, I will take him. But like you've rightly put, he has to actually prove leadership qualities.
No, he does not need to prove anything. He has done. Are you trying to second guess his leadership? I think you guys were here before the election that he was the best thing that will happen to Lagos.
No, he's a good like he's a good orator. You understand? But in terms of public service and being a good politician, no, I think I'm seeing some red flags. Small, he might not be a good politician.
Red flag, just a week.
No. It's not as if anything. I'm seeing red flags in the fact that he really doesn't know how to play the politics well. He's too youthful in nature. He gets angry on time. He doesn't know how to pretend. He doesn't know how to lie, and he's too straightforward and open.
All right. Sorry. Just give me 1 microsecond. I'm trying to ease myself out to be replaced by Thomas. But on my way out, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, led by Ayo, as you would imagine. RB came in. Thank you, RB. And then UK came in. You all remember UK from back in the day. He's back. So he came in twice, and that's UK continuing. And then we had Augustine Ahigbe. So Ahigbe. So thank you, Augustine. And then RB again and RB again. And then RB again. So he was using it to speak to the conversations going. And then Ayo just decided to assert his dominance, and it's just gone wild. So that's Ayo with the super sticker, continuing with the super sticker. So he's gone through the hierarchy, counting it down. And then that's Ayo again. And then that's Ayo again. And then that's Ayo again. So thank you, Ayo, the official sponsor of the one man went to more platform. And of course, it's not just the super sticker. You know, when Ayo comes in, tradition has it that he does, as he always does. And no different in this instance, he does it again. So that's Ayo buying the coffee as he often does. So that's Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. Keep them coming in as I hand over to Thomas. But gentlemen, the session with Thomas might be shorter than you're anticipating. Do you remember that Igbo Times magazine that I was showing earlier on? I just noticed that there was quite a graphic image on it that I have to edit out. So Thomas will probably try and keep it under 6 hours, but we will create another session for others who want to carry on the conversation. But let me hand over to Thomas and ease myself out.
For the Thomas after hours show, are we?
Yes, for the Thomas After Hours show, I've actually created it, so I'll just be putting it in the room for people to go and I'll line it up for an hour after this, and then so that you can just carry on the conversation for people who want to join following on.
So can I ask?
Where's rational mind, do?
Can I ask? Life is good a question. I have a question for you. Do you think that for elections? Residency, that law should be modified or adjusted in a way where there's emphasis on indigenship as opposed to residency for vie for office in Nigeria. Do you think it's something that we need to address?
I absolutely, I support it 100%. It should, because why do I say that? We've seen it. We've seen within the election held on the 18th, right? Maybe 4 days, just 4 days. We are having obedience now changing their. We are offering them what they offered us. Babati, we basically offered them what they try to offer us in Lagos, but they are giving us excuses. Why
they are wrong. Obedience didn't offer you. It was Labour Party that offered you. Which one is obedience again?
Why are you stopping yourself now? Why are you stopping yourself?
While we are the primaries, we didn't select all these people.
Let me say, there are two prominent obedience here, right? Two prominent obedience. They were sweating that very day, almost foaming in their mouth. And when you go to Dr. Damages, up until today, they were still talking about the guy, but what we are saying, the bottom line is, if Lagos had made a mistake, right, to have had the beneficiary of this social misfit within the Lagos political enclave, the traditional firmament of Lagos, then it would have been a very big mishap. And we'll be saying it. How would you hand over, the sixth largest economy in Africa in the hand of an intern? Oh, no problem. They try to rationalize everything. And we have some people over here trying to speak all the many, many things they could do. But just now, an election will be coming up in Anambra State. This guy speaks. He does not need to force himself on Anabrarians. He does not need to force himself on Labour Party. He does not need to force himself on obedience. They do not need to foam in the mouth. Naturally, that is his habitat. He speaks the language 100%. The mom she's a daughter of the soil, right? Now they are saying, oh, they are now seeing deficiencies here and there. The deficiencies they wanted to transfer to us. And so when we say we see beyond, all this political chicanery most of the time, people will say, no. What is the reason? Tell me one major reason why this guy would have been a good candidate in Lagos State. And I said it over here on the platform. Anybody can bear me witness. I said, let's assume because of the fact this is going to rational mind that you hate Tinubu so much, and anything that comes from Tinubu becomes an aberration for you, because it's more or less like
but you don't have to talk about rational mind. Rational mind is not here today now. You don't
okay, I'm not going to speak about him. But now,
I can find your job.
So let's assume that you do not want Sanwo-Olu to come back. Why don't you think about Doherty, the other guy? Look at his resume, right? Impressive resume, highly intelligent. He has the global financial understanding. He has worked in the Big Four in the US. He has worked in the Big Four in Nigeria. He has probably at the time. So look at the, and then as currently, I think is an investment banker with one of the, I think with Merrill Lynch or one of those folks now. He has that thing. But you are bringing somebody who we cannot, he said is an architect. You want to be the architect of Lagos State, but you cannot trace even a 2-bedroom architectural edifice or plan that he has done in his life, right? I've gone back to check all the places that he said the only profile, flagship profile on his resume is an intern. It's an intern. Nobody is an intern on this platform. So it means anybody can spring up on this. I can spring up and say, I want to be the governor of Lagos State by my experience, both in the private sector, right, and the public sector. And from my worldview and my exposure and my education, I can aspire to be even president of. I'm basically, as of now, the past and present president in Nigeria and the president-elect, I am more qualified than all of them by academic standing. So I could have said I want to be president in Nigeria, but this guy does not have anything. He has not worked in his life. He's just a mommy's boy. He cannot even articulate himself. Vis-a-vis the leadership quality of a leader, he lacks it. And then we are saying this boy that you sold to us like a fake aggregate bread. You know, it's like when you go to a Shanja market in Anambra, or you go to Main Market, right? If you are not careful, they will sell you a fake Gucci as a branded Gucci, and then you get home and you see you bought a fake item. They sold this guy to us like a fake item, like they wanted to sell Peter Obi to Nigeria like a fake item. But now we say, take your fake item to Anambra State. They say, no, it's a fake item. Now you know it's a fake item after election. So can you see the hypocrisy and the double standard? Can you see what we've been saying all these years, all this while? And then when we say all these things, what is the reason why this guy cannot be the Labour Party? I think I'll probably start the campaign for him to get the Labour Party ticket in Anambra State. And want to see what these people will say when it gets to their turn. Because he's a son of the soil. He has right to run in Anambra State. Let's see when we flip the card and how they will handle it.
So regarding Badibo running for Anambra,
hello, hold on, please. Hold on,
Thomas,
please.
don't start to.
Yeah, hold on, please. I said please. Thank you. I want to read these comments so that we can react to it. And I'm very sorry because we're going to end the section before 6 hours. I don't think maybe one man want to set another section so that we can continue. But we have to carve it under 6 hours because of the graphic something that we show. This comment has been rolling on internet around. So I want to read this comment to buttress what Enemaki just said now. This comment came from Eberechuku Okoro, and I want you to listen carefully. He said, let's end this tribalism. Started with you. Now you know Gbadebo is a good leader. He's also half Igbo, half Yoruba. If he failed in Lagos, let us
Which kind?
Good. It seems as if my people are at work. Yes. Yeah, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by Thomas.
He must read them.
Thomas. He thinks he can just talk to obedience anyhow and get away with it.
Thomas, come and read though.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me start again without interruption, please. Let's end this tribalism started from you. Now you know Gbadebo is a good leader. He's also half Igbo, half Yoruba. If he failed in Lagos, let us now show Yorubas we are not tribalistic. Can we not gather ourselves together to buy Labour Party governorship candidate form for Gbadebo
for Anambra governorship to contest against Soludo, so he can use his wonders ideas to change Anambra, so that when Yoruba see what he has done in turning Anambra and continue the legacy of Obi, Lagos can now vote.
All right, y'all. So today I had a really, really crazy day. I woke up and I had to clean my apartment, had to get some work done for a few clients, record content, and then there's this Japanese news company who reached out to me. They're like, "Hey, want to come and interview you?" Guys, they flew from Japan to come and interview me in Dallas, Texas, and
Oh my God, enigmatic. That came from you. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Thomas, that's from Enigmatic.
Enigmatic, I muted him. I wanted Baba Jale Kugu. Do you listen to what I just read? So I want you to react to the comments.
Well, people at the comment section can say whatever they like. He mentioned that we should all contribute money so that we sponsor him against he thought that his people in Anambra State, what does it take them to? He thought they are stupid people. You think they accept?
It's not on our comment section. It's the comment has been rolling on internet quite a few days ago. Continue, yeah.
Okay. People in Anambra State are not stupid now. You think, why did they vote for Soludo? Because they know that Soludo have a lot of things in his head, and with his wealth of experience in the management of resources, a man that have managed our central bank before, and he managed it well in such a way that it stimulates economic growth. We were able to record a very sound economy. The monetary management of the economy was at its best during his time. So you think Anambra people are stupid? You think they will vote for Gbadebo? It's just emotion that is running in their veins and blood. So that is why they are, saying all these things they are saying online. So, but Gbadebo is a Yoruba. We all accept. Nobody.
But Koko, what he's saying makes sense now. Why can't, if he can contest in Lagos, why can't he contest in Anambra? And they will have more people will support him more than they did in Lagos, isn't it?
Well, I think it's just the guy is just trying to be funny. So he knows quite well that Anambra people will not accept him. Number one, his father is not an Igbo man. His father is a Yoruba man. So they will send him back to his fatherland. So
Ajali Koko, come on now, they will send him back.
They will send him back to Lagos. They say Bolo Jumbo. But people are just trying to be funny online, and I believe they know that in Igbo land, there's no way they can even for councillorship, they will not even accept him. So that is so they just they're not just sincere. That's the problem. But Gbadebo is a Yoruba guy.
But Babaja, why do you think they were so ferociously, as in pushing so hard?
You can't know idea. Can you bring it down a little bit with the English, please. I know what you're long.
Enigmatic, please now. Some of us are illiterate. Come down now, my brother.
I mean, it's just,
Yeah,
I mean, Baba T, you know why I say this?
Well,
You know, when you know, because when I come here to say certain things, it's not because I knew, you know, when I said before the election, these people were planning something that when the election is over, they already have a plan that okay, whatever comes. It's just like Trump when before election he's already trying to delegitimize the election. If he doesn't win, they've stolen his election, is rigging. But now, okay, they say after the election, they've been crying all over the place. They've rigged them. They've done this. They've do it, and then okay, go to court. You are in court. You and the vice president are still making TV runs, media houses run, and then basically cursing out the president, because they are bringing Nigeria's institution into disrepute because of the fact that
enigmatic. As a lawyer, it seems the case is in the court now. So I think Peter Obi have to stop running around TV station, because I think you always said anything he says can be used against him in the court of law. Am I right?
I mean, Obi was even let me say a little bit diplomatic and evasive. But when you look at his, you know, the two of them are Muniru and Ambali. When you look at Ambali today, the other half, he basically frontly called Buhari incompetent. He said if they should rather swear in a military government, right, than swearing in the president-elect on the 29th of May. So you are basically calling for anarchy or for what? Because you lost an election. How many years have people been losing?
Sorry, who said that?
That's Baba Ahmed. And then even to the fact that I think this is it Ahmed or whatever from Presidency had to repost it and react to that. So now it has gotten to the point that the presidential candidate is running yo-yo on one side, is better half is doing the same crazy. Go and listen to
better half.
From
come on, enigmatic, better half.
I mean, you know what I mean from because how long has Atiku been running for presidency? For I think this is his sixth time, right? He has lost.
Sixth time, yeah.
He will quietly go to court, humble himself, and wait for the verdict of the court. But now you are basically trying to bully your way. You are trying to bully the judiciary. You are bullying the INEC. You are bullying almost every institution in Nigeria because of the fact that you lost an election. You are what is the meaning of this? Buhari, an army general who has been an ex-president. He lost elections 3 times. He never did all this kind of, you know.
I'm stunned you said that because wait, can you send a link for me to watch that? You didn't really say about so you
just Google Channels TV with Seun Okinbaloye today. Go and listen to that guy.
But enigmatic, he didn't say it expressly that they should hand over to.
No, let him watch it now. Have you seen the real clip, Baba?
I've watched it. I'm not sure if I heard him say though they should hand over to interim government.
That's what I got. But you can watch it and see what he said. And then when even this guy was trying to interject to say, you lost this, and then at a point, Shane was trying to even caution him. Then at that point, I think he was so bold, looking at the camera directly, and he said, he called Buhari an incompetent president, and he said his election. The guy said, "But you have 6 million. Does it mean the 6 million votes that you got were rigged?" He said no. But what about the Senate seats that you won? He said no. But the ones that Atiku and other people got, they were rigged. He said yes. You will see the academic fallacies and the incoherent, ideological mindset that he had. These people, if it is depression or whatever, they need to hold them, chain them to somewhere, and until they recover from their 5 stages of grief, until they go back outside. Because for somebody from the presidency to retweet that and say, look at a supposed vice president, look at his statement on a national TV, you should know it gets to the presidency already, and they see what he was speaking about. What is the meaning of
Enigmatic, should he be arrest or call for questioning?
I mean, I can't in a sane country, and I think they just want to leave the two of them to fool themselves. If they really want to handle it the way they should, right? DSS should have stepped in, but I believe they just want to leave the two of them, because what they are doing now is they want to leave those two guys, right, to cancel themselves out, rubbish their reputation at the end of the day, because election has come and gone. Why have you seen articles since after the election, any TV station of making some stuff or incendiary statement? But you have been there, your presidential candidate has been there trying to rile up your base, and you have a Soludo called them fleeting frenzy headless mobs. All they need is just a stick of the match to do it, and then they're on the street, and they're trying to let you guys know, you are in the court already, but your actions are basically suggesting you are contemptuous of what is in court. It could be used as more or less as there could be a contempt. It's subjudicial. They are making it. He said it does not have categorically. It said it does not have confidence in the judiciary. Can you imagine that? And you have a case within that judiciary.
That audio will be used in court now for him to have said
you do not have confidence in the judiciary. The only person who has that confidence, that let me say that that whimsical, idiotic confidence, was Donald Trump, and we see how it pans out for him. At the end of the day, he lost in all the phases of the court, at the subordinate level, at the appellate level, up to Supreme Court. They threw out all his cases. So you already have a case in court, and the vice president is in the office, in the studio today to denigrate and to lampoon the integrity of the judiciary.
But enigmatic. So if they don't believe in the judiciary, why are they taking their case to the judiciary?
You know what they are trying to do?
Does that really make sense? They haven't even start. You are already rubbishing the judiciary.
What they are trying to do, right? What they are trying to do is, I told you they work in phases, right? They are the phase of where they want to make a mockery of the institutions of Nigeria, including the judiciary that they're actually seeking redress from now. They want to ensure. Go and look at Okonkwo's message. It's like Mahmoud Yakub is like Mahmoud Yakub is like a 2-year-old boy in their hands now. Every tweet is, yeah, Mahmoud Yakub is this, Mahmoud Yakub is this. I've never seen this kind of people in my life. Atiku ran for the same presidency now. Are you seeing Atiku constituting himself to be a willful nuisance as these folks? For the fact that you lost an election square and clean, and you just want to keep lashing on to propaganda. Election is gone. Propaganda did not work for you during the election. It never worked for you even in this gubernatorial election. You are able to pick up just only one state, barely only one state, when they were supposed to devote their time to monitor what was going on in Enugu State and in Abia State. They devoted their time, their energy, and every other thing they have in Lagos State where it was not really cool for them. You abandon your certainty to uncertainty, probable to probable. Can you imagine that nonsense? It took them 3 days before everybody can step in and get their mandate back for them in Abia, and that is the strategy. They always chase the shadows, and at the end of the day, when they splat it in your face, you're gonna be crying like titty babies all over the country. Man, these people cannot run
Yes, sorry, Thomas. Sorry, Thomas. Let me just come in quickly to make an announcement. We'll be ending this session under 6 hours because there was a graphic image that I showed that I need to edit off, and I'm only able to edit the video if it's under 6 hours. But we've created another stream which I'm putting the link in the comment section. So for people who want to carry the conversation on, click on that link, which is going to start just as soon as this one comes to an end. We'll be ending this one in about 20 minutes thereabout. But not to worry, anybody that still wants to carry on the conversation, which I encourage everybody to, just follow that link and then go book your slot. So back to you.
So
Thank you, boss.
Thomas,
Thank you, boss.
let me
Yeah,
just try to go. I have maybe 2 minutes. I have to go now. But let me tell everybody something. Nigeria is not going to burn down because of these folks, right? Because we know their gameplay, where they are coming from, right? They are coming from the angle of we never love. They are this. I call them emergency lovers of Nigeria, because these are folks that prior to the election we know they are antecedents. They called Nigeria zoo. So they do not care if that zoo burns down. All of a sudden, the country that you call zoo, now you want to govern the country from the back door. Then they shut the door at you that they got your game, they understand what you are doing. Now you are crying all over the place. Now you are going back to your trenches, to your default settings of Nigeria being a zoo. If Nigeria burns, you don't care. It does not. They care less a huge if the country burned down. Atiku ran for president. He has been running for presidency for forever. He has never constituted this kind of nuisance to this level. Buhari himself, before he was able to find a way out of his trenches, of his political trenches, quote and unquote, he ran 3 times. He cried, just like Obi cried, just like Atiku cried, but he never for once tried to rile up his sentiment or the primordial thing that he had to burn down Nigeria, to cause issues, to denigrate, to derail the integrity of the institutions of the country, including the judiciary. You are going to the judiciary, you have a case within that judiciary, you are seeking redress from that judiciary, then you came to the national TV to say judiciary should go to hell. You do not have confidence in the judiciary. And then you are calling for what? Anarchy? That elections should. Ezeife came on TV. He said if Tinubu is sworn in on the 29th of May 2023, there will be no more Nigeria. And some people will be on other platforms to say they should lock up some people because they are talking about what can you say about that? So this double standard needs to stop. You have lost an election. Go back to your home or go back to court and stick with your case. You've constituted a team of legal experts who are pushing through your case. And then you are still all over the TV trying to do what? Trying to burn down Nigeria. Thank God Nigeria saw through the chicanery and the hypocrisy and a lot of us that knows this man. We've been saying it over this place, and you can see it now. You know you have a fleeting, frenzied, headless mob who wouldn't care to do anything just to make a point, and then you are still on the TV trying to drag down the judiciary, the institution of Nigeria. You must not win at a one go. It took Buhari 3 times to win. So if you do not do your homework well, go back and redo it if you are lucky next time. But Nigeria will not burn down because of them. I have to go now. Don't call my name, bro. I have to go. Bye.
Okay. Let me say something.
Thomas.
Thomas, you can
see you,
go, no
brother.
problem.
All right,
see you, brother.
Yeah, these people that does not love Nigeria for anything. They just want to
no problem.
You know what? Give them
Enigmatic. Let me.
Okay, just give them the post.
I understand all this talk that Enigmatic is saying, but the truth is always going to be the truth. You know, I always say this: the truth will always gonna be the truth. And it's unfortunate what's happening in Nigerian system, tribe and all that stuff. And the truth is that, we as a people, we have killed each other over tribe, race, greed, lust, so many things. We've killed each other over that, envy, name it. Waging wars over dust and rubbles, waging wars over, words of the old book. I'm talking about religions right now. But, there is a brighter side. Yet in all this darkness that Nigeria has been in, I honestly see people who will not bow. I see people who will not give up. Even when all hopes are lost. But are we lost people right now? Yes, we are very, very lost as a people. We don't know which way to follow. Even as we are lost as we are right now, as we are right now, I still see some people that realize that being lost is so close to being found. I see Nigerians and I know that we're going to survive all this stuff. But the one question I asked, or my grandfather asked me one time, he said, Ugo, if assuming you're not going to see tomorrow, if today was your last day on earth, I mean, would you be proud of what you have achieved in life? And that is a very important question. Would you be proud of what you have achieved in life? If you think through with everything that has been happening, all the tribe and everything, all the stuff you've been saying, would you be proud of the man you have become? If that is a no, then you have to start doing something about it right now, from today. Because the truth is that no matter how long we live in this earth, let's say 60 years, less than 60 years, or above 60 years, all of us here, we don't have more than 80 years to live. If God is faithful, 80 years tops.
But this, I don't understand. When do you become the preacher? I think you are preaching to
um,
us now. I don't understand what
yeah,
you're saying.
you have to understand. What I'm
I don't
going at.
understand. I'm lost. I'm lost.
Don't
Can you bring
well
me back
well.
home?
Don't worry. When I'm done, if you're lost, then people that are not lost is gonna get you back. What I'm saying is that what no matter how long we live in this earth, eventually we're going to die, and what remains is history. That is what remains. And the question you always gotta ask yourself: what would history remember us? How would history remember us? His history is our grandkids gonna remember us as a tribal bigots, or they're gonna remember us as people that spewed hate, or do you want them to remember us as people that spewed friendship, love, kindness to one another? That is what we have to decide right now as a people. And no matter what we say here, Igbo do this, Yoruba do this, whatever do this, we have to understand that humanity is the race. And that is just one race. And we have to move forward as a people and stop all these things that we are doing every single time. Thank you, Thomas. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you for that. Epistle of death.
Thomas,
I still
Thomas,
don't understand.
Thomas, Thomas, Thomas. When somebody tells you things
Yes.
like this, and you're saying it's an epistle, I don't know how one can put it to you again. I know you're joking, but whoever hears you would think maybe it's not a joke. This bigotry has to stop. You see, one of the
Where do
reasons.
you see bigotry? Come on, brother, come. I don't see any bigotry, so that's why I say I'm lost. That's what I
You're
call
lost.
it epistle. Yeah, I don't see any
All right.
bigotry.
Maybe
If you
you've
see
not
any
been here.
bigotry, point it out.
Hold on. Maybe you've not been here. You've not had some people the way they spoke, and they keep widening this.
I've been here. Don't tell me I'm not been here. I've been here. So you don't tell me I have not been here. I've been here. I don't see any bigotry. If you see any bigotry,
If you
point
are
it
here,
out.
you're here. That's up to you. I'm only making a supposition that if you've not been here, maybe you've not been hearing it, or you just decide not to want to hear it. I don't care. If you're here, you don't hear. I don't care about it. But what I'm trying to say is this: that
Okay, yes, it's okay. Let me just leave that. I rest my case. Just leave it that way. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, because if you see any bigotry, point it out. Then we can address it. I don't see any bigotry. So if you see any bigotry, point it out. If I don't say something, I can't. I can't say I saw anything. So that's what I said. I don't say that it's not bigotry. But if you see any bigotry, point it out. Then we address it. That's what I said.
Hold on, rational mind. If there's something you want to highlight it. It's for the benefit of us all. So I mean, say what you want to say.
Woman, are you there?
I am there, sort of. Yeah.
All right,
Go
because
on.
I thought you left earlier. You see, one of the reasons why I decided to stay off of this whole thing is, like I said to you the last time, is for my own mental sanity. It's really, I can't just even. Sometimes I can't even believe my ears sometimes when I hear things, the way people say things here on your platform here. I understand. I understand. So a few days ago, you called me, right? And so you said, so I don't need you to tell me who that person is, but I know. People have to go tell you that I was saying something on a different platform against you, not even understanding what happened, not even, even understanding what was the whole thing all about before they had to jump on it and start telling you stories about me. That's to tell you the height of how hate is deep-seated in some people. Just because one goes against them, does not buy their crap, their BS on this guy, and his politics is playing in Lagos. We saw how it all played out. On this platform here, I've tried to talk a little bit of sense in some of us that we should stop this whole narrative of this guy is not a Yoruba, doesn't speak. It's because you see, woman, I'm in the middle of something right now. I just have to drive somewhere. Maybe if I have the time, I'll come back online. We'll be able to discuss this more. But the thing is this: we need to stop this whole thing about somebody not from here, somebody from being here. We need to stop it. We are playing through the hands of this politician, and some of us don't even realize it. That we'll be saying that somebody, because he doesn't speak a language. Of course, we know it's a problem. But when you are helping these people to sell this narrative, and we saw how it played out, how some people lost their lives, all because they were not from this certain. They don't look like a Yoruba, even though some of them are Yoruba. Some of them were injured. All because of this whole narrative of this guy is not from Yoruba. What are we? And somebody just spoke about that we're only here to live a short time in this life. What do we want to be remembered for? Somebody is just saying it's an epistle. Come on. And you say you don't see any bigotry in all what some people have been spewing here on this platform. Whether you see that way, don't see that way, I don't even care. But I will speak my mind. I will tell you guys that, listen, we need to stop this and let's go to the issue. Somebody was saying here, because, one man, let me just rest my case right here because I'm approaching where I'm going. I need to go see a friend, and then maybe when I have the time next time, I'll come on your platform. We'll talk more on this. But sometimes I just get irritated when I hear certain things. I've been on the background. I've been hearing you guys. Just don't want to chat. But sometimes I could not stomach it anymore. And when I can't stomach it anymore, I just decide to want to intervene.
All right, rational mind. You see, a lot of the things that people say here are a lot of the things that they do feel. So it's better that they say it and you hear it and then you challenge it in the way that you're doing now, rather than them not say it but hold those views anyway. So if those views so I'm getting feedback from you, rational mind.
Oh yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, mute yourself for a moment. If those views are held, but they're not expressed, then they fester and they hold as truth in people's heads. But if you are able to challenge it with logic and they still hold on to it, then you ridicule that view. But for them not to be expressed is more dangerous than them being expressed. That's just my view. I'm not sure if you disagree with that.
Totally, absolutely. I get it. I understand. Yeah, but it's just like I said. When somebody gaslight themselves into believing something, they repeat it every time. You see, one man. You see, let me not go into any more talk with this. When I have the time, I would.
Rational mind.
All right, hold on, Thomas. Rational mind. What we will be doing is because I want to Sorry, mute yourself for a moment.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but I want to keep this session under 6 hours because I have to edit something out of it. But we've created another session, so we will still be on. So if you want to address this in more depth, and I feel it should be addressed in more depth, and then just join us. You know where all the links are, and they're in the comment section as well. So when you're done with whatever it is you're doing, then you can come and bring this issue up, because I know some people are agitated by some of the language and some of the conversation. So it's a space that I'm happy for us to open up and really trash out, so that we can move to a better place. But when you are, we are still here. So when you're ready, just come back and then we'll carry it on.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Yeah, definitely. I would join you guys. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Oman. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we'll be shutting down.
Okay, I will join you later then. I will join you later. All right, thanks.
Yes, yeah, I'll be shutting down in a few minutes, yeah, so that we can do what we want to do. Yeah, thank you so much. But I want rational mind, when you are coming back, please highlight what you are saying. You are just talking in parables. So highlight it. Let's know what is the bigotry that was mentioned, so we can address it. But you are just talking in parables. I'm not Jesus Christ. It's only Jesus Christ that talk in parables. So if you want to highlight it, then we address it frontally. That is what I'm saying. I don't understand talking in parables, dilly-dallying around. I don't understand that. So we should say it frontally, then we address it frontally. That's what I'm saying.
Thomas,
Yeah.
I believe.
So I don't know where. Yeah.
I believe.
Go on.
As a Christian,
yes,
God gave us the sense to know what is right and wrong. That is what I believe. I don't know if you hold any other belief. And I know whoever that is preaching something bad, he knows that he's preaching bad. He's preaching something bad, but maybe he doesn't want to get himself to accept it or something like that. I believe that with all my heart. If you're doing wrong, you know you're doing wrong. If you're doing right, you know you're doing right. It's something that God has given us as a human being. It's called conscience. I'm just saying this because this tribe, or Thomas, if you say you don't know, it's fine. You don't know when someone spill bigotry, or you don't know when you spill bigotry. I just smile about that because it's quite, I don't know how to put it, but I'm just gonna say this.
But this you are just talking in parables. What is the bigotry?
Jesus talked in parables all the way.
You are not Jesus. Are you Jesus?
But I'm not trying to. A lot of people talk
You're not
in parables.
Jesus now.
Yoruba people have a lot of parables and proverbs, But it say if you understand, then you understand. I don't want to start saying, because if I start saying one by one or taking it one after the other, it's gonna escalate to something that we don't want. That's why I'm putting it this way.
That is the problem Nigerians are having. There are some issues should be addressed, but we sweep it under the carpet and it keep on hurting us. Sometimes if we speak out, we will heal from it.
We're not sweeping anything under the carpet. It's more like something that has been happening, and they keep correcting people every day, every time. It's like they don't even care. They're just gonna say what they want to say.
What are you talking? What are you still talking about? What are you talking about?
Let's use my best friend here, Enigmatic. The way he spews,
no. That's what I'm talking before. Mention the name. What did he say? And let us address it. I hate talking in parables. Some people, who is some people? I know you are talking about Enigmatic. I know that. I know.
Yeah.
But I don't see any bigotry in what Enigmatic has been saying. Enigmatic has his mind of his own. You have a
Okay.
mind of your own. You
We're
can't tell
still
a
saying
snake
the
how to
same
speak.
thing, Thomas. I'm still saying the same thing. If you can't understand, if someone spills bigotry, if you don't think he's spilling bigotry, and someone else is telling you, okay, this is, you know, this is a bigot statement. From your side, you wouldn't really understand because probably you're in the same shoe. You don't know. I'm saying,
What is
look,
the bigotry? Can you mention the bigotry?
um, okay. The one even before I entered, he said
Are you
something
scared of
about.
me or scared of enigmatic?
I'm still making a statement, Thomas.
Yeah, yeah.
Before I entered, he made a statement about people that are saying uh Biafra is a zoo or whatever, trying to basically quantify that as the whole Southeasterners. That is an example of tribal bigotry, and I don't want to go far above that. I'm just saying
No, 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 no,
because no,
no,
listen now,
Wait,
listen.
wait, please, wait. You've mentioned one now, so let
Yeah,
us address it. Let us
okay.
address it, please. This is a dialogue. It's not monologue. You are not going to be talking, and I will see something that I want to push you back. I will not come in. Yes. At any point in time, some Southeasterner call Nigeria a zoo. Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, of course.
So, what Enigmatic said, is that true or false?
Do you hear the context? I'm
I don't
trying to
want to.
say you
I
have to
asked you
understand
question.
it now before you say if
No,
yes
no,
or
no, 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 no.
it's not just a yes or no answer, Thomas. Well, I don't want to go into this. I'm just saying that if anybody that doesn't understand what bigotry is, it's fine. Or trying to understand when someone is making a statement that is not right. I don't want to I don't want to get into that case. But me, I believe in me that everybody in this world has the truth and the lie in him, has darkness and light in him, has conscience in him. And whenever he's doing something wrong, he knows. Whenever he's doing something right, he knows. That is what I seriously believe. So if you think that he's not doing something, he's doing something, whatever he's doing is okay, it's fine. I'm not gonna argue that with you. Um,
I'm very sorry. Hold on. I'm going to shut down this section now because of what happened. Then I'll open the second section. But what you've said, let's just address it and stop. To me, it's as if you guys are just fixated on enigmatic. No, you can't tell enigmatic how to talk. When enigmatic cross his line, me or one man know when to pull him back. And I know Egimati is not the illiterate. He's educated. He's a conscious man. He has his mind of his own. So he will not talk out of this. We have the rules and regulation on the platform. You know that. If anybody talk out of his rule and regulation, you know he will be kicked out or you will be told off. We will tell him off. But I haven't seen any bigotry. You are just spitting out bigotry. I haven't seen. You said Enimati said there's some people call Nigerian zoo. As sometimes, and I ask you, as some point in time, even till now, some people still call Nigerian zoo from the southeast. I listened to Simon Ekpa day before yesterday in his birthday. I listened to many people on that platform. They call Nigerian zoo. They are Igbos. They are Nigerians. So if Enigmatic said that, can you call that bigotry? He's stating the fact. He's stating the fact. So I'm very sorry. I will shut down this section. I will open up the second section. Then we can have. We have to have this conversation because to me, I don't want anybody to fixated on enigmatic. Enigmatic has the brain of his own and he can speak for himself. He's an educated man, well learned. He can speak and you can speak yours as well. Thank you, everyone. I'll shut down this section and go to the next section. Thank you. God bless you all.